PKA 558 with our guest Harley. Kyle?
Couple of sponsors tonight, GOAT and ExpressVPN. We'll get to them later on in the show, but yeah, got Harley on for the evening. Should be a good show. How's it going, gentlemen?
Good.
Yeah.
Taylor was unable to make it, family emergency, but he'll be back as soon as possible. Harley, thanks for jumping in.
Hell yeah, brother. Glad to be here.
Dude, so what is new in your world?
Honestly, the newest thing in my world is like messages from PKA audience every single day.
Go on.
Something the audience has since, I don't know if it's Kyle's six pack or whatever it is, but everyone is just, it feels like everyone's just genuinely hyped all around. Because I'm always getting messages on Twitter and Twitch and everything like that. And I remember like I did Epic Mealtime, but then when like Video Game High School was out, like people would be like, oh, Video Game High School. And then like when Twitch happened, people would be like, yo, I know you from Twitch. Don't shave your beard. But it seems like this era of my life is now PKA more than anything. And I never imagined the audience being so
virulent,
present. Yeah, everywhere. Everywhere.
It really is a thing. So our views are up, which is nice, but we also, it's not our channel, but there's a at least a couple highlight channels and they get a lot of views too.
Well, that's not your channel?
No, just
people do it. Honestly, like I see clips of that. It's like, it was so funny. It was like the best one. And like my buddy will just like send a screenshot of them sometimes to me without like the link. But like one of them he sent last time was it was like a picture of all of you, and it was like PKA highlights. Were the Nazis that bad?
It's a tentpole topic on the show.
Yeah, sure, you know.
Yeah, that probably goes back to when I disproved the Holocaust that time.
Yeah, I ended up looking it up and watching that video. And also, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of lately, like Project Mayhem. It's like I go to like the corner store, like I live like I'm like country boy right now. Well, I shouldn't say that to Kyle, but like I'm like Canadian style of a country, and like I'm like just out of like cities, and I'm in like this beat up like gas station. I walk in and I'm like, okay, the rolling papers with the filters. Oh, thanks. Okay, and a Monster Energy drink. Yeah, I'm a 15-year-old boy, even though I'm 36. Yeah, thank you for that. And I take it, and he's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. He's like, RSK, my guy. It's like some like guy. He's like, you know, he's like some Canadian dude. He's got like doesn't even look like he'd be on the show. Like, you know, he's got like a turban and like it doesn't look like he'd be RSK boy from what I imagine in my head. It's like Canadian, like Indian dude with the turban working at the corner store. He's like, RSK.
You go to pay him. You got to hand him your debit card. He's like, it's on us. RSK for life. Put in a good word. Put a good word.
Dude, a similar thing. Just like 3 days ago, I'm on this motorcycle trip. I'm in nowhere, Pennsylvania. I don't even know the town, but my buddies and I stopped for lunch. And another guy sees all our motorcycles parked out front. They're kind of distinctive with like the luggage hanging over the side. They know that we're adventure riding. So he comes in and he catches us and he starts talking to us. And we talk for like 4 minutes just about motorcycles and places to go. And then he goes, wait a minute. You look familiar. And I'm trying not to say like, yeah, I'm a bit of a Z-list celebrity. Like I don't know how to handle it.
It is a hard part once that happens. Like, you look familiar. And you don't know where they could know you from, but yeah, continue. Sorry.
Yeah. So he's like, are you Woody's gamer tag? Or he goes, PKA, right? And I'm like, yeah, I'm one of the hosts. And you get recognized here and there.
Yeah. That's also another thing though, like which I'm sure has happened a couple times to any of us over the last 10 years or so. Like, you're doing someone's like, yo, you look familiar. And you're like, you try and decide, like, does this guy, like in your case, like, does this guy know me from like a Minecraft server? Like the podcast? Does he know me from like that random episode of Epic Mealtime? Like, where is it? And I'm always, sometimes people are like, yo, you look familiar. I'll be like, oh, I do this food thing on the internet. And they're like, oh, yo, Harley, we played basketball together in 9th grade. I was like, oh, of course, yes. Yeah, we know each other in real life.
I don't want to, like,
what are you talking about?
You know, like, yeah, well, of course you know me. I'm Woody's gamer tag. And then for him to be like, no, never heard of that. Like, I don't want to put myself out there.
I always say the same thing. They're like, I've seen you somewhere. I'm like, yeah, Freddie Wong. That's me. That's me.
Yeah. I did switch to like, well, I'm a very famous hockey player. Like, make up a
So
name,
big,
and that's
you could
it's
do
believable. Yeah, people.
Yeah.
Go Leafs.
Yeah, I've had people take a picture of me like in Vegas. Someone else took a picture of me, and like five dumb bitches were like, "Oh my god, what are you from?" And I'm like, "I'm a basketball player," and they're like, "No way," and I'm like, "Yeah," and then they're like taking a picture. I'm like, "Yeah, make sure I don't have an Instagram, but make sure you put my name in there." And I made up some like dumbass name, and they're like, "Yo, it's this guy from the Washington Wizards."
They tag. They don't know shit. Have them tag as Tim Duncan.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know. That's why it's funny.
yeah, but they don't know shit. They don't know
know.
shit.
You had like, to me, video game high school was a big deal, and you were like legitimately acting, and I think you had an epic mealtime show you recorded too. Are you not pursuing the acting thing so much anymore, or just between gigs, or
No, so like the last thing I did was a show called Wine and Cheeseburger, which is actually like one of the best shows I've ever done. I did it with Thrillist, so I was kind of like the host of the show, and it was, I don't want to say it was like epic mealtime vibes, but if you almost took like it's like over the top crazy. But it's pairing wine and cheeseburgers, and it's like the editing and producing was so funny. And normally when I don't edit or produce, I'm like, I don't know. But it was so good. I loved it. The views are shit. The views were bad. But so I don't know if they'll do it again, but I got a second job from them in San Francisco. So I just go when things come up, they come up and I go. I've never auditioned for anything. Well, I did audition for something once. I auditioned for 2 roles way back in the day. And both of them actually, I think TJ Miller got both of them, to be honest with you. And I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But I never went and did that. Like people go to LA during pilot season, like in January and stuff, and they like audition for like a million things. I never got around to it or never pursued such a thing. But acting is what got me into Epic Mealtime. I used to do Meisner. Have you ever heard of this Meisner technique for acting?
no?
So the whole point is that like a Meisner trained student can act with anyone. So like someone like I'll use There Will Be Blood as an example. Daniel Day-Lewis, like the fucking man. This guy, when he takes the role, apparently he like stunk like shit. Like he lived like it was like 1892. Yeah. So the products he used, the food he ate, everything, like he stunk like a stinky old man, but not like a stinky old man, like a stinky man of the olden times. And apparently the initial child, like his kid that they had acting in it, was just an actor, and they did the first few days, and he couldn't do it because Daniel Day-Lewis comes in and he's got like this energy that's like, and apparently the kid, which happens often, people start to watch him when they're live with him in the scene. So they're no longer acting. They're kind of watching the show. That is Daniel Day-Lewis, which makes sense. And they replaced him with a guy, the kid, he was in like Little Miss Sunshine. I forget his name. You guys, someone knows his name?
I don't know.
I know the character's name.
Yeah. Sometimes you got that. But anyways, that guy came. He's Meisner trained, and like what it does is it works on your, let's call it your tool. It's inside of you. It's the acting part inside of you that like it's never in your head. It's your heart, your gut, your crotch. Like you either want to like fuck something, or you love something, or you desires, but like you don't overthink things. So he was able to take something like, if you're Meisner technique and you're in a room with like someone like Daniel Day-Lewis or a Heath Ledger, like a method actor, you're going to be better because you're on response. So I'm saying all this to basically lead up to what the first exercise is, because it's so bonkers doing it. But I can't teach it, so I don't know if we're doing it right or wrong, because you usually need someone to do it as well. But like, let's say I did it with like with one of you guys. Like, let's say I did it with you, Woody. I'd be like, me and you will sit down in class together. This is beginners. We're looking at each other. And I'm going to say something about you, and then you have to like repeat it. It's called the repetition. So I'd be like, you have a blue shirt.
I have a blue shirt.
You have a blue shirt.
I have a blue shirt.
You have a blue shirt.
I have a blue shirt.
Now, the only reason why we do this is you repeat it because at some point we will stop like schmacting and we're going to get real. And I might be like, you have a blue shirt. And you might be like, I have a blue shirt.
Okay.
And I'll be like, you got mad. You'd be like, I got mad. You got mad. I got mad. And it's like the only reason that you're doing this is to train the tool. So when someone like Daniel Day-Lewis comes in and he stinks like shit, your tool is trained enough to take that and be able to work with it like as an actor, ideally, if you were Meisner trained. And I did that, and like it was like, and then you would do like the exercise is like it's repetition, but it's like an activity. So like I might be like doing something in my room and someone knocks on the door and I open the door and they're like, you're really tall. And I'll be like, I'm really tall. And they come in and we're acting. But the whole point of Meisner is like the dialogue is not first. So like, you know, you might get a line.
Dude,
let's just, you have an example.
100% get this. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah,
this
go.
description is outstanding. I've never acted really, but I've been in front of a camera enough that I know that when I'm thinking about what people are thinking about my delivery, I'm doing a terrible job.
Yeah.
That is awful.
They're
However,
getting stuck in the head. It happens to everyone. You get in your head.
if you're just feeling what you're bringing, if this is, you know, what you're passionate about, if you can get yourself to be in it, then it's so much better. And
yeah,
I'm getting that from you.
No, it's true. It's like, and then the repetition is supposed to do that because, like, you know, you get a line, you'll be like, the line is, you have one line. It's like, your boss is on line 1. You're the secretary. So you stand in front of the mirror. You're like, your boss is on line 1. Nah, your boss is on line 1. Your boss is on line 1. Your boss is on line. You try and figure out, you're like, okay, you got it. You figure it out. You go, when you go to do the scene, and the person you're doing with is like bawling their eyes out. And they're like, my best friend just died or whatever. And then they look at you and now you have your practice line. You're like, your boss is on line 1. And it doesn't match up with the scene. Sometimes people say lines at each other rather than being like within that moment. And like an example of this is Robert De Niro in one scene. I forget what movie, but like it was a cop, a little cop. And she came in and she had to arrest him. She came in and she was like, put your hands up, motherfucker. And he cracked up. And he was like, we got to do that again. And she did it. And she was like, put your hands up, motherfucker. And he laughed. He's like, I will never put my hands up to that. He's like, I won't do it because I know my character would never. He's like, I don't believe you. He's like, if me, the guy playing the character, doesn't believe how you're delivering the lines, we're not going to commit to this. So you have to make me believe you. And it was like, he wouldn't, like, some people won't act against it, like, if it's not enough. I heard that about Marlon Brando once also. He, like, he would, you heard this? Did you hear this?
Well, you know, Brando's weird because I think he fits what you're saying pretty well because, you know, in The Godfather, he refused to learn his lines, right? He's got them on a piece of paper on, like,
in like 12 spots around the room, apparently.
Yeah,
or something
like the guy he's talking to has Brando's lines on his fucking chest. He's reading a cue card. But I just watched Godfather 1 and 2 last week. It's a masterful performance. It's incredible. It's one of the best performances.
Yeah.
It's a top 10 performance ever. He's so good when he's explaining to that guy who comes in and wants the man's daughter has been beaten and attempted raped, and he's begging the Godfather to, like, give him justice. Give me justice, Godfather. And he's like, you never once invited me to your house for coffee. You come here, you ask me to do murder for you, and you don't even think to call me Godfather. You don't come to me as a friend. You come to me to hire a murderer to do murder. This I will not do. And it's so fucking good.
I need to rewatch this.
It's so good. I love Godfather 1 and 2.
Rewatch it too.
My favorite movies. I think my favorite movies are the ones that, like, make me feel something. And Godfather 1 and 2, There Will Be Blood, The Shining, stuff like that have those super crazy, powerful performances. Like, I could watch a class, or I did watch a documentary about The Shining and about specifically the scene where Jack Nicholson and Shelley Long are having that confrontation where he's walking up the stairs with the bat, and she's got the bat, and she's just like, "Stay away from me. Stay away." And he's just like, "Honey, darling, love of my life, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in." And she's just stay away. It's so fucking good.
Yeah, she went crazy from that movie, apparently. They really were rough on her. They made her do like certain scenes like 1,800 times in a row. And it was just one line.
Well, that's the director. He does that. He believed in many takes.
Which director?
Big Stan.
Kubrick?
Stanley
Kubrick. Yep.
Huh. Yeah.
They say Kubrick had an IQ of over 170 or something like that. He's just a very interesting guy, and his movies are meticulously made. Like when you go back and watch like 2001: A Space Odyssey or A Clockwork Orange, which isn't one of my favorites, or even
you say it is not one of your favorites?
No, he is.
Oh yeah, me too.
Clockwork Orange is not one of my favorites.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask that. I thought you said that. Yeah, I love that one. I actually never ever stayed awake in one single playthrough of 2001: Space Odyssey.
It's hard.
It is like it sounds like the most relaxing movie ever. Just the way it plays out, it's so peaceful and quiet. And like I can imagine if I was in the theater and saw it, I'd be like, what the fuck? But now I'm like, this is like a beautiful like ASMR like screensaver type go to sleep thing.
It's a little mind-blowing when you realize the year it was made.
Yeah, exactly.
And what the special effects look like those first few scenes when they're just taking the little cruise to the moon and the spaceship and like the pencils floating in 0G. You're like, yeah, every movie does that. It's like, yeah, every movie does that with fucking CGI. This like, I don't even know computers existed when this shit was made. Like it's so fucking wonky.
They did, but it was like this big.
Yeah, it was as big as this fucking room, you know. Like, and they didn't make fucking pencils float. Like they're using a wire or something, but the pencil's like floating by, and he's just like, boop. Grabs the pencil out of the air, starts writing. They're, the whole space station, the scenes on the moon, and then that psychedelic fucking shit when he goes into the black hole or whatever. It goes on and on and on, and then he's in that white room where he's aging and things keep changing, and he ends up being a what do you call the thing that's a baby before it's a baby? That piece of shit that's inside of women that you like to get rid of.
What the fuck? It's not an infant. That's
the embryo or whatever.
No.
Fetus.
That's it.
Yeah. Like he's an old man and he's a feet. Like all that shit is just super mind blowing. It's one of my favorites, but I feel like
dude, it's boring just to hear about it.
It's boring.
Kyle is so good at telling you about media, and I'm like, what is this truck talk again?
Although it is the good part to me, like the best part, the part where I'm just like a little stressed out, is when they're dealing with the HAL 9000 or whatever. It's and like
famous part that like, is this movie overrated as fuck? Is it Star Wars?
No, it's because of the time. Like it set the tone. Like it changed things. Like and made it took sci-fi and made it like very serious. Also
artsy too. Yeah. It's an artsy sci-fi movie. Like it's about a lot more than, it's about the beginning and the end of the human race. It's about where we came from and where we're going. There's a lot going on in that movie, and I've watched it. I love the yawn. I feel like that's an involuntary yawn. You're like, yeah, sounds like a real snooze fest to me. I do like the scenes with like the pre-man, like the monkey people and the little war they have.
I love that too.
I love that, like the obelisk or whatever, like gives them that little inclination where like, we're not getting pushed around anymore. They can't take our water hole away. We need some tools. It's I don't know. It's pretty sick. I like that movie a lot. Clockwork Orange. I watched it when I was like 14 or 15, and it was really upsetting. The rape scene and the scene where they beat the old man to death in the street. They call it ultra violence. The characters do. And ultra violence was too violent for 14 or 15-year-old me. It was a little disturbing. I didn't need to, like, they're singing. It's this juxtaposition of the profane and the ridiculous, where they're like raping this man's wife in front of him, and they're singing in the rain. I'm singing in the rain, and like kick the guy in the face and like rip his wife's clothes off. And it's just like
he's dancing with the cane too.
Sure. It's a whole performance. Yeah.
It was hard to, like you said, the juxtaposition of the sort of joyous and the evil. But then like the reprogramming part of that movie was kind of dull. It's like something you had to endure to see how it ends. I like Clockwork Orange. I just don't know why it was considered one of the best ever.
I don't rewatch that one. I rewatch Shining on a regular basis. I rewatch 2001 on a regular basis. I actually like the one with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman with the sex club craziness. That one's kind of wild.
What are your favorite movies? Number one favorite movie?
My number one is The Shining. I feel like that's just like, not only do I think it's just a perfect film, the way it's made, and I love that it's a Stephen King adaptation where he tells Stephen King to suck his own dick because he's making his own movie. Right off the bat, you know, there's that scene where there's a VW bug crashed on the side of the road, and like clearly the people in it are dead. That's his way of right at the beginning being like, yeah, I know what you wrote, Stephen. I'm making my own film, because in the book, the family rides up to the Overlook or the Overreach Hotel, whatever it is, in a VW bug. Right off the bat, he's saying, "I'm killing your story. I'm making my own fucking story." And it just there's a lot of changes in the narrative, but I think Nicholson's performance is really good, and there's so much like going on like right in front of the camera that people don't ever see. Like I think there's a lot of film theories about that. The one that I buy into the most is that Jack Nicholson is molesting his son, and that he is feeling a lot of shame about that, and that's what's going on. Like Nicholson is clearly like a closeted homosexual and most likely a pedophile in that movie. There's even a scene where like he's sitting waiting on his interview to be the caretaker. He's reading a Playgirl magazine sitting in a lobby. And like, you've really got to like pause the film and be like, wait a goddamn minute. Why is he reading Playgirl in a lobby full of people? It's clear that Kubrick was like, your character is reading a Playgirl magazine. Here you go. Take this. And he's like, why? Oh, because
I'm gonna go look for a 3.5 hour YouTube video breaking down all the things about The Shining, because that's like one of my favorite things to do.
There's a good documentary. It's called whatever the room is where the naked woman is that gives Nicholson.
Oh yeah. It's the room number, like that.
Yeah,
one?
it's like room 76. Like there's a good documentary about the whole thing that's very well made. I've seen that.
I love that shit.
But then I've also seen a lot of like YouTube videos that really delve even deeper and get more ridiculous. There's also some stuff about faking the moon landing, because it's often been theorized that the U.S. government hired, it's called Room 237. Thanks, Zach. Mm-hmm. It's often been theorized that if the United States did fake the moon landing, how would they do that? Like I believe that we've got like rocket scientists who might be able to get us to the moon, but I just don't think we got too many masterful filmmakers who could like make the footage that was broadcast. So the theory is that maybe they hired Kubrick to do that for them, and then he was sworn to secrecy or threatened to secrecy in some way, and that there are little clues within The Shining where he's like, hey, look at this. Yeah. Notice Danny's got a little Apollo 11 fucking or whatever it is, like rocket ship on his chest. No, notice that the guy that hires Nicholson looks just like Kennedy, and he's got the American flag on his desk. You notice that window behind him leads to nowhere. If you pay attention to the route that we took, that's an impossible window. It cannot exist within a 3-dimensional space. It has to be like a video game window, like Portal. There's a lot of crazy shit going on in that movie. It's wild.
Harley, what's your favorite movie? You asked.
Terminator 2.
It's up there for me. It's up there. Dun, 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 dun. I fucking
Terminator
love Terminator
2. Yeah, I saw Terminator 2 in the theaters when I was 5, and it changed my life.
Yeah.
Like, it was the first movie I ever saw in movie theaters, and I came out like, which is annoying because you're like, yo, this is how movies are? What? And then you realize, no, that's like literally like it should be like in everyone's top 10. Like, movies are not like that. Like, no other movie made in 1992 is holding up just as well today. And there isn't anything wrong with that movie that doesn't hold up. There's not even, to me, there's no lull in it or anything. I loved it. Yeah, it's such a great movie.
It is a good movie.
It's so hilarious. It's so good. It's so iconic.
The special effects hold up so fucking well. Not only like the trick, not only the camera trickery and the CGI. The stuff that's in the lens and the stuff that's CGI are both excellent. Like even when you've got the Terminator 2 that's like melding and like turning into its like liquid metal form, it still looks just fine. And when you've got there's this one scene where it's actually a deleted scene, but I've seen it, where Linda Hamilton is working on Schwarzenegger, like in a mirror in a shop after he's been kind of busted up a little. They employ Linda Hamilton's twin to like there's no mirror. She's just on the other side of a frame, the twin is. And so Linda, and that one's working on the back of real Arnold Schwarzenegger's head, because you can see his face. And real Linda Hamilton's working on the back of a dummy's head. And because she's like reaching in and like pulling shit out, you know.
I know exactly the scene. Very smart. That's sick.
And then there's a scene, of course, where like Robert Patrick's character, the Terminator 2, takes the form of Linda Hamilton to lure John Connor, and then the real Linda Hamilton comes out. She's like, "Get away from him!" and like start shooting him and stuff. That's also Linda Hamilton's twin. So they use two sets of twins in that movie when you include the prison guard earlier on at the mental hospital.
Huh.
That's great.
I like Endgame, the Marvel Endgame movie.
It's good.
Like it could be recency bias, but dude, talk about a slow burn. I watched 23 Marvel movies before I saw that 24th one to build up to it. I had so much history. I was so invested in these characters. And there were all these moments where like there was payoff after payoff after payoff.
So many payoffs
theater
that were literally like 10 years coming.
The crowd was cheering when like, more than once. You know, there was the hammer scene, there was the on your left scene, there was the I'm inspired right now. Like I like that.
No, it's true. It's amazing. I loved it. I love that movie.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Spider-Man? Are you a Spider-Man fan, Woody?
I mean, I like the movies, and I don't know all the comics history.
So. Oh yeah. I'm not super into the comics or anything. I mean, I've watched hours of videos about the comics, but I couldn't. I'm not a super fan or anything. But so did you see the trailer for the new Spider-Man movie? It's wild. Like, no. I think they've got another like multi-billion-dollar film on their hands. All right, so this is the deal. It's sick. I didn't know what they were gonna do for Phase 4.
Kyle's gonna tell it better than the trailer does, but go on.
Get pumped. All right. When I was in high school, I was in love with a girl who was in love with Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. And so I became a Spider-Man fan. Okay. Like it's her birthday. Oh, here's a $200 Spider-Man fucking action figure that looks like Tobey Maguire and fucking has opposable thumbs and shit.
Like, I want that now.
Dude, I do too. That's I blew a whole paycheck on that. So Tobey Maguire, pretty decent Spider-Man for the first one or two. Got a little cheesy toward the end, very corny. They lost their way. Wasn't great. Fox, I think, was in charge of it back then, or whoever the fuck. You know, now Marvel's got the property back. Then you had the Andrew
Andrew Garfield.
Yeah, the Andrew Garfield version of Spider-Man, which I actually really liked. It made me fucking cry when he's on the rooftop, his legs all busted up, and he knows he can't make the jump, but he's got to do it anyway because he's got to save the day. And all the those New York crane operators fucking bring the booms, and he just he like zoop, shoots the web and like stitches the wound shut, and fucking you see he's running and he's like got the limp run, and then he's just like fuck it, and he's just goes into Super Spider-Man run, just going through the pain and makes the jump. And I cried at that. I'd never cried at a comic book movie before. It was sick. And now the current iteration of Spider-Man is amazing. This young British guy or whatever, he's so fucking good. The new Spider-Man has him, of course, because he's our current Spider-Man. He goes to Doctor Strange. He goes to Doctor Strange because in the last Spider-Man, Far From Home, I think it was, he got exposed. His identity as Peter Parker got released to the world. And finally, we see what happens when a character's identity gets released. It's awful. He's being attacked in social media. He's being they're calling him a murderer. His family and friends are getting the brunt of it. It's terrible. He can't go anywhere without paparazzi, and they're being cruel and awful to him, and it's ruining his life. So he goes to Doctor Strange, and he's like, "You're a fucking warlock or whatever, right? Like, is there any way you can just make everybody forget this shit?" And Doctor Strange is like, Warlock Buddy, the Asian guy with the shaved head, he's like, "Don't do this spell, okay? You know how dangerous this would be. Don't do it." And he's like, "I'm not gonna do it." And he like makes that gold spinny circle thing and like disappears. And Doctor Strange is like, "All right, let's get started." Well, he fucks it up. And what we have is a multiverse scenario, which was teased obviously in the Loki movie, where there's all three Spider-Men coming together in one universe, with all of their villains coming together in one universe. Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, Tom Holland, three Spider-Men working together against the original Dr. Octopus, all the original villains. Hopefully Jamie Foxx ain't coming back.
They didn't show the Spider-Man yet, though.
They're coming back.
They're totally coming. They're trying so hard to not show that.
Don't show us. Don't show us. I know it's coming. Don't show us.
Because Doc Ock comes, which I realized he's right behind me. Where is that? Yeah. Doc Ock pops up at the end of the trailer.
Hello, Peter.
Yeah. He doesn't know Tom Holland. So he's got to be talking to the Peter he knows.
Yeah, that's
like there's no two ways around. He's got to
Tobey Maguire's Dr. Octopus.
He's got to be talking to him. Yeah. And yeah, I watched like a whole breakdown of it. Like the little ball rolls out and it looks like it's a hobgoblin ball. And then someone pointed out sand and electricity. And I know they're making a Kraven standalone movie also. I have Kraven and Doc Ock. Actually,
and they got to bring Venom in. They got to bring fucking.
There he is.
They got to bring what's his name's Venom in. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, you got to bring fucking Venom or Carnage or all of them in. I want all the villains, all the Tobey Maguires, the Andrew Garfields and Tom Hollands, and then bring Doctor Strange in too. This is going to be some nerdgasm shit. I'm excited.
I'm psyched. Yeah, this is good.
Bring fucking Wolverine in too. Fucking
he won't do it.
I know.
No, but you know what? There's two things. One, I don't know if he won't do it. Like, I don't trust any actors or directors or producers anymore ever again. They know the value of like a surprise. So who knows if he won't, but like, I think like a lot of my excitement now for Marvel Cinematic Universe Phase 4 revolves around X-Men. Like, I always loved the X-Men.
Here's what I do know. Kyle, I need help. Who plays Deadpool?
Ryan Reynolds.
Okay, so Ryan Reynolds and
Hugh Jackman
are personal real life friends who enjoy each other's company, etc. Ryan Reynolds has asked Hugh Jackman to be in his movie again and again and again, and he's relied on this personal relationship and professional relationship. I'm sure they're willing to pay him, and Hugh Jackman just says no. So it's hard to get him. That much at least has to be true.
The problem is he's too old.
Deadpool 1 and Deadpool 2 did not have
he leveled to a super physiological 18-year-old level.
I've been saying
they've been there for a decade. He's literally done damage to his future. Like Hugh Jackman is going to
die sooner.
he's going. He literally for Hugh. This is why I appreciate what Hugh Jackman's role as Wolverine. He literally has done irreparable damage to his body organs and his system to play that character. I know the kind of drugs that he has to have been on to accomplish that. They are damaging. This is not a replacement dose of TRT. This is super physiological levels.
Derek said.
And probably a compound like Trenbolone or something that is meant to go into horses. That's like made in private labs that he's been shooting into his ass to make him look like that, because he's not a big man.
He's definitely hit someone on impulse. Definitely hit someone. He hit someone he cares about and didn't mean to do it.
He's killed 3 to 12 hookers. They're just feeding this guy hookers in the back. When he comes out all raged out, he just killed someone. Like, there's blood on that man's hands.
I realized also I have a Spider-Man poster behind me too. It's Spider-Man Far From Home or something.
Yeah.
So you know what I noticed about, like, on the topic of the Marvel Cinematic Universe is like, when I first started looking at Marvel, it was like 1994, 95, the X-Men cartoon came out. And there was like these Marvel cards called Metal. And it said Metal. And they were like shiny metal looking metallic. They were so cool. It was like Cyclops wore all blue and had like 50 million pouches all over him.
Yeah.
And he had like his flow. And you fucking hated him because he was fucking with Wolverine's vibe, and Wolverine was the man, and Nightcrawler was so cool, and like everything about Marvel. And I realized, like, I had this poster. It was like Marvel, and it was just 100 guys. And in the front middle was Spider-Man. You've seen it for sure. It had Hulk in the front. It had it had Wolverine. Yeah, exactly. It had the whole gang. And front and center, you had like Wolverine, Spider-Man, Hulk. You had like Ghost Rider may have been there, and it was cool. Venom was like the sickest Marvel character, like in 94, 95.
He looked so good. He looked like
amazing.
The illustrations of him are always like really fucking sick. They look great.
And it was like it was just I never thought about it, but each of these Marvel characters were like A-list, B-list, C-list. And Wolverine was A-list, and Gambit was A-list, and Cyclops was A-list. The whole X-Men were like A-list teams.
I got a question. So which of the X-Men chicks do you think was the hottest? Was it and it's down to 2, I think. Was it Jean Grey or Rogue?
You think it's down to 2, eh?
To me, it's down to those 2.
I'm gonna say something and you're gonna remember immediately, and you're gonna be like, oh shit, there's more than 2. Because people always forget.
Okay.
Psylocke. You can't tell me you weren't popping little boners with Psylocke, bro. Those thighs, Psylocke, more like it.
See, I think Jean Grey blows her away because Jean Grey's wearing this like weird costume that only covers her vulva. It's so deep in her cunt. Like
I want to be there.
Like pull up Jean Grey. Like show me Jean Grey, and if that's her, then that's not the correct costume. Like I get that that's a version of her, but like the X-Men from 94, 95, like that Jean Grey. It's kind of like a blue thing. It doesn't cover a lot. And
you're talking about Psylocke.
I'm talking about Jean Grey.
But if you click the Psylocke link here, you'll pull it up. You'll see the Psylocke is
Psylocke's number one.
Psylocke's the one wearing the blue piece there.
There it is. Not that one. Not that one. It's on the screen though. It's on the right side, like second from the right. If you close that little bubbly, no, get rid of the bubble on the right that entirely. Yeah, X that out. Right side at the bottom. And it's in the bottom right corner. Look at that costume. No, one to the left. God damn you, Zach. Yes, that. The yellow part is
skin. Pull up Psylocke now.
The yellow part is skin.
That's Psylocke.
It's an action figure. It's an action
figure.
Look.
Pull up Psylocke. I'm telling you, it's exactly what you're thinking about. That's what you're talking about.
Okay, that's super hot too. I think Jean Grey's better.
Hey,
I think
Zach, go to my link. That's the link you want to be at.
Yeah, this is Psylocke's too ethnic for you. You're not.
But I think no, I'm into Psylocke for sure. She's super hot, but she's also scary because she'll literally kill me.
But Rogue, we can't even touch Rogue.
We can't even touch.
It takes so long to
power
pull
out of
the
our
link
penis.
on this show.
Yeah. Rogue will fuck your dick off. Literally, she'll like suck your life force out of your cock if you fuck her. Rogue number 2, Emma Frost.
Emma Frost. Hello.
I was trying to remember her. I couldn't think of the hot blonde. And then there's the chick who is Emma Frost, the one who turns into diamonds.
Yes. Yeah, she could be.
That was super hot.
And Jean Grey. The thing about Jean Grey though is if you're into it, is like she's very pure. You bring her home to mom for sure. Bring her home to mom.
Oh, she's gonna read your mind and know all the nasty shit that you were thinking about Jubilee the night before, and that's gonna be it.
You bring Psylocke, like you can't bring Psylocke home. Like you know that like X Factor has like run through her, or like everyone's got a piece of. Hey, it's good for me. My mom's just gonna be like, you pig home. I mean the point that I was getting at is like there was like. Mystique, she could be whoever you want to fuck.
Harley, every one of these women is so impossibly hot they don't exist in real life because they don't have organs in their midsection.
Yeah.
Who needs them?
Yeah.
He's right.
Women should have hysterectomies at like 12 just to get a slimmer waist.
I'm not dating her for her intestines.
I'm dating her because she can kick my ass. The thing I was saying is like these characters, like when I grew up, like Venom, like everything that that we liked in the 90s. They were like desirable to be in a movie or anything. Like the X-Men were top tier. And then like you get bad movie. I remember they announced Guardians of the Galaxy. I had seen one Guardians of the Galaxy comic in stores. And I was like, bro, do you know what Guardians of the Galaxy is? I'm like, it's a fucking tree and a raccoon. Marvel's so stupid. Why fuck Disney? They took like a fucking tree and a raccoon. And they're going to do this for a movie. Like, can we get Spider-Man sorted first? Could we get fucking the X-Men sorted first?
Fantastic Four.
Fantastic Four's always been A-list. And then I realized now things are different. I bought that poster just to dress a setup like 2 years ago. The front of that poster is entirely different. The front of the poster is Star-Lord, Iron. It's the same poster. Star-Lord, Iron Man, Captain America. Now, like when I grew up, I knew Captain America. I knew Iron Man. The Avengers sucked. To me as a kid, even, I thought the Avengers were like, oh my God, the aliens are coming. We got to punch the aliens. We got to go punch aliens in the face till they leave our planet. Whereas X-Men, even as a kid, I understood that it was like, this is different. Like people are different. But should we be treating them differently? Are we scared of it? Was like such a deeper meaning. It was more like a question about humanity.
They're covering HIV and race relations in X-Men. Exactly. That is the most adult shit ever.
And you know what's funny is actually the great debate of X-Men has already been kind of settled, quote unquote, in the USA. And it was because when they were selling the toys, there is a thing called a doll tax, where if you are selling a toy and it is a human, it counts as a doll. And a doll gets taxed more than any other toy. So if I made a toy about like just an alien and sold it, it's cheaper. I'll make more money than if I made a toy of Batman and sold it, because Batman is a doll. So they went to go fight, like Marvel fought against the doll tax, claiming that the X-Men are not human.
They're not.
They're like, they are mutants. They're not human. We should not have to pay the doll tax. I don't remember if they ended up, if they counted them as humans or not. But yeah, basically it's like that is the actual outcome of X-Men. But I realized that now, like Captain America, Iron Man, to me as a kid, I didn't really like them. I didn't think they were cool. I didn't think they were interesting.
No.
I thought what was interesting was Spider-Man. Every kid loves Spider-Man. I thought Venom, because he was fucking cool. And I love the X-Men because like they had the hype of the show and everything. But
the two biggest for me, and they had the best properties in the early 90s. It was Batman with Mark Hamill as the Joker. It was incredible. It was so well made. And it was the X-Men. It was like, na 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 na.
Yeah.
My mom wouldn't let me watch it because she thought it was like like Christian or something, because there's like a character named Beast and there's a guy named Apocalypse and all this stuff. Like there's a lot of like trigger words in there for a Christian. So I'd have to sneak that shit on
And
Saturday.
then there was the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse also.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Archangel.
What Marvel did with Guardians of the Galaxy was cool, because I think a lot of people are in the same boat as me in that they gained our trust. I knew nothing about these characters. I'd never heard of them. I certainly saw the raccoon and the tree dude and thought, what the heck is this bullshit they're dragging out of the archive? At this point, they could take Beast and Armadillo Man and make a buddy cop film, and I'm fucking in. If it's Marvel, I'm going to give it a try. I'll give it a shot. If it's Marvel, they made the tree and raccoon thing really good, so I'm on board.
There was one comic that I had read of, I picked it up after the movie. I was like, I should just check out Guardians of the Galaxy just because I've always been like, fuck it. And like, it starts off and it's like the planet, and you see Galactus, and Galactus, he basically eats planets. He's like one of the biggest bad guys. So he comes to Earth to eat it. Literally eat it. Silver Surfer comes by first, see what's going on. And Galactus shows up at the beginning of this planet. You see his shadow coming in. I'm like, yo, Guardians of the Galaxy, first comic I pick up is fucking Galactus. I'm like, this is sick. And everyone on the planet's like, run, it's Galactus. They're all running and hiding, and they're going into special bunkers underground and everything.
Oh, that'll work.
And I'm like, yeah, because they're all so scared of, exactly. He's gonna eat the planet, you fucking idiot. So he comes and they're actually they're doing all sorts of evacuation procedures. And Galactus comes down, he puts his hands down, he sticks his head into the planet, opens up his mouth, and like a ramp comes out, and the Guardians walk out of his mouth, and you see it's a dummy Galactus. And Peter Quill's like, yo, we got 15 minutes until they realize that this isn't Galactus. Rob everything. And they just start jacking the planet. And I was like, fuck, you guys got me. I'm like, that's great. That's great. I guess just, it's whoever is in charge of the property is gonna like do great things with it. And Disney did do some awesome things with characters that I didn't give a shit about. I like Neil Gaiman. You guys know Neil Gaiman? I don't know that character.
No.
Oh no, he's the author. He wrote this one called 1607, 1602, 1607. And it's Marvel characters in like the 17th century.
Okay.
And it's so fascinating because you'll be there and like you're speaking to these characters like a Squire. This guy's like Squire is like, Piaris Parker. And like, it's Peter Parker, but he's like just a squire, like to a knight. And like the knight is like, I'm kind of taking liberties because I haven't read this in a while, but he's got like all sick, a suit made of iron. He's like an ultimate knight. And it's like, you realize it's like Iron Man. And then there's like this monk. We have to go see the Oracle. The Oracle, he knows everything. And you go and it's like Professor X, but they don't tell you flat out. Yeah. It's just like a Game of Thrones style setting to an extent. Like it's like a dungeon soap, but it's the Marvel characters. And like it starts off like even like with our like Angel, and like how significant it would be if someone was born with angel wings like then, and like all the beef that happens, and just seeing the people come up like Doctor Strange and how they fit into here. And there's I won't spoil it in case anyone listening ends up reading it, but they bring out some of your favorite superheroes that were literally there the entire time in your face. And you're like, how the fuck did I not realize that this person with us was this guy. It's a great one. He also did that. He did the. It's about death. It's all about death. Death's cousin goes missing. It's not even Marvel. It's like DC. But anything Neil Gaiman is sick.
I like the stuff with Spawn. You ever reading the Spawn comics?
Yeah, that's how
Todd McFarlane.
You're not talking about Spawn.
No, I didn't go into Spawn a lot. I watched the cartoon and I loved the movie and I loved staring at it. Like I would go to the comic book store and like stare at Spawn pictures, but I never bought Spawn because comics were expensive, cards were expensive, and if you're already on Marvel, you don't get to like bounce to Batman and then bounce to Spawn because you have to buy like 5 comics every week if you wanted to keep up.
You know they're letting Todd McFarlane make his movie this time, right? An R-rated Spawn, like however he wants to make it.
That's great, actually. Good.
Yeah.
Let me get. I gotta show you this.
I'm super excited because Spawn is like the most hardcore, like comic character ever. I think like he literally has killed God and the devil. Like,
I need to give it another chance. Oh, look at that!
I got these on Kickstarter. It's like Spawn. I got them on Kickstarter. It was Todd McFarlane. Sold he sold Spawn figures, but it's like the old Spawn figure from like 1995, but inside of it he I'm not going to open them up, you guys could just Google images them. It's like signed by him. It has like all these original pieces inside of it, and I got it. Like I'm not even a big Spawn fan. I got it because I'm like, Spawn's fucking badass. Like he's just fucking cool. Like he looks cool.
How much did they cost?
I got them on the Kickstarter. I could probably sell them for like $1,000 now. But on the Kickstarter, there wasn't anything crazy. I think I paid like $250.
Oh, okay,
$280 for all 3.
I thought you were into those for like $3,500, and I'm like, this guy.
I was really hoping
financial decisions.
I was really hoping it was gonna be like, I could probably sell them for $1,000 now, and you're like, well, how much did you pay?
$8,700. Well, even these posters. See these posters I have. Mm-hmm. These cost me about $50. But if you were to look them up online now, like they usually go for much more than $60 because they're signed and numbered. I end up collecting a lot of shit. But Spawn exists because Todd McFarlane made Venom. He was drawing Spider-Man at the time, and he made Venom. And Venom was like, apparently one year he was like 50% of all profit for Marvel. Like t-shirts were sold, posters were sold. Venom was like a big fucking deal. And Todd McFarlane saw none of it. So he was just like, okay, fuck this. I'm going to go make my own guy. So he went and like did it again. He made Spawn. He like just made a guy that was just as cool. And that was just trying to like make his own way there, just because you can't like Marvel, like your ideas, they keep them.
Have you ever seen the HBO animated miniseries?
Spawn?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Dude, you gotta check. It's like 6 episodes. It's like very R-rated. Like there's titties, and I'm pretty sure there's dick. I'm almost positive.
Oh, dick! Hold on.
There's dick. And it's like hyper violent.
Can you tell me more about the dick?
It's a big black dick. It's a big black dick. Yeah.
It has that image.
Dude hangs dong.
Say no more, fam.
Yeah, it's real fucking good. I've seen it a couple times. Hyper violent. It lives up to like everything that you would want Spawn to be. It's so much better than the that movie they made in the 90s or whenever, that with the terrible CGI. Although I liked that as a kid. I liked it.
Love that movie as a kid. Yeah, I did. It was great.
Can't watch it now.
And Violator was like such a cool ass character, like just like this clown that turned into a fucking terrifying monster. It was just great.
Yeah. Eating the maggot-filled pizza and stuff. John Leguizamo like kind of made a joke of the character, but like that's how he's written. I
thought it was good. Is that not? I just imagined it was like that. I always assumed.
Yeah, that's how he's written. Like fart jokes and cum jokes and talking about pussy and just being disgusting. That's the character.
Fart, cum, and pizza. Yeah, sounds like my kind of night.
Yeah, I was. But yeah, I'm excited. I like all the comic stuff. I think that some people say that they're getting tired of it, but people keep buying it and renting it and signing up for services to watch it. So I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon. I wish they'd pay their fucking actors. I don't like seeing when actors have to end up suing Disney.
Bro, I see people go online and they're like, oh my God, Scarlett, like, are you not happy with the millions you got? I'm like, okay, if we're gonna If we're gonna get mad at someone here for nickeling and diming, why wouldn't we get mad at Disney? People are like so tribalistic these days. It fucking kills me. Like people are like, yo, DC is better than Marvel. Marvel's better. I'm like, yo, can't you just like them both or hate them both? Even like, you know what? Even like, not to get crazy off top, but like even like the fucking president, bro. Since when is it cool to like suck the president's dick? This one or the one before? Like in my days, I remember it was like, yo, bro, fuck both presidents. This is just the current goofy white man that is the president now. But people are like, it's their team. They're like, yo, Trump's going to come back 2024 and he's going to. I'm like, I don't fucking care what he does in 2024. Who knows what viruses we have or don't have then? You know, people love picking sides these days. And I'm like, bro, we don't need to pick sides. You don't need to be so DC. Fuck Joe Biden, fuck Trump. Like, yo, it's okay. It's the president. You don't need to suck his dick. He doesn't need you to suck his dick. In fact, hold him accountable. DC, don't love their shit movies. Hold them accountable too.
I heard the new one's good. Justice League.
It's pretty good. No, not Justice League, but Suicide Squad, you mean?
My mistake, yeah.
Okay, wait.
Although Justice League was good too. The Snyder cut.
Suicide Squad was very fun. I didn't expect to see like cum jokes in a Batman in a Suicide Squad movie, but I gotta point this out. I did not expect to like Free Guy as much as I liked Free Guy. That movie had me laughing.
That movie's out?
Yeah. And if I could recommend a movie,
for like
it's that
18
one.
months they've been hanging on to that movie.
Bro, what about Ghostbusters? I feel like they've been hanging on Ghostbusters and James Bond forever.
God, yeah. I saw the Ghostbusters trailer and I was psyched.
Yeah, me too.
I
Fuck
was
me
young
up.
back when that came out.
Me too.
And I'm talking about the one that hasn't been released yet.
Bro, it was a completely different timeline.
No, I really enjoyed the Suicide Squad. They did a great job with it. John Cena can act. I didn't know that.
John Cena's great. John Cena's great. I love him. He's funny. I think he's good. I like him a lot.
Idris Elba is a really good actor. One of my favorites. He did a strong job. He actually showed up. It looks like he's out of shape. We talked about that previously, but he's in so much armor you can barely tell. And then Harley Quinn, always a fun character. Her little escape from prison was one of the best scenes in the whole thing.
So you know what? Like, first of all, I heard she did that on her own, which is cool. That actual leg thing that she did where she pulled her legs up and got the key. Apparently, like, she could do that.
It looked real. Yeah.
But I realized, like, watching that, and like, no offense to like any of the girls watching the PKA, because I'm just going to assume that if you listen to PKA,
listen up.
If you listen to PKA and you're a girl, you might also be this girl too. I'm so fucking tired of dumb bitches loving Harley Quinn. Like, Harley Quinn's interesting and great, but the amount of like dumb bitches or cosplayers or XXX porn parodies I see of Daddy's Little Monster and the two fucking pigtails, I'm so tired of Harley Quinn that during her scene, I was like exhausted. I was like, oh my God, this silly dumb bitch. It's like, it's just making me think of like a million girls. Like a million different girls that love Harley Quinn and have made loving Harley Quinn like their thing for the last few years, that I'm like so exhausted. And that happens to me. I get exhausted, which is funny because I like love Marvel.
But that's what women
and Star
do.
Wars.
They give up their own like personality, and they like absorb that of something else, right? Whether it's, their boyfriend's a fly fisherman, and all of a sudden like they're fucking wearing some waders, or their boyfriend's a Mets fan, and all of a sudden they're like fucking at a Mets game and wearing a Mets jersey on Instagram. I always
joke about that as a calculated thing to get a husband. Like, oh yeah, fly fishing and Mets. That's what I'm all about. Aren't I perfect for you?
Yeah, that was like when like rappers started playing Fortnite and stuff, and like every dumb Insta hoe was like, "Yeah, I'm playing Fork Knife tonight." Me and my girls got Fork Knife. We're all playing. And it's like, relax. I don't think like the whole movement was about Fortnite that much.
Circle back to me when you have 200 wins.
Yeah,
I don't know. No, I agree with you to some extent. I'm a little tired of the
She's just exhausting. Like, you know what else exhausted me? Stranger Things exhausted me, dude. I love Stranger Things season 1. I recommended everyone. I was like, yeah, you got to see Stranger Things. It's so great. And then like by the time season 2 came around, I saw so many people that were like, my Stranger Things tattoo. And I was like, you tattooed that, bro? It's one season. You don't know if the show's going to be
this is Netflix. They could cancel it even if it's making money.
Exactly, anything. And people just love Stranger Things so much that I was just like, I'm going to relax on Stranger Things a little bit.
I heard that so I got arrested between season 1 and season 2. And being high was such a big part of watching Stranger Things to me that I was like, you know what? Whenever I smoke again, we're picking Stranger Things back up. It'll be great. And season 4 is about to come out now, I think. But I've heard so much bad shit about it that I don't even want to go back and like pick up on season 2.
Are you right about season 4? I'm way behind. I've only seen 1.
Yeah, there's season 3. Did season 2 and season 3.
Yeah,
season 3. People complained about season 3. Apparently, like fucked up a lot of the characters and like shit like that. And
what about the actors getting older? Is that not ruining it? Like, because they were like literally 13 years old.
Yeah, it was like Harry Potter though, right? Like every year they get a little older. Every year they face off against some more hardcore shit. Like Harry Potter 1, there's 7, and by the end they're like 17 or something like that. And they're getting laid.
Harry Potter
dealing with life and death.
Well, maybe Stranger Things will too. I don't know. I just like the toothless guy. Like he's supposed to be that age.
He has teeth now. He's got teeth.
Yeah, they got some chompers. Yeah, they got some chompers.
Stranger Things, they got. I actually don't know. I was just saying it. The Stranger Things guys, they like when that show came out. I thought that was the most Netflix algorithm thing ever. Apparently, one of the most valuable things in the film industry is Netflix's search bar because of the amount of users that come in and type shit so much that like they just have this information. And I remember like when I first got Netflix, not first, but one of the early days before they started doing their originals, they got Super 8. And I swear for like a whole year, Super 8 was like #1 trending on Netflix. And Super 8 has that like nostalgia throwback vibe to it.
Yeah.
And it was like they took that. And then there was like all these horror movies. People loved going on Netflix. They loved watching horror movies. Things like It and stuff like that. It was just so well received. And people searching it, that it was like they took the search engine bar, the algorithm, gave it to like their internal production company, and they're like, what comes out? And like it shot out Stranger Things. This like nostalgia, like 4 kids, friends, like
the electro
horror,
music,
everything about it. Yeah, it was just really hitting it on the nose. And that's when I was like, damn, this show's like made by an algorithm. Like it's like all the things we wanted currently.
That search engine stuff is fascinating to me. So the #1 search engine we all know is Google. What do you think #2 is?
Alta Vista. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. What? Bing?
YouTube.
It's YouTube. Shit.
Bing is 5th.
Who's 3rd and 4th?
Hold on, I have it up here. 3rd, I think it's going to be Amazon. We'll see if I'm right.
Oh, it has to
I'm right. 3rd is Amazon. So YouTube's 2nd, Amazon's 3rd. 4th is Facebook. 5th we covered.
Sick motherfuckers like, I gotta go learn this. Facebook. Does the vaccine work on Facebook? Enter.
5th is Bing, and then we get into some foreign ones. I don't know Baidu, Baidu, but everything's Chinese in the screenshot.
Baidu.
And then Yandex, which looks like it might be Russian.
The Index?
Yandex.
Oh,
Yandex.
I was like, the Index. I was like, shit.
Yeah. So the 6 and 7 are
sounds
not English, but yeah, I just thought it was like YouTube is the 2nd biggest search engine in the world, which kind of means Google has 1 and 2. The next one's Amazon.
Yeah,
that's so crazy.
Yeah,
that's so crazy.
I don't know. But I really dug season one. I thought it was one of the coolest things I'd seen. I like that 80s shit. I like the electro music, the synth stuff, like the John Carpenter style shit. And something about like when Drive came out, it really like I had a lot of those same feelings. Or is it that the movie where he's like the autistic like stunt car driver and he gets hooked up with a chick?
I know it has that song Night Call. You're not thinking of Night Call by Kavinsky.
No, this is so much better than Baby Driver.
Night Call by Kavinsky. It's that song from Driver that you're like, this sounds like it's from a time that I'm not supposed to be a part of, but like it's like reminding me of older times somehow, but it's not my time kind of. But I love that movie.
And what's the name of the fucking actor? That beautiful man,
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling.
Yeah,
Ryan Gosling's in it. He's got the scorpion fucking jacket, and I don't know. It's so fucking. He's just so soft spoken. It's like a modern day Western in a lot of ways. It reminds me of like a Clint Eastwood Western. How he's just like the man with no name who's just chewing on a fucking toothpick, and people are talking shit, and he's kind of looking straight through them, and then when he needs to, like he just flips that fucking switch and stomps that guy's skull until it's pulp. Like he just grabs the chick, fucking kisses her. The music's playing, and then he's just on that guy, and the guy's on the ground. He's like grabbing the rails to get more fucking power into the stomps until there's no face left. It's great. And then he goes to that strip club with the hammer. It's great.
He played like a bully kind of in this show called Breaker High in Canada back in the day. I don't know if it was Canada, but it was on Canadian TV, and it was Breaker High, and it was like a school on a cruise. And it was not a show I liked, but it was just like on after Are You Afraid of the Dark or some shit. So I ended up watching it, and I would watch it, and he was on it, and I didn't think anything of him. It was just, that's just the guy. And then I remember I was in Vancouver once, and I was at this mall, and I'll never forget this. It was like in the mall, all the way across. Like he could have been like 100 yards away from me. It was Christmas time. There's people left and right, people everywhere. And like I see him from a mile away, and I'll never forget it. He's like posted up on the wall, like leaning, holding a bag. I guess his girlfriend or something is like inside. He's got this leather jacket on. He's got like these tight jeans, like the cuffs rolled up. His hair is like greased, but he keeps like greasing it harder on his head. And I'm like, yo, that's the guy from Breaker High. And he is fucking cool. And I'm there, and I'm like grabbing my hand. I'm like, that guy's from TV. And she's like, yeah, he looks like it. I'm like, no, on TV, he's not that on TV. He's something else. And I'm staring at him. And I'll never forget, it was like, it's such a weird thing to say, but it was like star quality or whatever, you know, like he had it or whatever. But the guy was standing there doing nothing. And I was like, oh, that's the guy. And I was like, holy shit. He should be fucking stomping people out in an elevator with a hammer as the lead, not fucking jerking himself off in this show.
Yeah, he doesn't. He looks like he's a different species than the rest of us do. Like he looks like there's like chimpanzees, and then there's us, and then there's whatever the fuck Ryan Gosling is, like a level above us. He looks like his people evolved like another fucking step ahead of the rest of the human beings.
Yeah, you know, like I see like people like Chris Hemsworth, love like Chris Hemsworth for sure. Such a beautiful man, so beautiful. Like if you were a middle-aged woman and you're reading a book about like getting your pussy licked, that guy's on the cover, or someone that looks like him. Chris Hemsworth, so beautiful, and I'm like, if I was a girl, I don't think I'm fucking Chris Hemsworth.
That's Ryan Gosling in Breaker High.
I'm not caught up. That's exactly what he didn't look like vibe-wise when I saw him, which was so crazy because he was cool. He was like very cool. Same hair though. Yeah, like I'm not about Chris Hemsworth. There's something about like I guess being so beautiful that it starts to lose it for me. And that's why I could see Ryan Gosling and I'm like, I get this. This guy's like he still has like, it's not like Chris Hemsworth comes off as like a parody of a very beautiful person.
My wife won't admit it,
like
but I know she's into Chris Hemsworth. Like every time he comes up,
we all know.
She's like, oh, he's totally fit. He's perfect. He's a great husband. He loves his children. When she gets into that, what a great husband and father he would make. It's like, bitch, you looking for an upgrade? Like, come on.
He's like, I don't know. I'm not the one that worked out for a year, fixed my teeth, and now is gone every weekend. I think I'm gonna go watch. I'm gonna go watch Thor.
Strong point.
I feel like I hit a little too close to home with that.
Yeah.
What is like?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm enjoying the
bring sex work back.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh,
they were saying it was a negotiation technique, that he was trying to get pressure on the payment people, like by getting a public upswelling of we want our porn. And now the credit card processors who wouldn't work with OnlyFans are like, okay, maybe we should work with you. And now OnlyFans is allowing sex work again. They decided to keep it.
Yeah.
And I found out what the problem was. So as a YouTuber, we all get this. They have a strike system where, like, I don't know how you break rules, probably non-consent stuff. And one of the rules, which means rape, and one of the rules was child exploitation. And they had a strike system, which you could interpret as like, we're okay with a little child exploitation, but not a lot. And that became this like knock against them. People, saw them in a really negative way. And they were like, well, forget it. We'll just get rid of all sex work entirely. So that was the cause behind that whole thing.
I like the idea that
they're saying it was a ploy.
I like the idea that it was a ploy, right? Like I feel like they were like, we're going to get so much free press. Everybody is going to be talking about us. And every one of our content creators is going to be talking about us. Not about their pussy this week and like what they're sticking up their ass. They're going to be talking about OnlyFans and how get it while it's hot, folks, because it's not going to be here much longer. And then, just like that, we give it back. And there's going to be a fucking inswell of people coming to get it. I feel like next week YouTube's going to be like, you know what? Audio only from now on. No more videos. No more videos.
YouTubers
Podcasts.
used to do that. They used to say
ASMR.
they were quitting just to get everyone to be like, no, don't quit. Do you remember that? It was like
that's risky business because they could be like, fuck off.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I used to like this t-shirt site way back in the day, T-shirt Hell. And I always went there and I looked at the t-shirts. I was like, oh my God, so racist. Could you imagine wearing this? And like, I would like look at them and laugh at it. And then one time they were like, yeah, the site's closing in 2 weeks. Yeah, our t-shirts are too hardcore. And I was like, oh shit, I bought 2 t-shirts. And then like after 2 weeks, they're like, yeah, we lied. And sales went up 180%. So what's up?
I got a cool t-shirt just the other day. I'm going to get it.
Nice. And yeah, I was like, okay, well, I'm never trusting them again. And I stopped going to the site. Not purposefully, I just think it just happened.
Camera. That'd be the views. That'd be a PK highlight clip right there. Get in the shirt on camera.
That channel that isn't you guys will be loving it. They'll be all over that shit.
Get 2.5 million views in a video.
The what was it we were just saying? The
T-shirt.
I was thinking about his 6-pack. Before that,
distracted as well. YouTubers who would pretend to quit.
Oh, OnlyFans. Yeah, I don't want to say it's a hot take about OnlyFans.
Okay.
But I have like strong opinions about OnlyFans. I don't think they really stand out to people a lot. But like I did want to share it. I wanted Kyle to hear it too, though, before I shared it. But yeah,
Kyle, that shirt. Chance to casually change your shirt on camera. Just what?
Oh,
yeah.
No, he didn't.
What I do.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Where did you get this bad boy? What is this?
I ordered it straight from the Trailer Park Boys official website.
Oh, hell yeah. Fucking love it.
I got the cheeseburger.
That's beautiful.
But
it's a good freeze. It's a good spot. All right.
Yeah, it is.
He's back.
It froze? That's hilarious.
It did, but
yeah,
it was
but perfect.
Yeah. Welcome to the cheeseburger picnic. A man's got to eat. Fucking $25 well spent.
Have you watched Letterkenny at all?
I love Letterkenny. I've seen it all.
Okay, good. Yeah. That's like our next Canadian entertainment export. Dan, I don't think you got to meet him because he came. He was like on the weird later years of Epic Mealtime. He wrote an episode of Letterkenny. He's on Letterkenny.
Oh, sick. Yeah. I think Shoresy's getting his own spinoff.
That's cool. That's very cool. Yeah, they should. Well, they know what they're doing. I had a hot take about OnlyFans that I wanted to share, but it's not a hot take. But yeah, I hate how it's like so blatantly cool to have an OnlyFans. And the reason why I hate it, and because like, listen, I support sex workers. I love it. Do it. You want to do it? Great. Kill it. You know, I think if anyone talks badly about sex workers, fuck them. But the thing that I hate is that it is so cool and so mainstream that like something like an OnlyFans, like 16-year-old girls see that now, or 15-year-old girls, and they aspire to do that. And then at 18 years old, they do it, and they might like that's not the time to make such a decision. That's not the age to do it. And I know we allow it at 18, but you don't know shit at 18. And we love hearing the success stories. Yo, she made 30K. Great. Good for her. You know what sucks? The like 18-year-old girl that made the OnlyFans right away as soon as she was 18, did it for 8 months, brought in like $700 over 8 months, and it wasn't worth it. And all of that content exists and it's out there. And there's a digital footprint that you would never be able to escape. And I started to think about this when I saw Mia Khalifa. She was talking about you know, the horrible things that Pornhub had done or things that had happened to her. And there was just so much regret in the video that I saw that she was explaining. And I was like, this is a person who's at the top of the industry. No one goes on Twitter and says like, yo, I did OnlyFans for 10 months and it was a waste of time. And my entire neighborhood saw me sit on a cucumber and put fingers in my ass. And like, it's like at 18, I wasn't ready to make decisions. Even if you're a very mature girl, like you're not ready to make that lifetime decision. And you only have like normally a couple years to really milk this before it's gone. And you don't have it, or you're
start early. You're coming at two different angles
with your thought process.
The asset
is that it's discouraging 18-year-old girls from doing this.
What is
your thought process?
Don't listen to Harley, ladies.
Oh, I'm saying there isn't enough. Like you go on Twitter, you go wherever, you listen to rap, like rappers or musicians or Instagram influencers that are doing it. No one's ever going to be like, yeah, I did it and it sucks. Instead, people are like, yo, Corinna Kopf showed her tits and got millions of dollars. And it's like, bro, I'm not going to sit here and crush your dreams. Okay, I won't do that. I'm not going to say that it's not going to happen. There's a chance your tits are going to be great online and people are going to love it. But there's an even greater chance that it won't. Take a crack at going on Twitch. Take a crack at doing YouTube. If you want to perform, or you want the attention, or you think you could handle being in the limelight, take a crack at that. Jumping right to OnlyFans is, unless you have this burning desire to stick things in your ass on the internet and share it with people, unless you have that burning desire to do that specifically, like I can't get behind it as like the default, here's a great way to make money online, because a lot of people don't. And then and I'm not saying it's me, because I don't care. I have friends or people, or I know people that are in porn or cam girls or escorts, whatever. I don't care. But let's be honest, society does. And we haven't gotten to that point where we don't judge, and people will judge you. Your neighborhood, if anyone in your high school finds it, like they're going to share that shit everywhere, you will be judged. And will it be worth it? There's a super big chance it's not going to be worth it. And
I think just from a money, so you're coming at this saying like, hey, start with the Twitch or the YouTube, because like, let's just make sure you even like performing. Like maybe like you'd like performing and making money performing, not necessarily just being a dirty whore online. Like that's the easy route, and it's the quickest route to making a few bucks. But maybe like you could be successful doing these other things. I think you're 99% there. The truth is, we're going to stick stuff in your butt, but start with Twitch, start with YouTube, because there's nothing that'll actually get me to click buy on an OnlyFans more than like a YouTuber or a Twitch streamer that I already like being like, you know what? I think I'm just going to take my clothes off. I know I've been here just playing COD for years, but like, yeah, we're going to move things up to the XXX level now. Try that on for size. Like I like that. Like if it's someone who, especially if it was some wholesome shit that they made back in the day.
Well, people are always like, oh my God, this girl made $20K this month. And it's like, yo, that girl was honing it up on Instagram for 8 years before this day. So you can't look at that and be like, yo, and like, I know a lot of girls like growing up or whatever, they look at it and they're like, yo, I'm better looking than that person. I should do it. But there's so much more to like just being better looking. There's probably so many incredible OnlyFans that we'll never hear about. Well, there is that we'll never ever hear about. That probably could be top tier content, but like you just won't see it. There's so many factors. But you know who are the first people to see it? Normally, the people that are close to you in life. Your friend tells a friend, whatever. And I'm like, I know it's not important. Fuck your whole high school. Fuck your whole town if you want. But I'm just saying, it's not at 18. You might not want this to be part of your life forever. And it's not outlandish to say there's plenty of people who have tattoos they regret. But imagine instead of it was a tattoo, it was like your dad saw you getting DP'd, something like that. And you can't change that. And I just like hate that there's no thought process yet. Like I back it, do it. No one's thinking about it yet, though. No one's thinking like, oh, is this the right move? It's just
what's
mainstream.
Worse on your permanent record, though, Harley? A regrettable tattoo, or I don't know, naked content on the internet.
Naked content on the internet.
But for me, content on the internet gets lost, right? There's so
tattoos get lasered.
There's a
people. It depends. It also depends.
No one's ever found my nudes.
You can take your tattoo right off though.
Yeah.
Like you can get a cover up tattoo. They do excellent work there. There's like some lotion you rub on it and it slowly fades over the course of months and it's just gone. You get it lasered right off and it's good as new.
Yeah.
Like
See,
tattoos are not permanent.
Nudes, people like it all depends. Like people look at me like my nudes out there, they'll be like, "What? Yo, his dick's so little. That's crazy." But like if I had like a weird tattoo, they'd be like, silly guy. So like it depends. But I mean, you know, I personally don't even think anything's bad with a bad tattoo. It's just like, you got a bad tattoo. Okay. Anyways, everything else about life. I don't want someone to be haunted by a decision they made at 18 because it was cool during pandemic to boot up an OnlyFans. You know what I mean?
For example, like a tattoo is not going to prevent you from getting a job in corporate America as long as it's not on your face. If you can have whatever you want, like as long as it's hidden by a fucking button-down shirt, like and you know a collar. It's not going to stop you from getting a job at an accounting firm or a legal office or something like that. But maybe if like you were the DP queen of 2020, that might be an issue. You might not be able to get that same job.
Well, you've kind of gone to extremes there, right? Like you compared a facial tattoo to a famous
Well, I'm saying,
right?
Like I don't think
my argument is that, you know, a lot of these girls, whatever they upload, I'll make it up, 113 pictures over the course of 6 months. It never gets any traction. Is that stuff even like findable? Doesn't it just disappear like pee in the ocean?
But
no, it's all connected.
This is how I imagine it. People, I know how people are. I'm only talking about people. You have a friend and you guys are really tight and you tell this friend or you need help or the guy that takes pictures in your city that took pictures. There's a million ways. But just one person tells another person. And I just feel bad because I know how people are in society. I know how people could be. Like I've had a target on my back, the things that people will say to me, but I don't give a fuck. Imagine I was like a 19-year-old boy or girl that made a decision and didn't even really feel good about that decision. And then having that targeted on you, people don't think of the long-term goals. They think about like the long-term repercussions. They're like, yo, this person made this much money. And maybe you can
longer term than you. I think that's the difference, right? Like you're like this 19-year-old regrets what they did at 18. I'm like this 27-year-old. Their actions from 9 years ago have now disappeared, like pee in the ocean.
I have this fear that goes into what you're saying, kind of, that every single thing you've ever typed in your search bar, text messaged, anything, whatever, it's all stored. I've been on like the end of like a Snapchat promotion where they were able to hook my Snapchat up to my computer. And what it did was like for that brief period of time, all the Snapchats that came through, it saved it on the computer. And it was because they needed it to take a picture, to edit or whatever. So these people were sending me snaps and it was all being saved. They didn't know though. Now amongst that, it could have been people that just felt like on that day, like sending me their tits or something. But it's a saved picture now. They thought it was gone. And I saw this and I was like, damn, this is scary. Because like, what if everything you've ever typed, searched, looked up, any message you've ever sent, in the grand scheme of storage, it is very small in the grand scheme of storage to take note of everything you've ever done, every picture you've ever done, everything you've ever done, everything you've ever typed and searched. And with Facebook and sites like it, there are like 7,000 data points on you specifically, who your friends are, what your phone number is, where you lived, what you love, your favorite shows, what you've said about certain shows. And this is just on Facebook, everything like that. And then you'll go to a website, a porn website, and it'll be like, want to share this on your Facebook wall? No, you fucking stupid porno website. I'll never tweet.
Have you ever almost done it? Like first of all, let me just say, like just for the record, like I don't have Twitter on my phone, but I've got Twitter and Facebook and shit. But like I have like been one step away from it. Like I said, I don't have the Twitter hooked up, but like I have accidentally hit share and then I've one more button and it would have like tweeted out like, I don't know, Debbie Does Dallas. Or
I'm really enjoying like whatever it would be, you know, whatever single thing, whatever video. But like I look at that and I'm like, yo, this is like what if everything that has ever been done, searched, whatever, anything like that, like you've been on that website, Facebook knows you were at that porn site. Twitter knows you were at that porn site. Those are data points. Like, and now this is attached not just to a data point of a user, it is attached to you because your phone number is used on the device.
I saw one the other day where this guy was trying to search "sexy kiss" on a porn website, and he accidentally searched "sexy kids."
No, oh my
and
God.
It immediately like I guess there's something built in now, so they were just like, "Whoa, hang on a goddamn minute." How?
Oh no!
Yo, you're looking for some sexy kids, huh? You thought you were on the dark web? This is Pornhub, you freak. We got your name, we got your number. And he's just like, no. I wanted sexy kisses. Sexy kisses.
Does it have a thing? Does it have like a thing like
it's got like
that?
a warning. He said, I didn't want to test it out, obviously, but
yeah, bro, you end up on a list right away.
Yeah,
and then good luck being like, no, my friend did this, and I was just seeing if. I swear.
Like if you found out I was on some sort of fucking kiddie porn watch list because I was looking for sexy kids and I tried to tell you I was searching for sexy kisses, you'd be like, okay, sure you were, pal. You know,
my friend. It's because my friend told me about this story.
No, I just want to see sexy kisses. I was in a very vanilla mood that night.
Well, my fear is like I don't know how it would play out. I always thought it'd make an excellent movie idea or a Black Mirror episode. But what if your log, the phone number, the device attached to you as the person was entirely open? Now, like, let's just say it was a thing like a hacker flipped a switch. And now if you went onto this particular website and you put in like Harley Morenstein, you can go look at my phone activity, typed in, messages sent, messages received, or whatever from up to 8 years ago, 9 years ago, and it's all logged. And I think there's like a lot of like when we think about privacy, you're like, oh, I don't care if the phone sees me jerk off. Let that FBI agent watch me jerk off. I don't care. But it goes deeper than that. It goes deeper like, what if in like 15 years from now, you go to buy a car and get insurance and your insurance is higher because they're like, oh no, when we checked your log here, you watch a lot of race car videos. And we find out that people that watch lots of race car videos are prone to be driving faster and get into more accidents.
Or even more embarrassing, like we saw that video on your phone where you were getting your dick sucked on the freeway. Your rates are doubling.
Exactly.
Like
exactly.
I don't know. I've gotten my dick sucked so many times on the freeway. If Geico knew,
you'd never tell anyone.
I didn't. Why do you guys think I did all the driving when Woody and I went to New York?
Anytime I've ever gotten roadhead, I ended up parking. I'm like, let's pull over right here. We don't need to do this anymore.
Yeah,
kudos to you, Captain Safety.
There was nowhere that I pulled over and parked one time, and then literally like some sort of like cop was driving through the park with his sirens blaring, and it scared me to death. I was like, get off me, we've got to go.
Gosh, she's attacking me. It's her. It's her. Not me.
I've done that a bunch of times, but like I've never thought like my insurance rates would go up. I didn't know that was a possible consequence.
I'm just saying, who knows, man? You never know. And then I'm saying, like, they can pull up your search history. Everything is attached to your phone. Everything on your phone is attached to you and you as a person. We literally have a number that identifies who we are. All of that is accessible. It's all there. So I'm just like, damn, what if at some point someone flips that switch and everything is public now? You can go look up like your girlfriend's phone, your wife's phone, your ex-girlfriend's phone, your mom, your dad, anything. We are like numbered and documented, and it's attached to everything we've ever searched, looked up, or whatever. Even if you're on privacy mode, apparently like Apple or whatever is getting in shit for tracking you during incognito mode. There's no such thing, right? Unless you're fucking cool ass big dick hacker boy on like Linux or some shit doing like whatever needs to be done to stay private, everything we do is here. And the data points are crazy. The information you have, like I'll be on set and then I'll get home and Facebook will be like, hey, you may know this person. And I'll be like, yo, I literally never even spoke to that person, but I saw them at the gym today. How the fuck do you know? Oh, because the GPS was on this and on their phone. I remember we spoke about this recently because I watched like PKA hype highlights. Woody is scared when Harley shows him that his phone is tracking him. Yeah. But like, I still think about that stuff. I still think about it. I think of like if there was ever to be an attack on society, like an excellent terrorist attack would be to open up everyone's phones. Like literally just make it all like that. Imagine you saw every politician's phone and what they search for. Like it would be complete anarchy. the police, what they search up, or police officers, or wives and families and husbands, and everything would fall apart.
You found that Trump had watched that "I'm Just a Bill" video like 30 fucking times trying to figure it out. I want to talk about Afghanistan. Did you see Biden's speech? I thought it was excellent.
I didn't.
Oh, the get tough one.
Yeah. He was just like, "We're gonna find you. We're gonna track you down." And then the press secretary like took it a step further. They're like, "Could you clarify some of President?" She's like, I think he made it very clear that he doesn't want them to be on the earth anymore, and that we're gonna do our best to make that a thing.
Well, before we get into it, because I want to get into it, I was watching a Twitch streamer yesterday, waiting for him to talk about it, and I ended up falling asleep because it was like 5 a.m. or something. But you guys got to get him on here at some point. I don't know if he was an option. John Zerka. You guys know of Zerka? Yeah, John Zerka. And I don't know his audience. He's just a streamer that I watch, and I come on here, and I just think he'd be a great addition to the show one time. And I knew I wanted to say it before I got here, and then you brought up Joe Biden's speech, and I was like, okay, I got to remember that, and I'll bug Chiz about it too, and maybe put them in contact or some shit. But yeah, John Zerka, it's a good one. And I was waiting for him to talk about it. It didn't happen. I fell asleep. So I'm happy to hear you guys talk about it. Yeah.
Something Harley said earlier about like this division, how people just totally suck Trump's dick or totally suck Biden's dick. It's a little frustrating to me because Biden is saying this kind of stuff that Republicans would love. This like, hey, we're pulling out of Afghanistan. They loved that last year. They absolutely loved it. They bragged about it all the way up. Trump was like, dude, I made it happen. This is me. I said pull out in May. He tried to undo it. He couldn't. I tied his hands. Now they're completely ignored that. They've removed that from their website, etc. Now they're acting like this was all Biden's idea of pulling out. Now, we all agree the execution could be better, but he's doing shit that Republicans should love, and they hate it now because it's him doing it. We got attacked by ISIS, right? He's like, we are going to, like, he practically gave I have a very specific set of skills speech out there at the podium. And you know, he is going to hunt them down. He's going to kill them. He's going to remove them from the earth. And it was tough and it was well delivered. So what do the Republicans do? They act like he has dementia. They're wondering who his handler is, like that same old tired bullshit. And it's like, bro, you love this shit. You love it. I love it. And I'm like, am I being biased when I love it? Am I allowed to? I don't know. But
I like when people I like what I like. I think I'm pretty good at like just liking what I like and not caring whose team it is necessarily on. You know,
that's how you're supposed to be.
I think it is. Look, I like Trump more than Biden. I genuinely think Biden might have a few screws loose, just a little bit. But like, it's not like Trump was like the professor, you know. Like it's not like he was coming out like with fucking flow charts and shit, and like it was just. I don't know. I'm probably wrong about that opinion. However, like I feel like they both did a pretty good job on this Afghanistan thing and about war in general. I really like that Trump was like. I feel like Trump would have pulled out, but like he really wanted to keep the right happy. He really wanted to keep like the insiders from the right happy. And it seemed like he was like, yeah, we're getting out of there. Of course we're. What are you guys talking about? It's so expensive. What are we doing? And they were like, psst, nah.
Yeah. Because
here's my question. Doing.
Trump like left a goodbye note, but he didn't pull out. He was president for 4 years. Nothing has changed in the last 10 years in Afghanistan. So why didn't Trump do it? Why is it all Trump did is make an agreement with the Taliban so that the next guy would pull out? That was what he accomplished. And I like that. Trump was legitimately anti-war. It would seem, you know, and he was also willing to get tough sometimes. Like he bombed that guy from Iran. I forget his name. But he pulled out of the Syria thing, and he wanted to pull out of Afghanistan. I'm not sure he would have, right? Because he didn't. He didn't get it done. All he did is say that he would if reelected. Why didn't you do it? Biden did it. Having said that, I think he wanted to, and I give him a little credit for his heart being in the right place. He just didn't get it done. Biden did, and now they're all pissed off at him. And then too much team bias nonsense. In this.
I think it's interesting. Like one thing I don't think there's team bias necessarily on doesn't seem so anyway, is the vaccine. It seems like stupid is as stupid does when it comes to the vaccine, because I saw Trump in like Alabama or somewhere, you know, right in his fucking wheelhouse, being like, you know, and you know how he speaks. He's excellent at talking to a crowd and saying a lot, but saying nothing at the same time. And he said something like, you know, and they got this vaccine, and the vaccine is good, and the vaccine is great, and you know, I've got the vaccine, but you know, you got your rights. You got your rights,
freedoms.
You know, you got your freedoms. You know, on one hand, he's saying like, get the vaccine. On the other, saying if you don't want it, don't get it. And like he's just like putting those right next to each other, and the crowd still is like booing him. And the more they boo, the more he's like, yeah, you got your freedoms though. You got your freedoms. Might be mercury in there. Hey, it might be mercury in there.
Dude, I think Trump is weak as fuck on his vaccine pushing,
he is.
Right? You know, he had to get it privately. His whole fucking administration, back when the vaccine was really hard.
Oh, come on. You know why he got it privately, though. He didn't want to roll his sleeve up in public.
They could have cut that out of frame.
What if they what if they CGI'd a Rambo arm on him?
I was making the point that his whole administration used their privilege back when they were the White House to get the vaccine before anybody else could, and they all did it privately, right? They all wanted it, and they didn't tell their followers that it was a desirable thing to get. I think they're absolutely anti-virus in the Trump White House when they should have said, this is the Trump vaccine. The Trump vaccine is saving us. They could be beating the Trump saved us drum well into the Biden presidency, but they played it wrong.
Yeah, I would have named the fucking vaccine the Trump vaccine, and Biden would have had to been like, they'd be like, which vaccine did you get, President Biden? Well, I got the Trump vaccine. if Biden had to say those words, it would have been so beautiful. Like that would have been such a good piece of media to just have to roll out for the next campaign. Like Trump saved America. Biden is just a fucking middleman to the solution. Like Trump's plan, Biden executed it because you guys weren't smart enough to keep the bully in there. You wanted to put the guy who stutters in instead.
I find it so, yeah, it is just like, it's just so crazy to me. I think there's a lot more influencers that do politics now more than ever. And I just can't help it, but I instantly default to like, even people I watch, I'm like, oh, this guy's a grifter. All I see are grifters, like people that are like pushing politics so hard. That's their money. That's where they make their money. It's always going to come down to that. This is their livelihood first and foremost.
Yeah.
So like, if like Biden did something that makes sense, it doesn't sell though to say that. It doesn't sell, and they got to make their money.
I understand
works both ways.
I understand being passionate about political things like gun control or marijuana legalization. Those are things I care about, right? Obviously the marijuana thing, I'd love for them to expunge my record, but like, Jesus, I don't fucking talk about it 24/7. Like I got
it's
guys.
Not your identity.
It's not my identity. I know gun
self-worth is not wrapped up in who your president is.
Like I know guys in the gun community, and it's like their Twitter feed is nothing but like, oh my God, they're going to take this from you, and they're going to take that from you, and here's the Constitution, and here's this and that, and it's just like, do you ever tweet that like, oh, Saturday afternoon, enjoying my freedoms, cooking some steak on the barbecue?
Bro, for real, that's exactly what I'm saying. Is like I look at like even like no matter who, even if like that's a perfect example, like you know, like these gun-toting big dick bad boys. Shut up, bro. You're a bitch. Everyone fucking complains these days. Like everyone bitches. Everybody bitches. And it's always someone's fault. And something's always the next thing to complain about. And I brought it up like the last time I was on. It was a rapper that I find so fascinating. And I didn't say him by name, but his name is Tom McDonald. And he's like a very fascinating rapper. Not my style. I don't really get behind his message, but he concisely takes his message and raps it out for his audience, and his audience loves it. And I find it fascinating because of the things he says and how he hyped up his audience is. And I look at it and I'm like, this guy's fucking complaining. He's just complaining. Every single new song. And like, he's a Canadian dude, or he was born in Canada. I'm not really sure. But like, you know, his whole message is like, you know, like, fuck the woke people. If you're woke, like, you're an idiot. The government and the media are lying to us and controlling us. And it plays up the whole thing. He's literally, his rap sounds like a Facebook rant from like a crazy, like right-wing, like Facebook page. But I find it fascinating. He's very popular. He packages his stuff and he markets it and delivers it in a way, and he's very successful. But I look at it and I'm like, bro, constant complaining. And then you get in the chat and they're like, yeah, man, these fucking people. And it's always they, this, they. Like, who is they, bro? We are they. We're all they. And everyone's always bitching.
I look down on the guys that are upset about whatever, like, your part of the media is telling you to be upset about right now. I'm probably guilty of it sometimes, but like when Dr. Seuss was canceled, all the guys on my Facebook feed, they're totally just obsessed with these 2 books that no one read that I guess had like racist images in them or something. And it's like, bro, I feel like you're being played. You didn't care about those books. There's a guy right now talking about the maybe 12 dead soldiers. Yeah, you didn't post an image of a single dead soldier during the Trump administration, but now it's the biggest deal to you.
Yeah,
you're just being upset at things they're telling you to be upset about. This isn't
that might be apples and oranges, though I do agree completely with your general like idea there, because like the soldiers thing, yeah, that guy's a fucking like Trumper who's like, oh, here's another thing to pick at Biden for that I would have never thrown in Trump's face. The Dr. Seuss thing, you could kind of like stand on an island where you say, you know, that old adage where like they came for Dr. Seuss and no one came
for him. No one told the company said these books don't sell, and they're kind of a landmine out there that someone's eventually going to step on and be mad at us for.
Okay, well, name another thing like Aunt Jemima's fucking syrup or Uncle Ben's rye.
Did anyone come for these? Like maybe they did, but in the Dr. Seuss one in particular, it was the company who internally decided to do this. Maybe Aunt Jemima, there was a movement to take.
I need to speak to Aunt Jemima herself and see how she feels about them removing her from her own syrup bottle, because first of all, that's a wide hip, sexy black woman, and I'd like to have more of her in my life. And second of all, that syrup is delicious. It's some of the best syrup. Their low calorie version only has 10 calories for 2 tablespoons. They should pay me for this, by the way. It's good syrup. It's very tasty.
Low calorie maple syrup is not as sinful as I thought it was before I started counting.
5 calories for 2 tablespoons if you use the kind that I've been liking.
I'm almost sure I use exactly what you told me to get. And yeah, I remember Kyle did this. This is what sold me on it. He's like, I'm putting maple syrup in everything. I use it to sweeten my oatmeal. That might not be a good example, but yeah. So it was, and he's like, so I finished a whole bottle, and I'm like, well, it must add up. How many calories are an entire bottle of maple syrup? It was like 120 or 140, something like that. It's like, oh yeah. Turns out 5 + 5 + 5 doesn't add up to a lot.
It was like 18 minutes of jogging for an entire bottle of syrup, and that syrup added so much like happiness into my life. Like every bottle is just like fucking cradle that shit at night, because like you said, like I put it in everything. Like anything that would be better for like coffee. How about a little maple coffee? Like everything. Like I sweeten everything with it that could like.
I'm obsessed with it. I love it. I'm obsessed with it. I love it on everything. I love maple cookies. I love maple cake. I love everything maple. It's just great. I don't even have to say it. It goes without saying. Like I'm in Quebec. I'm in like the hub of it. Like literally, like I go to the grocery store, and the maple syrup in the grocery store is from like within a mile from here.
I hear Vermont has better.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You heard that.
That's word on the street.
Who told you that?
That's the word on the street. Everybody's saying that Canadian maple syrup. They're saying the Canadian maple syrup has mercury in it, and if you want the real shit, you go to Vermont.
New Hampshire.
I heard that Vermont maple syrup changes your DNA.
How dare you? It's probably true.
We were talking
I hope so. I'm not happy with this DNA.
We were talking about OnlyFans as a job that like regretful. I watched 2 YouTubers who were committing suicide in different ways, and I don't even catch every video. I just check in on them because I'm curious. One is I need to look up her name real quick. My mouse is moving so fast.
What do you mean,
Eugenia Cooney? Are you familiar with her?
Oh, no. Wait. Okay, wait. You're not. So you're not intentional.
No, not intentional. But
I only know this person because by the way, I'm deep on YouTube drama. It's always been a thing of mine, a guilty pleasure. I know her because she was friends with Shane, and people were commenting a lot on how she looks and how what's happening and everything like that.
Yeah, this woman is. Yeah. Can you just show her a little bit so people know?
Is this someone that you're friends with in some way, or should I?
Not me. I don't know this person at all. I have no loyalty to anyone on YouTube.
I don't need to temper myself.
You put her full screen and just so people can see her, Zach. Look how thin she is.
She looks like she's dying of something that is incurable.
She does a makeup channel, like a hair and beauty channel.
Yeah,
but obviously
you mean for like people who dress up dead bodies, or like
she actually did a cosplay of a dead body recently, and it got a lot of attention.
Oh, all right. No, that's hot.
She looks a little better in that one. Like a little
turn around.
I don't know the date.
You're donating $50 to ALS. You need to spend that at KFC, bitch. Jesus Christ.
Turn around on that one, Zach?
August 23rd, 2014. Oh, she's melted off a good. She's lost a good 10 pounds since then. And this is a chick who did not have 10 to give.
Yes. So I just check in with her every so often to see like how she's doing. She talks about her mental health from time to time. And
poor girl.
She suffers from all the people criticizing the way that she looks. She doesn't like to hear it. But how can you not? Here I am, so that's her. There's another one. He's a motorcycle guy.
Well, don't watch this, Eugenia.
Yeah, right. Sorry, Eugenia.
Because you're killing yourself slowly but surely, more so than the people who eat a fucking bucket of fried chicken every day.
Eugenia, I don't know how to convince you. You will still be hot with 20 pounds of body fat.
You'll be much hotter.
It's nothing we're going to say is going to be productive or useful or helpful. People, and I don't know her personally or anything at all, but I have family that works with people with eating disorders, and it's a major mental illness.
Is there medication?
I could flip the switch.
There's honestly from what I gathered, asking questions and listening to people, it's like a point in health where we really do not know what to do yet. We don't know how to help these people. We don't know how to make permanent changes. Sometimes they bounce back and do better. But apparently, from what I understand, and I'm super ignorant on it, we are at a loss. And these people, I'm trying not to offend anyone. These people are very, very, very sick.
You know what I've seen that works?
The sickest people.
What I've seen that works, and this I'm not joking anymore. I've seen chicks that were look like that, whether they were bulimic or anorexic or whatever eating disorder was the root cause, and they turned that into actually like extreme fitness, like lifting. And it sort of like uses a similar part of like their mental illness, but in a more constructive way, right? Where it's like
that's Furious Pete did that actually,
where they're lifting weights and getting big and muscular, and they're still lean as fuck, but they don't look so frail, and it's got to be a healthier thing because now they're eating calories that they're utilizing because like she doesn't have any muscle or fat, and it's just downhill from there. But whereas like I've definitely seen like at least 2 or 3 people, including Furious Pete, that you mentioned, who turned anorexia or bulimia, whatever, into like being a pretty like like really thick, big, like strong people. Like I don't know, bodybuilding's the right term, but like I don't know, just getting super into lifting and getting big and strong and fit.
So Zach's going to cue up the other guy that I watch. So this guy rides motorcycles on the street really fast. Like he's much better than I'll ever be at riding fast, but he'll never be like a world-class GP racer. In my head, he's the equivalent of Wings of Redemption Ed Codd. Really, really good. Better than almost everybody, but not one of those, MLG pros. So he's carved out a YouTube space for himself. He has like 880,000 subscribers. Like it's really big for a motorcycle channel, but to get people's interest, he has to almost kill himself every ride. He has all these close calls. And when Zach finally cues this up, here we go. This wasn't a close call. So this is how he rides. I know it's a little stuttery, but hang in there.
Oh,
you can go to, as I say, you can go to like.
Yeah, I had a timestamp. I just wanted people to get a taste of normal riding.
Yeah, he goes really fast and like goes down like where his knees almost touching the pavement.
Yeah. And shit's about to get real.
I don't quite gather what was the cause of that. It seemed like
He went to the right, smashed into the back of that car. He like nudged it.
Oh, the cause of it was the car. The car like moved about 1.5 feet, 2 feet to the right. It's the car. Look, he's driving like a
car. If you're in a car and someone's ripping by you like that, you do kind of, you're like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
The car's going to the shoulder, it looks like. He doesn't know any better.
The car's going to the side, but it would be normal for a car to swing wide and cut the apex like that. Like, you know,
I don't know. I could be wrong. It almost looked like the car did it on purpose, but I think the car was just panicking because they saw him coming up so fast and they did the wrong thing. He moves very quickly to the apex of that corner, almost in a way like that he meant to do that. Like, look how he's on the white line.
Did he assume the motorcycle was going to go to the left, and that's why he went right?
I mean, who the fuck passes you on the right? Like I'm not trying to put the onus necessarily on the car because like, dude's on a fucking crotch rocket passing you on the right, going 90. Like,
yeah, something.
I don't think we put the fault on the car driver, but I think I think that was a big part of what caused the crash.
I wonder. Yeah, so there was a hole there that closed, and he was going to the right. If you watched it more carefully and you could see it straight up, there's also sand on the right. If that car doesn't move, he's still in a lot of trouble. I don't know that he was going to make it at that speed because of the road conditions. But anyway, I watch this guy all the time, and it's partly because like. He keeps almost killing himself. Like that's his content, where he just rides around in unpredictable conditions, doing crazy stuff. What is this? So Zach pasted something. I'll be the bad guy here. I'm much older. I've been riding sport bikes since the mid '80s. I've seen guys like you, Max, come and go. Some are in the ground now. You've got more guts than brains. While that's exciting, you're also gambling your life. You've got the absolute skill to burn up the track. He'll probably even be endorsed. You're definitely taking the love of this hobby to the limit. Don't let it kill you. I bet he's seen that comment. It's the top comment.
Yeah.
But that's like, look, I'm not knocking. Like, he's a million times more talented than me at motorcycling. But he's in the hospital every couple of years, and all his motorcycles are bought with like GoFundMe's from the accidents.
Yeah,
that's it.
I may be the only one here, but like I see the girl as like
the girl
the eating.
The Eugenia Queen.
Like I get that they're kind of in the same league. These are both people who are like doing dangerous things, and they're in the public eye. But one of them is doing the dangerous things to stay in the public eye, and the other one is in the public eye, and the dangerous thing. Is honestly, I maybe this is kind of weird and mean, even meaner to say than like giving her a hard time about being so skinny. Would she be so like noteworthy if she didn't have the eating disorder? Like is she so good at cosmetics that she would be like this known cosmetics channel if her hook wasn't that she looks like she's killing herself?
She's got millions of views with Shane Dawson, and he did that. Like he kind of like she was already a thing, but I feel like that put her on more. Like I only like this Shane Dawson thing has 32 million views, and another one she has like 5 million views with Shane, and it revolved around that. So I wonder. It's tough to say, right? I mean, I remember there was one guy who'd always trying to do cool shit, and do you remember this? Oh, I hate thinking about it. He shattered his like heel. He jumped off a pool, like a hotel, into the pool, and the whole thing was like he was going to be really close to the ledge, but he hit his heel on the ledge and like shattered it, and he needed this GoFundMe, and the entire GoFundMe was like filled with $1 donations, being like, yeah, here's $1, thanks for the content, you're a fucking idiot, and like things like that. And like people watch because it's like what they want to see. Like, why do you think that like Hood Olympics milk crate shit is popping off? It's not people successfully doing it.
Yeah,
it's fully people hurting themselves.
You're making my point for me, because like my whole thing was like, I think that they're watching because it's so fucked up and dangerous. Like in the motorcycle guy's case, if he was just making regular moto vlogs, like I watch who's that guy we watch? He's got like a catching it. Yammy Noob. Yeah, I watch his because he's informational. I like his bike reviews. They give bikes away. Like how can I not like Yeah, I'll subscribe. You're gonna give a fucking Indian away? like I'll take a 1 in 10,000 shot at a free fucking Indian. Let's go, clickety click. But I enjoy his content for that. I don't know if your fucking squid buddy here, not that he's your buddy, the squid guy here, like is gonna catch my eye for anything other than being an asshole out on the roads. Like I'm watching the same reason I watch Jackass. I want to see him like be death defying and maybe even crash. With the girl, I don't know. Like maybe if you're her body type, you're like, oh yeah, she found a way to like make me look pretty, even though I've got an eating disorder. Is that her hook? I don't think so. I think people are watching to like come back and be like, oh no, it's gotten worse.
Yeah, or gotten better. Either one's interesting to me.
That's true too. I mean, like one video like that I always watch in here, and it does come down to it, is this guy. There's like a fucking like, and I do like his channel. I've seen all his videos, but this one clip, there's like a truck there, and he has this high-powered rifle, and he shoots the truck, and the door goes flying and like almost misses him. This door would have cut him in half. I've watched this clip on his channel so many times. Even though I've seen the rest of his channel, this particular clip where he literally almost dies is the one where I'm like, oh shit. You guys hold on, let me pull it up. You guys should check it out.
Yeah, I like that stuff.
Russia.
Yeah, that's his name. Yeah.
I mean, I like doing dangerous stuff in videos. Like I like for things.
Yeah, I watched your videos because of the dangerous shit, bro. Like I watched it, I was like, yo, this guy. Like we used to watch it and be like, yo, do you see how bro he fucking blew up the car? Or like when there's like fire and shit, and I felt like you had to do that. You had to do more things to amp it up and take it up and take it up and take it up. And I used to be like, damn, like this week we got to use more pizza. This week for him, he's like using C4 on a drone.
Yeah. It literally was stuff like that. It was. I wanted things to look as dangerous as possible while being as safe as possible. And there's a weird sort of diagram where it's like, oh, this looks incredibly dangerous. And I'm like, yeah, because it kind of is. And then, but you don't want everything. You don't want them to be even, right? You don't want to be like a 50-50 overlap where like, yeah, it looks dangerous because it is incredibly dangerous. I tried to like,
it should look more dangerous than it really is.
It should look more dangerous than it really is.
That car door is one of the craziest.
Is it a car door? I'm mixing it up with a
refrigerator
door.
Yeah, it's like the pickup truck and the fucking. I remember like
you're 100%.
It's
both of those happened,
bro.
The refrigerator door came back and took Scotty out. Let's see. I'm wearing a Chive shirt. Let's see. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah,
I remember something.
Blowing up.
Look at his little arm.
How adorable your neck is in that one.
This is fucked.
Oh,
this
something happened.
Yo, that is crazy, bro.
You couldn't put the
every
TNT
time.
or the hell is it called? That binary.
Yeah. So
every
so
time
what happened,
that is so fucked to me, dude. That is so fucked.
The reason that happened, Woody was about to say it, but I usually hung the explosives, the tannerite, from the rear view mirror, so they're centralized in the cabin of the truck, and they're also easy to hit. And that truck did not have a rear view mirror because I'd gotten it from like a junk lot or something, and so it had to be attached to like the oh shit handle on the passenger side, and so it's just right against the back of the door, and it created a shaped charge. That's how shaped charges work. You've got explosives on one side. And on the other side, you've got a flat piece of metal, and obviously the explosive like sends that metal forward to like do damage. It's how like lots of like weapons of war are built. Claymores are somewhat built like that. Lots of like armor piercing like munitions are built that way. But in this case, we sent a fucking truck door back at me at the speed of light.
Bro, I watch it once a month. I watch it once a month, literally. I'm like, yo, this guy didn't almost just die. He almost got fucking cut in half by mangled steel.
It would have been pretty rough. It could have killed me for sure. It could have maimed me a little. I kind of wish it had hit me, but like not injured me too badly. like if it had like hit me and like blunt impact, like the edges don't hit me. Like if it just like hits me flat and like knocks me on my ass, and I like pop back up, like, oh, that kind of hurt. I think that would have been even more.
At that point, it's slicing by real close and just giving you a badass scar.
Give me one of those.
On your bloody face, you're like, have a nice day.
I had totally done it. I had totally done it.
I think that if you got hurt, it would have been hard to land future sponsors. It would have gone so viral.
That's a sponsored video, by the way. There's a reason I'm wearing a Chive shirt.
There's an like irresponsible gun owner thing would like give you so much attention.
Bro, he's standing like
in a negative
15
way.
feet from the fucking truck.
I'm real close to that truck.
He's so
Are you?
close to the truck.
Oh yeah, we're close.
I could be kind of a pussy with certain things. I would have stood further away from him holding the gun than he was from the truck. Like he was like in there, but that was part of it. It was like that was the aspect. You knew there couldn't be one motherfucker in the comments being like, "Pussy, stand further away, pussy." Like there was no room for guys like that.
No,
So like that's how you take it. Like that's where you go with it.
yeah,
Like, that clip is insane to me.
And I also like the framing, of the shot, right? Where you've got like just enough, you got all of me like waist to head filling the left side of the frame. And then that truck we're so close that it's filling the rest of the frame. So when you get a big pop, it just like, it's a cool visual. That's what that's what like I would move closer. I'm sure we could have gotten an expensive lens that would have accomplished all of this, but no, I was like, we're using a big ass Panasonic with fucking zoom on it, and it's just like
Gator. Is that Gator holding it?
Yeah, it's Gator. Oh,
he's right next to you.
Actually, that day I had hired.
I imagine it goes through his legs, and he doesn't move either. It just screw his legs.
I've got a full crew that day. Actually, I had hired like a $5,000 per day production crew with a high speed camera. There's high speed footage of that somewhere. Like I don't know, maybe 2,000 frames per second, 3,000 frames per second, something like that. And they had never filmed with me before. These guys were like semi-local, and after they're all very professional. They didn't say shit, right? So we didn't have to do any audio engineering. But afterwards, they were like, "What the fuck?" They're like, "What the fuck? You went right by us."
And now that I know there's 2,000 frames per second, imagine just like a car door slicing your head and face off in half in 2,000 frames per second. I would go on the dark web and be like, "Yo, you remember FPS Russia? I got the clip. I got the clip of him getting mangled by a car door, 2,000 frames per second."
Someone would have uploaded it for me. Like, let's get it fucking going. I wouldn't give a shit. Like, everyone should see that. That would have been so fucking cool. Like, I don't want to die or anything. I don't want to die. But if I'm gonna die, let's fucking upload that shit to my main channel. Let's get this shit 100 million views or something like that. If I'm gonna die, that was wild though, and it was. But like we did more dangerous shit than that. Like I had a cannon shoot right past me one time and cut a tree down behind me. We didn't upload that one. Kitty thought that one didn't look a little rough.
I did watch your videos with the knowledge of being like, danger is an ingredient in these videos. Absolutely. There was like an element of people would always be like, the things like, "Oh, is it Russian? Is this guy real?" Then being like, "Oh, he knows how to shoot. Like he's good at shooting." You had that part too. But then there was like, I always believe that there was like 3 elements to make something viral or interesting on the internet. Something that made you have to have your reaction. Then another thing where you're like putting your hand on the mouse, is actually Freddie Wong told me this. And then the third thing, which will make you share it. And that third thing's important. And so it was always like the third aspect was always, danger was always a present ingredient. And I think people, like we were talking about, like to your point, like people like that shit.
What I did early on is like I saw what viral videos were. They'd be these one-off things, like I don't know, chocolate rain or something like that, or one of them would be like like some sort of natural disaster, something like that. And I was like, there's these videos, they get like 100 million views, like they all have some commonalities in them. Like if you could just do that every week, like that could be a career. If you knew how to make a viral video at will, like that's a thing. So I thought that like the mystery of the character was interesting. I thought that it being dangerous was definitely going to always have to be a component of it. It being short, like none of this 10-20 minute
short was a big deal back then. Short was like, I looked at like before I put up like that was our most popular video, fast food lasagna at the time, I was like, bro, this is 5.5 minutes. Bro, 5.5 minutes. People aren't watching YouTube for hours, bro. We can't do 5.5 minutes. Now I sit down and I look at a video, it's like 8 minutes. I'm like, too short.
Yeah. I felt like if you could squeeze everything into 5 minutes, you had a fucking home run. If you had 5 minutes of just nonstop, like if you could squeeze in some jokes, if you could make the person laugh, gasp, and then fucking like rewind a little and watch a thing for a second time, like those were big components to me. I was like, all right, we got to get as many jokes as we can in there. At least one of them will be funny. We gotta have something in there where they're just like, oh, oh, okay. And then we got to have one moment where there's like, hang on, I got to see that again.
There's companies that take like your content, all your content, and like they'll package it for Facebook and re-upload. You wouldn't even have to do a single thing. It would work great for FPS Russia. It would work great for PKA highlights. And you just give them access to your content. You sign a little deal with them, and you making like at least half or the lion's share, and then they just do their best to monetize your content on Facebook. Because to be honest, like FPS Russia, PKA, they would just like that would vibe very hard. Like if that popped up on Facebook, like were the Nazis that bad? People would be like, yes, bro. Been waiting for this on Facebook. Let's go.
Finally, someone who's speaking my language. As they're wearing an SS cap.
It's stylish. We've covered that. It's a tentpole topic.
Yeah, I don't know. And then like I think the refrigerator door thing, that one was silly. Every time something bad happened, it was a product of failures that were a little bit out of my hands. Where I could have prevented them, but like it was a sort of like the show must go on kind of thing that happened, where like the refrigerator door thing that happened because the explosives that I had were supposed to work with shotguns, but they just weren't working. And we were making a video with a Sega 12 shotgun, a Russian fully automatic shotgun, trying to blow up this. I think I had
red dot.
It
didn't work.
I don't remember exactly what it was, but you're thinking of In the Red, and it wasn't working. It wasn't working with the shotgun. I think it was Tannerite's low velocity stuff. I think I had some of that. Anyway, it wasn't working, and so I had my friend with a rifle, and what he was going to do is like when I fire the shotgun shot, he's going to time it just right. He's going to hit it with the rifle, and we get the visual of the shotgun blowing the door up, and he had been drinking apparently. I didn't know that, but. I go, boom. And then he goes, pow. And then it blows up. And I'm just like, well, we just blew the door up. I only had the one door, and he's like, God damn it, Kyle. I'm sorry, man. I should have told you I had a couple beers before I was in, I was at my house when you came and got me, and I'd had a few. And I'm like, we probably should have said something, man. You're back behind me with a rifle. And he's just like, well, I wasn't going to hit you. I was like, I guess not. I was like, what are we going to do now? I was like, we got like an hour of sun left. He's like, I got an old refrigerator at the house. Y'all can have that. And so we took his old refrigerator out in the field and we filmed with that. Same technique, different shooter behind the rifle who could get the timing right because they were fucking sober. And when it went off, it's a fucking refrigerator, and we're so close to it. And a big chunk of like bendy, sharp steel just hit Scott right in the fucking leg. And I don't know, it makes the video better. I'm glad nobody really got hurt. He got a few stitches. It was all good. But, that video went extra viral because he got hurt. So, nothing, it went fine, I thought.
Sure, worth it.
All the injuries were because of stuff like that, though. I don't think there was any. I had some little injuries, like nothing to even like speak of, but like I had bullets, like ricochets come back and hit me and like draw a little blood. I had a 50 cal round come straight back at me and hit me in the chest one time, and I looked down and it's just there, and it's just like it's a 50 caliber bullet. Like I had been like shooting.
Wearing anything thick, like a coat?
I was wearing an FPS Russia shirt.
Professional Russian
t-shirts. They're still for sale, maybe.
Yeah, they're bulletproof, by the way. Get one, especially in law enforcement. It'll save you.
Good.
That's not a true thing, but I'm like shooting like pressurized concrete was bup, 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 and this armored round comes straight back like a tennis ball or something, and I feel it, and I like look. But I just keep filming, and when we're done filming, I'm just like, here's one of the bullets, guys. And they're like, where'd you get that? I'm like, it just hit me in the fucking chest. It came back and hit me. And then another time we were shooting frangible bullets. These are bullets that are meant for like specifically things like if you're an air marshal and you're going to have to shoot a gun in an airplane, they take a very fine copper powder and like denim and they compress them into a bullet. And that way it'll like go into a person and kill them. But even if it were to go through them, if it were to hit something hard, like the fuselage of a plane, it just goes poof. It's
also,
like
they're target friendly. Like if you were to shoot a lot of rounds, it pierce your targets and damage the thing you're shooting at, like at an indoor range.
Yeah,
I know when I went to New Jersey and they required frangible ammo because they didn't want anyone busting up their targets.
Yeah, that's usually because they've got cheap steel for their targets. Now, armor-piercing rounds, they'll fuck up even the best armored steel. But like regular Full Metal Jacket, you're fine. But I had two versions of this stuff. I had handgun, and the handgun stuff, you could walk right up to the steel target and go ping, ping, ping. And I mean, the barrel is this far from the target, which means that I'm this far from the target, and I'm just going ping, 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 ping with a 1911, and the bullets are going poof, and it feels like sand hitting you at like kind of high velocity. It barely stings. It's cool. It's like, oh my God, this is so cool and safe. And so I filmed that, and then I'm like, give me the AR-15 version, the 5.56 stuff, and we slap that in an AR, and I just start approaching a target while like dumping a magazine. I'm just like ping, 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 as I walk closer and closer and closer to the target. And at some point, I got too close, and the splatter shoots me in the crotch, and it just shoots fragments all in my, like, it didn't hit my dick, but it hits both of my inner thighs. And I finish filming the video, like, camera turns off, and I pull my pants down to my ankles and like roll my boxers up, and my thighs are just bleeding because there's just bullets all in my fucking inner thighs. And then one time when we were shooting the minigun, and I was like holding it like fucking Jesse Ventura from Predator, one of the bullets exploded in the belt feeder next to my thigh, and I thought I was legitimately shot. And sure. when we finished filming, and I like dropped my pants again, and it looked like a cigar burn on my inner thigh because it had exploded and just like went through my pants and then kept sizzling in against my skin, but it didn't like penetrate me. But I thought I might be dying on that one because we were so far from help. But other than that, it was mostly like a few close calls here and there.
I did. Yeah.
Kyle?
Pardon?
Ad time?
Oh, you said ad time. Oh, I didn't know what the words were. Yeah. GOAT. If you're buying sneakers online, there's a good chance that the shoe you're looking at is fake. How can you be sure that it's real? Well, GOAT.com is the safest way to buy and sell authentic sneakers online. They're the largest marketplace in the world for authentic Yeezys, Jordans, and over 600,000 other sneaker listings. They've made the whole process frictionless and trustworthy. They do this by only accepting sellers with the best reputation and by verifying all sneakers to ensure their authenticity for their buyers. Every detail is inspected, from the stitching and the color to the size and the weight. GOAT certifies that every pair of sneakers on their site match exact factory specifications. With over 500,000 sneakers on the platform and 10 million users, you won't find better prices for verified 100% authentic sneakers anywhere else. Find the perfect 100% authentic sneaker at GOAT.com/PKA. That's GOAT.com/PKA. Plus, you'll of course be supporting the show, supporting all of us, making us look good for our wonderful sponsors. So head on over, GOAT.com/PKA. That's GOAT, GOAT, /PKA. Go check them out. I bought some sneakers on there just the other day. Don't even know what they were. I just thought they looked cool, and I clicked buy, and I knew that they were authentic.
There it is.
And of course, ExpressVPN. Admit it. You think that cybercrime is something that happens to other people. You may think that no one wants your data or that hackers can't grab your passwords or credit card details, but you'd be wrong. Stealing data from unsuspecting people on public Wi-Fi is one of the simplest and cheapest ways for hackers to make money. When you leave your internet connection unencrypted, you might as well be writing your passwords and credit card numbers on a huge billboard for the rest of the world to see. That's why we decided to take action, which is why we're recommending you get ExpressVPN to protect yourself from cyber criminals. ExpressVPN secures and anonymizes your internet browsing by encrypting your data and hiding your public IP address. ExpressVPN has easy-to-use apps that run seamlessly in the background of your computer, phone, or tablet. Turning on ExpressVPN protection only takes one click, and using it, I can safely surf on public Wi-Fi without being snooped on or having my personal data stolen. It's less than $7 a month, and you can get the same ExpressVPN protection that I have. ExpressVPN is rated the #1 VPN service by TechRadar, and it comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months for free at expressvpn.com/PKA. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/PKA for 3 months free with a 1-year package. Visit expressvpn.com/PKA to learn more. 2 wonderful sponsors for our wonderful podcast. Go check them out, guys. Always appreciate it.
Check them out.
I just nailed that. Taylor just lost his job.
There it is. Harley, last time you were on here, you had gotten Invisalign braces and you were brand new to them.
Yeah.
Been a little while. How's it
Yeah.
going?
So I'm at now my you change them every 10 days. I have
days. Yeah.
let me pull up here to see, because now I'm scared. I'm like, shit, am I supposed to change them? I have them in 4 days to go, and it'll be the 17th tray. So 170 days. And they're so ugly when you see them because they look like a weird fake grill. But like I have crazy fillings and stuff, but like
okay.
My mouth used to be like square at the top, and it's rounding out now. It's rounding out. And I feel it. And I love like the feeling of every tooth being squeezed very hard. Like I'm very comfortable with that. But I mess with my jaw a lot, and I'm like a weird guy. So people will like come in online when I'm like on Twitch, and I'll be like yelling and screaming and doing my weird shit and be like, "Woo!" And then I'll sit there and I'll like mess with my jaw, and I look like a crazy Molly Coke head or something. Because I'm like yelling and screaming, energy's high, and then I'm like focusing, so I'm quiet, and the whole time I'm like,
I like having them on. I am like,
you have them too?
Like I'm wearing a mouth guard. Yeah, I'm a little farther ahead of you in the process, so maybe. Like
I didn't know you had them. We spoke about this. Did we talk that you had them, or?
I think so. I don't know, but yeah. So I'm 11 months in, and
how long do you have to wear them for?
18
2 years. Oh, so you only do a year and a half?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I have to do 2 years.
Okay. Functionally, I had space between my teeth, so every time I ate, I needed to floss.
Mm-hmm.
And cosmetically, I had like a bottom front tooth that was really crooked. And 3 months in or so, that bottom front tooth was like 90% fixed.
How crazy is that? Because
Yeah.
you don't feel like it's doing, like, it's doing something, but you never know. But then, like, I'll put in a different tray, and I could tell it's like targeting different parts of my mouth. I'll put in a different tray, and I'll be like, oh, this tray is going after the bottom corner here big time.
So it was that tooth in particular. I always wanted to bully this week. You know, I put it in. I'd be like, what? You're pulling apart my teeth?
Yeah.
I never gave a fuck about that. Or, all you do with this, or I have a top tooth that's crooked. You can't even tell.
Yeah.
Like I can with my tongue. It's not really crooked anymore. But it was never something I gave a fuck about. It was like, I want to bully this tooth all the time. That's your focus. Why are you wasting my time with anything else? And so yeah, you can tell which one is getting it. I change it every week, which I think is nicer because it's easy to remember.
Yeah, every 7 days is yours.
Yeah, every
Wednesday. I might, for gathering from the that it's 2 years and the 10 days. Mine is probably 2 years because of those extra 3 days per tray, and maybe they need to be a bit more hardcore. But for me, my bottom teeth, like they all angled inwards a bit like this, which functionally there's no problem. I have an overbite also. It's just like not a problem. But I was like, I want my teeth on the bottom like pulled outwards. And now I'll put in trays and I'll be like, oh shit. Like I'll feel it along the sides, like pulling them outwards. And my mouth is absolutely different. I hate the speech things that happen. Sometimes like I'll go to do an S and it'll be like a th. Yeah. And that sucks because my tongue's in the right spot, but it's like hitting the plastic of the Invisalign.
Every week, your mouth is a little different.
Yeah.
Then every week, there's an opportunity to get it just a little wrong.
The worst thing is like sometimes I'll talk and there's no air that passes between the teeth. So it'll all come out the side and I'll make like a farting noise while talking. And it's the worst. I'll be like, yeah, it's like this face. It's I got it all over my face. And like it farts out of my mouth. And it's like the weirdest speech impediment is like an accidental farting noise.
My favorite thing about it is I feel like I'm wearing a mouth guard. So when I'm like motorcycling or something, and maybe I hit a bump or jump or something where I would otherwise like maybe bite my teeth together or something like that. Now they're all protected and insulated, and they're in what's basically a mouth guard. And
they're so delicate when you take them out, though. You take them out, and like I can't even touch them against each other for a bit. They're too delicate when I take them out. My front teeth.
So yeah, and anyone who's watching, probably your teeth all lock together. They find a way to lock together, and that's a thing. But I'll be in an intermediate stage most of the time where they're not locking together quite right. So when you first take them out, you're like, what? I've got like 2 points of contact, and it's messed up.
Oh yeah, exactly. And like you're touching two teeth that never met before, are the only teeth touching each other now in your mouth. I have to put elastics in at night also when I go to bed. I put 2 elastics here, and like it like pushes my jaw forward.
I didn't
just
know
a little bit.
Elastics,
and they were like, "Yeah, if you want to really like take care of it, you gotta have to get surgery, like jaw surgery." But for that, I'm like, "Nah, fuck that."
Okay,
Like I don't care. I just have an overbite.
I
don't know if you could see it. But they're like, yeah, if you want to fix that. And I was like, nah, I don't give a shit that much. This is enough. Let's just do this and be done with it.
Yeah.
And I got depressed when I first put it in. I was depressed. I put it in. I was like, this every day, dude. And like, I'm pulling it out and then brushing my teeth and putting them back in. I was like, this is going to be fucking hell. And I was sad for like 3 days.
I was a little different. So what I had was anxiety. I went in there with my, what I felt like were my crooked ass teeth into the orthodontist. And I'm like, just like you were, I had braces when I was 12 and I had all the same feelings at 47 or 8, whatever I was. And 47. And it was like, oh my God, like I got to wear these things. What's coming? I don't feel good about this. I do better in like a high information environment where they tell me what they're doing. They're working on me like I'm a statue. Like they're not explaining shit to me. They're just going at it. And I hate it. I don't know why we're doing what we're doing. They're bringing out like ultraviolet lights to fucking seal the cement or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm in the dark as to why we're doing any of this. And I don't know what's going to hurt and what's not going to hurt. And then mine were so tight. The orthodontist, there's like a couple orthodontists at this place. She had never had a tray so difficult to take off before in her career. So like the nurse tried it. She couldn't get it. The orthodontist tried it. She couldn't get it. I was like, let me give it a try. Even though I'm new, it's my mouth. So I've got this like, sensory feedback that maybe you wouldn't if you're doing it to someone else. I couldn't get it. The orthodontist went back at it. When she finally pried it off, one of my brackets went flying. And she's like, well, I'm paraphrasing. Fuck that bracket. It was just causing us trouble anyway.
Yeah.
And she said, like, I've never had one this difficult to remove. And I'm like, this is my life. This is where I am. But, a week or two later, not only do I have the technique down, but my teeth are fitting the trays better. And now it's just been a super positive experience. I kind of like wearing it because
I drink Monster Energy drink with them in.
I don't do that.
No, you're not allowed.
No. And, how like you hate, you got to brush your teeth, you brush your braces, whatever. I'm like, this is stage 1 of my weight loss plan, bitches. Like if snacking,
it happened for me too. Snacking is dead.
Chores, yeah. Fuck snacking.
Yeah.
What? Like, yeah. Imagine you had to brush 3 sets of teeth every time you took a bite of something. Then you would just be like, this is
sometimes I get high and I'm like, oh, I don't want to eat it all now. And then I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna take my tray out. I'm gonna get high. I'm gonna fucking have half a bag of this fucking whatever it is. Let's do it. Like, take my tray out. I get high and I'm like, food's weird. I want my teeth to be squeezed right now. I'm putting the tray back in, and I'll like put them back in. And like it has been like eating has been completely different for me because like sometimes you sit down, someone's like, yo, you want some of this? And you'd be like, okay. Now I'm like, I can't. My teeth. Like the movies, going to the movies, completely different. Like I have my teeth with me.
My wife will be like, hey, I made this. Would you try it? No. I don't want 12 minutes of work for one spoonful of whatever the fuck you're pointing at me. Like it's not.
Smells great.
And I went for fake teeth.
Try it on the dog. See how he thinks. Oh, he loves it. Well, must be another winner.
Yeah,
like it always is.
Yeah.
When I went to go do it, I went to go talk to like the orthodontist, and I was like, yeah, truth is I want to get veneers. Like I want to have Steve Harvey smile.
Yeah.
Like I want to smile and I want people to be like, those teeth are way too big and way too white for your mouth. It makes no sense. I thought it would be very funny.
Well, face tattoos are funny, but you didn't do that.
The teeth are funny in a really cool way.
I thought big ass white teeth, huge white teeth would be fucking hilarious.
Did you have this idea that it was a temporary decision? Like you could have hilarious teeth and then 3 years later get good looking teeth?
You could do that.
Yeah, I figured it would be expensive, but yeah. But then I saw Philip DeFranco He was like, and it was after I spoke to the orthodontist, and he was like, "Yeah, you don't want to do that. Trust me, they kind of suck. You don't want to go to Turkey and get fake teeth." And then I saw Philip DeFranco. He had done a thing. It was like the video, and I'll show you my nubs, like my little nubs. He was changing, and he had his veneers, and he was talking about it, and he was like, "Yeah, don't do this." He's like, "So many people are doing this." He's like, "You don't want to commit to." I don't know what his exact words. One of the things were like, yeah, you commit to spending $20K in like 12 years from now. In 12 years from now, you will spend $20,000 getting your teeth done again because that's just what has to be done.
Yeah.
And he was like, real teeth. He's like, just keep your teeth real if you can keep them real. And my thing was haunted mouth. I said I had ghost teeth. I told the guy, I was like, my teeth aren't like yellow, but they're not. They're like see-through. I called them haunted, like ghost mouth. And he was like, if you do this, he's like, you straighten your teeth out a little bit. He's like, and then you just whiten them. He's like, I promise you, you're going to be so much happier than getting fucking big white chiclets in your mouth. I'm like, yeah, but will it be funny though? Will it be funny?
I read about Steve Harvey the other day on Reddit. They said that he had a teacher in school that told him he'd never be on TV. And so every year he sends that teacher a TV for Christmas. so he can tune the fuck in.
That teacher is like, wow, you showed me. Okay.
I like to imagine that they're really crappy TVs, the kind that, he would never want to actually put. He's not sending like a 70-inch plasma or something.
No, it's TVs, but there's no ports on it.
Yeah, okay,
it's just a TV, better. No port. You can't even plug it in or anything.
Can't even use it. Yeah, it's just a mirror. Boogie got those ridiculous teeth, and I remember thinking like. It's that old thing that Woody brings up sometimes when you've got like an old person who gets a facelift and you're like, well, is looking like a lizard better than looking like a really wrinkly old person that's 85? I don't know. It's a different look. I think it's different better though. And like I have the same thoughts about Boogie with his big chiclet fucking teeth. It would have been, I don't know. They were all rotted out and gross before.
I know the number. He had 17 teeth before. You're supposed to have 32. You guys, maybe a listener doesn't know, but he had 17 of his 32 teeth.
That's very Arkansas.
How many teeth do you have, Mr. Big Shot?
Countless.
I got my wisdom teeth taken out. One of them, or at least two of them, something like that. And I had one tooth pulled. I had like one of my.
You had a tooth pulled.
Yeah, all the way in the back. All the way in the back. I had pulled. Yeah, I had a molar all the way in the back, and it was always rubbing against the inside of my mouth and like causing sores. And sometimes I would bite it, like the inside of my mouth, and I would be gargling salt water for a week to like get it to go away. And eating carefully, so because like you bite it once and then it kind of swells, and then it's easier to bite a second time.
You're biting nonstop at that point.
It's awful. And I have the tooth somewhere. I kept it because it was so gross. Because the reason I got it pulled is it had the filling had fallen out, and I know it, and then had gotten like really gross, like it had like started to rot, it's big cavity right in the middle.
Space.
It's just gum. It's just gum there, and it's hard gum that's like healthy gum, and like
I have two spaces of gum here on top left and bottom right where the teeth were pulled out. The teeth shifted forward, so I never had to pull my wisdom teeth. It like created room, and it is gum. And the Invisalign is also opening it, keeping the teeth straight there. And the guy was just like, yeah, if you want, we'll keep room for a replacement tooth. He's like, but if you want to do that, but I remember when Boogie did that. It was like that was like peak time of me being like looking into that as well. And that's when, if you take note, if you look at like Boogie and you take note and you look at a lot of YouTubers or even a lot of rappers, teeth are some of the first thing people do. And there's a lot of fake teeth on YouTube. It's like you watch creators and you'll see it all the time.
I would argue this. If you
are yours?
Are my teeth fake?
No, I was asking Kylie. Smile.
Nah.
Like shit, I didn't even know. Okay, yeah.
If
I got all my teeth
really good looking,
except for one.
You have to have two things figured out. You need to be thin and you have to have straight teeth. If you have that, like you're fucking handsome. Like,
that's all there is. Skin complexion also, and I agree. Thin complexion, because people do like if you have like crazy acne or something, people do give that put a knock against that.
But usually adults get their complexion sorted out. Like he's fully wear. Yeah,
but teeth are a game changer for people.
If you have straight teeth and you're not fat, you're good looking. Like almost every variety of person is pretty good looking if they've got those two things sorted.
If you are a guy and you have straight teeth and you're somewhat fit, don't be a fucking idiot and you got everything you need. I feel like guys, a lot of times we just ruin it for ourselves. We'll like say the wrong thing or have the bad attitude about something or whatever it is. But like I've seen, like I remember like just even like going on dating apps a lot and stuff like that. Like I would like start to see how girls would say that I would be like never or whatever, and I'd look at my friends and they'd be like, oh yeah, it's not working out for me, or it is working out for me, and I'd look at their pictures and I'd be like, bro, can you just shut up? Like I'm looking at your bio and I'm already like, if I were a girl, like I'm scared. Like I'm scared. Well, Kyle's laughing. I saw Kyle's Tinder. I was like, bro, this guy, like if I was a girl, I'd be like, I want this guy to dominate me. It's the most, I saw it. I was like, this is the most dominating Tinder profile ever. Like black and white jacked. I was like, this motherfucker looking to drop mad loads of cum on people.
But I didn't see the.
But if you don't have a six pack like that, no, there's always exceptions to the rule. If you're ripped like that, do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. People go out there and they'll say like a lot of things. I'm like, my favorite show is The Office. I love the 3rd episode because it taught us a great lesson that even though if you're like, and it's just like, bro, shut the fuck up. I'm an artist. I'm like, that sounds like you have no job. You know, like you have to be careful because like girls are a bit slicker than us when it comes to reading into things. And sometimes we think we're slicker than we are. And they pick up on that really fast. And yeah,
here,
I don't know.
I'll read you my Tinder profile. I don't think it says anything too catchy. It was, I had actually just like recently changed it. It used to say something like,
I take pills to come more.
Yeah, it was something like that. But I had recently changed it because I had bumped into like a couple of prostitutes on Tinder and it was annoying me. And but anyway, it says looking for someone fun. Let's go to the movies again. I'm 6'2" if that matters. I don't care how tall you are, but don't outweigh me. If you have an imaginary friend, I'm not interested. That's referring to Jesus. And everyone likes a cute slut, but don't be an actual prostitute, please. Like that's what my Tinder said. And
that's like basically saying what I gather from that is like, I'm gonna take you to the movie. I'm gonna fuck you. The fuck is gonna be crazy, so don't be thinking about Jesus, and you're definitely not getting paid for this.
Yes, that's exactly what it says.
That's what he wants you to know.
That's what I want you to know. Like going in, so we don't waste any time. Don't be talking to me about fucking chivalry and how like I'm supposed to meet you halfway.
I love that game.
You're coming to me. Like the swordplay is good.
Chivalry.
I think Mord Howe is better, but to each his own. But yeah, no, like I kept bumping into like prostitutes on there because there's so many fucking whores on Tinder. That or they're like wanting to pimp their OnlyFans, and it's just like I don't give a fuck. Like, do you really think pussy and ass are a commodity right now? That is like you're selling oranges in Florida. Like you don't fucking understand what you're doing right now. This isn't nobody's buying.
Half the people on Earth have one of these.
Yeah, half the people on Earth have one of these. More than half of them, if you count Bussy. I renamed Dirty the other night to free Bussy. If you message me in the Discord, he took it a step too far, so now his name is Bussy Boy or something.
What did he say that?
I don't remember. He just he knows. He knows now though. But and then the other part is like I want to let the fatties know like don't fuck with me, and then I also want like I don't want to. Every time I see a chick who's like says they're in love with Jesus in their profile, I'm just like, I want nothing to fucking do with you. If you love, if part of your identity is loving Jesus Christ, if that look, if you're religious,
for sure gives the best blowjobs. Those ones give the best blowjobs for sure. They're the
police give good blowjobs, but girls who like Jesus don't.
Like, oh my fucking god! Like I remember a chick asked me once. She's like, it was a really cute like black chick, and she was like 30 miles away, so it probably wasn't going to work anyway because I ain't driving to you. And she was like, what's wrong with imaginary friends? She thought it was like some cutesy joke I had thrown in there. And I'm like, I just don't believe in that nonsense. And she's like what? I'm like, like Jesus, like imaginary friends. She's like, and she literally says, I love Jesus. And I'm like, and I wrote, bye. And she goes, yikes, harsh. I'm like, well, go pray on it. Like, what do you want me to fucking say? Like I don't want to deal with somebody who, like, if you're religious, that's fine. I got no problem with that. My mother's religious. But like, if part of your fucking identity is your imaginary friend and your love for an imaginary person that you've only heard about from a guy who's scamming you out of like 10% of your money on Sundays, then you're just a retarded person. I can't deal with you. I don't want you in my life.
Did I
I'm not going to persecute you and burn you at the stake like you people used to do, but I don't want you in my life.
Did I bring up the Sugar Baby site?
Yeah, we talked all about the Sugar Babies last time. Yeah.
And that's the thing is like you do get a lot of prostitutes on Tinder because they'll double up on that site. Not saying necessarily that they're prostitutes, but like if you find someone on Tinder and they're also on Seeking, like that's a person, they're looking for money. But if you match them here, you won't have to pay them. But if you match them there, then the understanding is that you pay them.
Well, they match with a different group of guys on one than the other anyway. So
you get me on both.
Oh, you get you on both. Okay, you overlap.
There is one actually. I remember when I was on the site, I matched and like I got a message. Someone had messaged me. They had messaged me and they were like, "I'm a super well-known influencer, so I can't share my photos right off the bat. But if we have something good going, then we can meet. And I'm comfortable, and I'm down for this, that." And I was just looking at it. I was like, okay. I'm like, who is this person? Didn't think anything of it. And then I was on Twitch and saw them. And they were also from Toronto. And I was like, oh, I'm like, that's the person. And I'm like, and I could tell because of this particular picture. And I remember then like now, like never met up with them because I was like, I don't want to see you. And I don't want any of this. And I was like, and plus like, yeah, okay, you're an influencer. I was like, me too. But it's my picture. I don't think she knew that though. I don't think I was she was my demo. But then I saw her, and now it's like legit. Like I'm, that's like a person that I'll watch and I'll see just because I'm like, I know now. I know.
How many views do you have on YouTube, Harley? Do you have 1 billion?
Yeah, I think there's 1 billion.
That's a lot.
Something. It was one of those things when people are like, yeah, Epic Meal Time's dead. I'm like, too late, pussy. We got 1 billion views. I don't care. They'll be like, yeah, Epic Meal, how's it feel having a dead channel? I'm like, how's it feel having over 1 billion views?
Yeah.
And literally like playing video games for a job now and just doing what I want. It feels pretty good.
We had Arian Foster on the show. He was one of the NFL running back greats, right? So he's very good, very successful. And people are like, you're washed up now. Okay. He's like, being washed up is great. I just do what I want all the time. I'm pursuing my music. I'm rich. I'm famous.
It's hard to describe that to people.
I hope that you can be washed up someday too. I wish good things for you.
It's so true. It's like, it's hard to grasp because usually the type of person that'll come in and be like, wow, bro, dead YouTube channel, dead Twitch channel, whatever it is. The person that came in, it's like, I know that you want to have this path. You want to, in 10 years from now, be washed up. I know this because like you aspire to be a part, like you even know to come in here and make the comment. Like, and I always think that I'm like, bro, like being washed up is so much more relaxing and good on my soul than when we were the center of attention. If I was the center of attention still now, I would have been Me Too'd. Something would have happened. I mean, there's no reason for me to. I never did anything wrong, but I'm just saying something would have happened.
Put that in there.
An old tweet, something would have happened. It could have been anything. And I'm like, who knows? I'm like, I don't change anything. Like, I love the history that I've had with the website and what I do. But like when I sit there and it's like 2 a.m. and I'm like stoned as hell and someone's like, wow, bro, dead YouTube channel. And I'll like go and click their thing and they're like 17 or 18 years old. And I'm like, bro, you have school tomorrow. That sucks. And I would hate me if I were you, because I'm like here and I'm like not stressing. And people think like if you made it and you're not killing it like you used to kill it now, people like want you to suffer for that because you got yours. So now you have to suffer and hate being not relevant or whatever. But it's like, yo, what is relevancy? Look at the top YouTube channels. I always think about that Max Payne quote where it's like, you think a piece of shit feels popular because it's surrounded by flies? Look at the most popular creators. I'm happy it's not me. Like, I'm cool. The only thing that I miss, and I always say this, the only thing that I miss about like not being a novelty and being like top 10 most subscribed channel is that I would put something out that I was super proud of and people would watch it. Nowadays, I'll create something. I'm like, damn, I wish more people could see this, only because I think they'll find it funny. But for me, like fame or being the center of attention was never the goal. And I've met so many YouTube creators that are like, I legit feel bad for. Like I've met people who like, they're like beefing their brother. The family is beefing because it's good for views. I'm like, I'm so happy I don't have to fight my brother. Sometimes, like even when Kyle pulled up those two twins on those two twin porn stars, and I was like, man, that's a bummer. I'm so happy I don't have to lick my sister's pussy for a job. I'm so happy I don't have to fight my brother for to get more job or whatever. I'm so happy I don't have to like search the void. Like I watch some creators, like one of my best favorite creators of all time, Fuzi, just so fascinating. I love it. You guys ever see when he tattooed his head?
Yep.
Quality YouTube, top tier, S tier YouTube content, some of the best shit ever. He tattooed his head. He tattooed hair on his head. Amazing. Another great video, removing it. But that content to me, I'm like, I know this. I've met people like that where it's like, you are severely affected. If your video did not get the views, you are affected. And it's going to have it's going to fuck you up. And it's not even like it's a job anymore because you have a Ferrari and you bought your family a house. It's like something deeper that I can't relate to. And people come in and be like, yo, they'll say this or that about Dead Channel. And I'm like, this is like I wish I could express to this person how I'm impervious to that. Because like, I'm a fucking 36-year-old man, bro. I'm not like trying to be Vlog Squad, you know? Like I think about like, I don't know if you guys know, like Jeff Wittick, like, you know, he climbed on this rope and he let his buddy like smash him into a steel pole and he fucked up his eye and fucked up his brain for views. Like back in my day, people used to fucking shoot a gun at a car. And the whole point wasn't for the door to fly by them, but if it did, okay. And the views were there, but it was never like where they're at today. Today, things have to be so much. They got to do so much. They have to be involved in the drama. You got to go and call people out. Like I'm too high for that stuff.
Did you and I, or did you see the offer I got the other day?
No, what is it?
I'll
double it. Take your shirt off.
Do you know what the bare knuckle fighting championship is?
Yes.
They offered me a main event fight against Diego Sanchez, a former UFC fighter who was in the UFC like this year, and I was immediately like, no.
Why'd they pair you up with him? Because you're jacked. They're like, you look like you're great at bench pressing. Fight this man.
They were like, we want a former YouTube legend to fight a former UFC legend, and I'm like, that doesn't sound like it's going to go well for the former YouTube legend. You're going to let me bring a fucking AR-15, then let's go. But like,
call him back and be like, yo, me versus Freddie Wong. Call him.
That's what they said.
Freddie Wong. Let's do
I'd
it.
stomp Freddie Wong's ass if they do that, or even me versus you. I think you kick my ass, but
I know my back. You got the 6-pack. I don't even want to get in.
I'm going to hit you with my 6-pack. It's all ab thrust.
You're missing the point. I don't want to get in the octagon with you and just be shirtless next to you.
Yeah, I told Kyle like, he would look really good at the weigh-ins and at the part where they like say, "All right, you both know the rules." He would struggle with the part after that.
Yeah. Like I would be great, like talking shit to this guy because this guy has CTE. I could make him so I could hurt his feelings because this guy.
It's a bad strategy.
This guy is clearly
friends.
This guy's
shit talk. You got to shit talk Dimitri style. You have to. It has to be Dimitri going out there.
I could, yeah. I mean, I could. Like, first of all, he's clearly a closet homosexual who was molested by his last trainer. Like, he's clearly got brain damage. He's all washed up, and like he needs the money. And like there's so many awful things I could say to this man.
Don't say them though.
Don't say them though. The problem, like one of the main reasons, one of the like top 5 reasons I said no. I had been talking shit on this guy just like I just did now months ago. Because I am a UFC fan. Like I know who this guy is. I followed his career, and he is a ridiculous human being. Like he would foam at the mouth at the fights. He's the guy you may have seen him like come out with a crucifix, like crazy. Like he's an actual crazy person because he's got brain damage and he's a weirdo anyway. But like But like, yeah, I would look good on the weigh-ins. I would look good in those like pre-fight interviews where we're like talking shit. He would just be like, I'm gonna go out and do my game, and I'm just like, I'm gonna fuck him in his ass. Like I just go hardcore, like, and he's gonna like it, just like when his fucking fake ass trainer fucks him in the ass when he's chasing him around with a knife. I could, it would be funny, and then we'd have to get into the ring and fight each other, and he would beat my ass so badly, I would never look the same again.
Talk goes wrong compilation. Forever.
Yes, yeah. They would be playing.
It'll be the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme as all your videos play.
Yeah, it would that or the coffin dance. Where they're all like they're all dancing with the coffin. It was like you like play like a short clip of me, like, yeah, bring it on, Diego, the fucking Nightmare Sanchez, and then you like zoom in, it's the black guy with the fucking Ray-Bans, and it's like, yeah, let's do it, pussy, and then it's the guy's shoes like panning up from his legs, and they're just like just fucking dancing with the coffin because that guy he could literally murder me. The whole idea is a farce. Yeah.
You better hope that he's not actually gay, because if he is, there's nothing you can do.
Nothing I can do. He can rape
You're
me.
out of luck.
Like he's literally one of the greatest fighters of all time. Like top 500 fighters of all time, easily. And you might be like, well, I mean, 500 is a big number. I'm not in the top million. I'm not in the top 10 million. I'm not in the top 100 million. Okay, like that's the difference we've got here.
Top 100 million. Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
How many billions of people have existed?
You could beat up 95% of the world, I'm sure.
No, I mean, there's a lot of women out there.
He said of all time. I mean, he's got to go up against Neanderthals.
Look. I think we all know that I have no business fighting Diego, the Nightmare Sanchez. And the worst part is it's bare knuckle boxing. So like, it's not even like, if it were MMA, I might even be tempted. If it were boxing, like with those big fluffy gloves, I would do it. But it's fucking bare knuckle boxing where he can literally ruin my life.
MMA, I might walk to him backwards and expose my neck. Right?
Yeah,
this is how I want to lose.
Or like learn enough capoeira to like dance at him or something. But like the whole thing is just a farce. It's just silly. They were gonna film a fucking. They were like, yeah, we'll film a whole documentary series about you training for the fight with the best in the world, and I'm just like, it's gonna be me waking up at 5 a.m. crying every day because I signed your goddamn contract. No, it's just nonsense. But yeah, that kind of falls back into the thing. I do wonder what your
number is, because
I don't want to know. There is a number, and I don't want to know what their number is.
Yeah, you don't want to say it.
I like to pretend to you. I like to pretend their number is $30,000, but like they said, their last fucking pay-per-view did 300,000 buys at $50 a pop.
Wow.
And so, like, if you main event that, like, I got to imagine that's a lot of fucking money, even if they're only paying
3% of that, though.
I don't know. That's all negotiable, right? Like, I don't want to know the numbers. Get the calculator away. Put it away.
No,
you said 300,000 at $50, and then I'm going to do times 3% because I think that's rightish.
Isn't that $450,000?
450,000. That's 150 grand higher than my number. That's
you've hit my number as well.
Right.
My number is about 300,000 as well, because I figured, like, that's a lot of weed. I just pictured in bales of weed whenever someone offers me money to do a thing these days.
Jesus.
It's like, all right, that's about 8 bales of weed.
A bale being the big circle things you need a tractor to move, right?
Yeah, they're 600 pounds a piece. No, I'm not gonna fight anybody though. I don't want to fight anybody. Like if they offered me to fight like someone who's in my wheel, like again, if they invited me to, if they want me to fight Harley, I'd fight Harley. Because first of all, like even if Harley beats me up, it's not gonna be gruesome. If they wanted me to fight Freddie Wong, I could just straight up beat up Freddie Wong. No offense, Freddie, if somehow by some weird means you hear this. I'm just saying, like, I'm much bigger than you. But like, why am I supposed to be fighting a guy who was in the UFC like 3 months ago?
Yeah,
but like
I don't know how to fight, though. I don't know how to fight. I can only.
I don't either. That's the problem. See, that's the problem, Harley. Neither do I.
Yeah, the internet's gonna.
When I thought about it, I was like, oh, who would I fight? And like, how much would it be? And like, who would I? Because I remember I was going through that. Yeah, honestly, no. Muscle Glasses has to fight Dimitri. I thought about. I was like, you know what? I think I would fight Dr. Disrespect.
I fight Muscle Glasses.
I think he would. I think he would handle me though. He's an athletic. Yeah, he's athletic. Yeah. He's like 6. Like he's my height. Also, he'd fuck me up probably.
Yeah.
But yeah,
did he play pro ball? I know he played college. And I think I might have even exaggerated his
Well, Austin, I watched the fights. Like I'm gonna watch the Jake Paul fight this weekend. I watched that shit. Like I watched the Austin McBroom one. I bought the fucking YouTubers versus TikTokers fight.
Back on Jake Paul.
Yeah.
I have been watching Tyrone Woodley. I 100% believe he genuinely dislikes Jake Paul and everything that he stands for.
Yes.
He's like, this guy is a fight vulture, just living off the hard work that real fighters put in. And Jake Paul actually puts in real work. He was telling Jake Paul that he's in real danger. He's like, the people you are training with are not giving you their best effort. You think that you are prepared to fight with a guy like me, and you're not. You're really going to get hurt. You don't belong in the ring.
You think he's going to beat Jake Paul?
I hope so.
Paul's crew disrespected Tyrone Woodley's mom, and he's like, "I don't play that shit." It's on video.
I love it.
Yeah, he's like, you better get your fucking dogs away from your mom. I'm in there, and like, I believe every bit of it. Every bit of it. Tyrone Woodley wants to hurt Jake Paul. Tyrone Woodley is so washed. I don't know what he has left, but you would think it's a mismatch against Jake Paul, right?
Yeah, I do think it's a mismatch. I think that Tyrone's going to knock him out. That would be my bet. It's not as much of a mismatch as me versus Diego, but it's still quite a mismatch. Because
I think Jake Paul will win.
You do.
And I got one piece of information that I saw that made me think that.
Okay.
And it was the first time I'm making a decision, because even when like Jake Paul was fighting Ben Askren, I was like, I don't know. I think Ben can fuck him up. That was my thought. I just thought, you're like a fucking UFC fighter. You're gonna get inside.
Like
once he's inside,
striker in UFC history against a striker,
a YouTuber.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Okay.
So, and I get it. This guy's a striker, right? I don't know a lot of UFC. You guys do know more than I do. But there was one clip. It was Jake Paul and him, and they were on stage together. And Jake Paul said, if I lose, I'll tattoo I love Tyrone Woodley on me. And he was like, and if you lose, you have to tattoo I love Jake Paul. Deal? And he hesitated so long, and it looked like he wouldn't, like, or whatever. And in that moment, I was like, okay, Jake Paul is in his head. or hear me out. Hear me out. My first thought was like, Jake Paul's in his head. And that's where I rested. I'm like, but there is the chance that culture-wise, he might be like, nah, bro, that's gay too.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want my name on you. That is also gay. That's some homo white boy move, tattooing my name. Like, none of it.
Tattoo means very little to Jake Paul, right?
Yeah, and he's like, might be like the whole thing.
Take Mayweather's hat off. And he says, I got your hat, right? The next day, he had I got your hat tattooed on him.
Mm-hmm.
That to me demonstrates that a tattoo to this guy is like a
You're right. But I did, when I read it the first time, I was like, I think he's in his head. Now, I'm not going to be like, yo, I'm a huge Jake Paul fan. I'm not going to say like, yo, Jake Paul. I'm obviously like not that. I mean, I feel bad that he had to fight his brother in rap songs to keep staying on top of YouTube. But I look at it and I'm like, to me, on paper, Jake Paul is doing everything smart. And this goes back like over a year. I thought that the whole Conor McGregor thing was a huge victory for Jake Paul. Like, you call out Conor McGregor. You just did 4D chess. He's in the corner. So now he's going to say no, and that's ugly. That's a pass. You passed on it. Why wouldn't you? The money's there. The money's there. Why wouldn't you? You are that guy. You fought Mayweather. Like, the money's there. His brother did. What?
He's saying that no. He's saying that Conor.
Oh no, Conor McGregor. I was like, Conor McGregor. Sorry. I'm like, what kind of fucking conspiracy theory is this? McGregor and his brother fought and lost. Okay, so yeah, I'm like, you did that move, and now you are either too scared to fight Jake Paul, or you're avoiding it, or you fight Jake Paul and you beat his ass and we're all like, of course, or you fight Jake Paul and the worst case scenario, you lose.
He would be
so
outraged.
He did put them in that position. And then Dana White got so invested in making us, it got so invested in not being invested that it also came off in a bad way by being like, it's disrespectful to fighters, blah, blah, blah. Like, bro, I'm not a huge UFC guy, so I have no loyalty or allegiance to anyone. Conor McGregor threw fucking chairs at a bus of his fellow fighters, cut them up like by throwing the chairs. I saw him knock out that old man at the bar. If you're there and you're like, yo, Conor McGregor's fucking badass, I love Conor McGregor, you can't write off Jake Paul. Because why? He's an asshole? Conor McGregor, bro. Like, when I watched Mayweather and Conor McGregor, I was like, this is going to be fun because I want to see them both get punched in the head. Like, I would love to see them both get knocked out. Didn't this guy hit his wife or something? And I've seen this guy beat up old men at the bar, even though he's a trained fighter. So when Jake Paul called him out, I was like, bro, you have to kick his ass, Conor. Or what would be really crazy is if he doesn't kick his ass. And I thought when Jake Paul did that, it was are now in conversation. That's why every MMA site or whatever, they want to talk about him. They want to do it. And like, I'm a huge wrestling fan. I got like wrestling chairs behind me. Like, I go to the events. I love wrestling. And I always thought the pageantry of wrestling is so valuable because we know that the winner is decided. So what's going to get us there? Well, the lead up to it. And Jake Paul, I'm not being a fan. No one needs to be like, bro, fuck Jake Paul. Fuck you, you fat idiot. Shut up. You're missing the point. The point that I'm saying is that he did it masterfully, because he's in every conversation. And so many people want to see him get his ass kicked. And like, they keep putting him up against these people that are just not guaranteed to 100% kick his ass. Get someone in the UFC right now, the top of the UFC, like Dana White, like, see the opportunity here.
Yeah, John
and
Jones
just get your best fighter to kick his fucking ass. End it. Nip it in the bud. Instead, you're like, oh, he's not a real fighter. He's not a real fighter. So he's sitting here selling pay-per-view after pay-per-view like crazy money, breaking pay-per-view records. And winning because you don't want to put your best fighters against him, even though the best fighters are like, bro, please let me knock his ass out. But instead, no one wants to do it. They find themselves above it, but you can't hold yourself above the showmanship of it. You can't hold yourself above that aspect because that's what sells tickets. Boxing doesn't kill it like it used to. When my dad used to go watch boxing, like, it was like everyone shut down. Front page of the newspaper. The next day, the boxing results. People couldn't even tell you the top 5 boxers in this day and age. No one could. And back then, it could have happened.
Yeah,
5 on Paul. Yeah, me too.
Tyson Fury, and then
and his brother,
the black guy, and the fat guy.
Yeah,
boxing fans know who I'm talking about with those. There's that chiseled
guy with the Klitschko still fight?
They think they're too old. I don't know.
Yeah, they were fighting when I was in high school. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. Boxing's fucking lame, man. Boxing's fucking lame. I hope we come full circle and go to sword fighting again. You want me to sword fight somebody? I'm down.
That'd be sick.
Yeah, like something that neither of us know how to do. Like don't have me go play baseball against fucking Derek Jeter. Come on, he's been retired for years. Fuck you. Like have me go sword.
Yeah.
You want me to sword fight Derek Jeter? All right, maybe.
Yeah.
The final season of Walking Dead is
actually, that's a terrible idea.
About to start. Yeah, you probably could swing a sword. Yeah, you made it, but you chose
got you at the midsection.
But I want to talk about Walking Dead. So I rewatched all 10 seasons with Colin. We finished it. Season 11, which is the last one, is either just aired or is going to air this weekend. Like I think the first episode's out. And all I know is they interact with another civilization that has 50,000 people in it. So every time they interact with another civilization, they're a little bit more behind the 8 ball. Like there's a part where Rick and crew are the baddest motherfuckers in the known universe. And then, like the governor is a little tougher match. And then Negan, they're severely outmatched and they need to bring in more people. And then with the Whisperers, they're even more severely outmatched. These people have a nuclear bomb worth of walkers that, I'll make up a number, like 250,000 walkers they can launch at the thing. And now 50,000 humans.
Sorry, Whisperers are people that can control walkers?
They
Whisperers dressed up as walkers and they had masks on and then they would guide the herds and use them as their weapons. And so they had to deal with
I
them.
stopped watching Walking Dead, but I used to read the books a lot, and I loved them. I read up until like around Glenn. So then I watched up until around Glenn. But that I didn't get this far, and like on paper, what you just described sounds very interesting to me.
Dude,
I'm going to watch a 3.5 hour YouTube video on it.
Walking Dead turns the corner and gets better again. Like it kind of peaked when they met Negan. And then it kind of sank when they fought him, and it just dragged out the whole we're having a struggle way too long for like an entire year of 22 episodes or something crazy like that. But it's come around again, and Walking Dead is actually one of the better shows that's ever been on TV. It's there. Like there aren't too many. Like Sopranos is better, The Wire is better, but Walking Dead is just right past those. And you watch it again, and especially with the good pacing you can get by watching a few a day, it's good. And there's a spinoff coming after this where Daryl, the crossbow guy, and Carol, the meek woman who turns into kind of a badass, just go off on their own and wander. And, it's about the two of them in their
Wandering Dead. Sorry, continue.
So anyway, I'm psyched for the next Walking Dead to come out. And I think there's an episode out there. Colin
I guess I'll watch 10 seasons of this fucking show. I will.
They lost me. I'm never going back.
I'm off it too. No.
And they lost you when they were fighting Negan, right? The show.
It was awful. I mean, it was getting there, but like, and a lot of things happened right after they met Negan. For one thing, the network responded to the backlash over how violent the episode with Glenn was, and they toned the violence down significantly. But then, like right after that, it's like, look, you have to strike this balance between having plot armor and having mainstay characters. Like there's an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation where Picard gets assimilated by the Borg. I think it's the end of season 3.
Yeah, it's the end.
It's a cliffhanger.
Yeah,
it's a cliffhanger. All right, you literally end season 3, I think, of Star Trek, and Picard seems to be gone. And
it is a very serious. You're like, what the fuck? That's the end.
And I'm sure a lot of fans thought that Riker's the captain now because they've pretty much written Picard off, and it seems like all hope is lost because like he's essentially dead. And but then you come back and he's back. So like Picard's got some plot armor. Say what you will about that, but like I think the show is better with Picard in it. When they lost Rick, when they lost Carl, like it makes so many of the earlier episodes worthless. It's like, why did I care about Rick and Carl's journey?
I disagree. I love the lack of plot armor. Game of Thrones is bitch made, right? When Jon Snow dodges a trillion arrows that
you hated that. I rewatched the show. I rewatched it, and I was with my girlfriend. I was like, oh, you know that podcast PK? I'm like, Woody hates that episode. And it ended, and she was like, whoa, he lived? I was like, yeah, he didn't like that. Battle of the Bastards.
One of the best episodes of anything that's ever aired on television.
Dude, look at
the IMDb ratings. Look
I rewatched. The only reason why
I was excited about the show at the time, but now that you know that he can't die, it's just fucking ruined. And
I got a better question. I rewatched it. Why did he come back?
Oh, why was he killed and come back?
Why did he come back? I literally rewatched the whole. I don't know why I watched Game of Thrones again. I hated how it ended. Hated it. I did like Battle of the Bastards though. If Jon Snow died, then I would have been like, what the fuck? But I loved Game of Thrones. It's the last 2 seasons. I've never seen someone dismantle something I cared about so much so quickly. I thought it was so bad. And even watching it again the second time, I'm like, oh my God. And it's hard, faster and faster and faster. The last 2 episodes are the absolute fucking worst.
I love that Rick is off the show. Now he's not dead. I think they're making a movie with him. And he's funny. He's like, it was a big mistake to leave the show. I wanted to spend more time with my family, and now my family's tired of me. This is in an interview. He said that.
No, go ahead.
I saw him once at a coffee shop in Athens. Go ahead.
Oh, cool. I just think it's really neat that nobody's safe. Rick isn't safe. Carl's not safe. I happen to know Daryl and Carol are safe because they're doing a spinoff. But aside from that, anyone could die. Maggie was gone for like a whole year. I don't know what it was, contract negotiations or just the way they wrote her out. But like people go. Michonne could die. Andrea died. Andrea's alive in the comics. Like if people watch Walking Dead, Rick and Michonne become like kind of married and live together, whatever. That's Andrea's role in the comic book.
Yeah, I think I understand you feel that way, and I understand why you feel that way, but I wonder if you're results oriented here, or if you appreciate the show for what it would be if they had their way as showmakers. Because the reason so many characters die is because Robert Kirkman got fucked in the ass by A&E, and all of those actors and actresses like Andrea, like that older bald gentleman who was always good at fixing the van, or the motorhome or whatever early on, like all of those early Glenn, those are all like his guys. Like when Robert Kirkman makes a project, these are his go-tos. When he did The Mist, go watch The Mist, when they're all in the supermarket locked in.
Such a good movie.
You're gonna see a lot of familiar faces from
these characters die in the comic book though.
I don't well, Andrea doesn't.
The one thing that I liked about the comic book, when I read the comic book, and it was one of the last things that I got, it was the whole fake phone thing. Rick carried around the phone in the comics.
Walkie-talkie?
It was a phone. Is it a walkie-talkie in the show? It was a phone, and the phone would ring, and he would pick it up, and it would be his wife. And he was kind of losing it. This is when he got to the
they did that once.
They went to the society. It was like a society, a gated community, can't have your guns. And then they ended up being the troublemakers. They had to go sneak their guns back because they wanted to be armed. They didn't trust people. It was after the governor. And anyways, Rick carried around this phone, and it would ring, and he would talk to his wife. And one time Carl came in, and Carl, like in the book, is like still 9, like he never got older. And he's looking at his dad. He's like, "What are you doing?" And his dad's like, "Okay, sometimes your mom calls me on this phone, and if you just honestly, I know things are hard, but if you just listen, then you'll be able to hear her." And he like gives Carl the phone, and Carl takes the phone and listens for a second. He goes, "Oh my God, you're fucking crazy," and like drops his phone and leaves. And I was so excited because I remember like they give this little Kirkman gives this spiel at the beginning. He's like, "There's no end to this comic. It will go. It's just going to continue. There is nothing. People will come. People will die." He goes, "Most importantly, people will change." And I remember the one thing that I was excited about then is I was like, "Yo, Carl is fucked up, bro. And he's going to keep getting fucked up." And like you had like those kids like in the prison in the comics like that they killed someone and like cut him into pieces and shit. People were getting fucked up. And I thought that was very interesting. And I was like, oh, I wonder what they'll do with Carl when he's just like, "Rick, you're a pussy and you ain't cutting it. And we need to be harder." And I thought it would get to there, but you can't do that on the show. Like things have to be milked appropriately. And I remember that's when I was like, oh, we'll never get this on the show. We'll never get this type of stuff.
Rick and Carl's relationship was the cornerstone of that show for me. And it's you're touching on it right there. It's the idea of Rick from the old world, and Carl, who's being formed by this new world. Like that should have been the cornerstone of the show. And like whenever they try to make the show bigger than what fits inside of a room, I feel like they're failing. Like whenever because it always falls short of like my expectations. Whenever they try to have like 50 of us fighting 50 of them and we've got machine guns, it ends up doing exactly what Sons of Anarchy did. Sons of Anarchy is at its best when they're in a room. When they're in the confines of a room and they're having a discussion about what needs to happen next, and then the next thing you know, somebody's getting a knife jabbed in their back, like
Game of Thrones, like Varys and Littlefinger having a conversation was amazing. So much better than like the Dothraki riding into the darkness against.
Now, Game of Thrones does a really good job. Game of Thrones is one of those shows where they had the budget and the creativity to make the big shit cool, like Battle of the Bastards. The fact that those were real horses like blows me away still. It's just such a beautiful fucking scene. It might be the best battle that's ever been put on camera. Like I like Braveheart. There's actually some scenes in the early part of Gladiator.
Braveheart is crazy. I watched Braveheart the other day.
Jon Snow died. I would think Battle of the Bastards was the best scene ever.
They lost a lot of characters.
Given him a valiant death.
Why would Jon Snow
cool.
die and then die in Battle of? I don't even know why he died and then came back. Like I watched it again.
Survive that battle? Fuck, he bro? Didn't he run into everyone solo? Because he shot his brother.
Yeah,
it's the thickest plot armor in cinematic.
No, the thickest plot armor is after that. It's one of the last episodes when Arya assassinates him. I don't guess no spoilers. And like Sam is on the ground surrounded by White Walkers, and Jon walks by and looks at him, and there's just so many people that are destined to die, and nobody dies. And I was like, what the hell? I thought this show was all about killing motherfuckers the whole time.
Yeah.
I mean, I never wanted Jon Snow to die. I just always assumed like he would live. But like if he died, I would have been like, okay, I'm not surprised. I just hate that whole show went on, and then like after like the Night King, it was like, well, bitches be crazy, and that's where they took the whole show. She just went crazy
because they killed Ned Stark in season 1. Like
that was great.
When you were like, great. What? That because the whole time Ned
Red
Stark
Wedding, Robb Stark hurt even more.
The whole time Ned Stark was in legal trouble in season 1, I just knew he'd be fine. Right? He's obviously the center of the show. There's no problem here. And they're talking about beheading him. And I'm like, yeah. And then when they chopped his head off, briefly, I'm like, how are they going to put that back on? Like, what?
We're going to need a wizard.
Obviously he's not going to die, but his head does just keep rolling downhill. And like,
it was crazy. That was a turning point for the show for me.
Yeah.
I was like, good. Because you don't want to be played for a fool. You want it to play out that way. I mean, I did. I like it. Like, I'll watch a show and if like someone gets killed that I cared about, I'm like, okay, now I'm listening. And Walking Dead did that in a huge way. And I know Kyle said it was budget related, but a lot of it's comic related too. Glenn didn't leave for budget. Glenn got killed in the comic. And you know what I like? What doesn't do things that like I would love for it to do that doesn't take those risks is Star Wars. And like, there's one point, I don't know if you guys saw The Last Jedi. It's the one that everyone hates. Yeah. There's this one point where like at the end, the bad guy Kylo Ren reaches out to the good guy Rey, and he's like, "Take my hand. Forget all the Jedi stuff. Take my hand." And in the theater, I was like, because it was like, are you really going to take everything that makes Star Wars? The good guys wear beige, the bad guys wear dark clothes, and you're going to flip that on its head? And then she was like, no. And then they just kept fighting again. And I was like, bro, if you guys would have done that, if you would have gone that harsh, like that thing where people will cry, not just like kill off the character like Han Solo beautifully, but do that major risk, I respect that. Like the last, I don't know if you're watching Marvel What If, but the latest Marvel What If is all the Avengers are dead. They're dying. It's like, what happens if like Tony Stark is assassinated right at the beginning, and then the Hulk is assassinated and Hawkeye is assassinated?
This is on Disney Plus.
Disney Plus, yeah. And I didn't like the first 2 episodes of What If were like interesting. They're kind of fun or whatever. But this third one is just this alternate reality. It felt like some of the risks DC takes with their TV shows and stuff, or their movies where they're like, we got to try something crazy to get the attention. And I like that. And Star Wars would never. And I wish they would have. I wish they had that chance to really take it somewhere else. And they didn't. Pussies. And then it's like, okay, well, if you're not going to go hardcore to like this angle for us where we never expected it, then just give us what we really want. Give me Luke Skywalker fighting fucking 10,000 stormtroopers. If you're not going to do something crazy risky, then do something like, did you watch Mandalorian?
Yeah.
You saw season 2?
Yeah.
The ending of season 2, I saw that. I was like, thank you.
Oh.
Wow, so hard. So hard. You have the hype of 45 years. Put him in there and have him kick everyone's ass. We've been waiting, bro. Some of us have been 7 years old waiting to see it, and now we're 47. Just have him kick people's asses. If you're not going to do that, though, if you're not, then commit to the big risks. Do the crazy things. Don't do like the last Star Wars Rise of Skywalker is so fucking. It's like they want to make a Marvel movie, and it's not quite the same because Marvel, it's like, bro, we're just happy that all these people are here wearing their silly fucking costumes and fighting together because no one ever thought that we would get 10 years of lead up to this. But Star Wars, you have 50 years of lead up. So either do the big risk or give us exactly what we want. Don't do this halfway bullshit, at least to me, at least in my...
You're selling me. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that Mandalorian finale. I thought it was so cool. And I was like, great. Yeah, bro. I'm not... You see the Star Wars Visions trailer? It's like it's 9 Star Wars tales made by Japanese studios. So it's like anime Star Wars that'll be on like Disney Plus, and you're looking at it and there's like a fucking girl and she's got like 6 arms and 6 red lightsabers, and the lightsabers are like wrapping up the other lightsaber, and guys are stopping beams, and someone's going to slash someone with a lightsaber and he's not catching it with his hand, the Force is catching it, and you're like, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Like, just do all the cool shit then. If you're not going to take that crazy risk or commit to like the good and the bad being flipped on their head, then just do all the crazy cool shit that I just wouldn't even imagine because I'm not a crazy Japanese artist or some shit. But that's Star Wars Visions. You guys should check out the trailer at some point.
That does sound cool.
It is neat. It's very cool. And that's like, it's like anime. So there's like a lot of yelling in it. You don't like get that in Star Wars. You never get people like charging, screaming, holding their lightsaber. You know, they're always like trying to be
all that too much class.
Yeah, exactly.
They're exactly like royalty, or I guess samurais.
But when I started to watch Star Trek after Star Wars, you spend your whole life like, or I did, being like, Star Wars is for idiots. Star Trek is for smart people. You know, like it was like this mentality you have, and then you're like, oh, they're entirely different things. But I still have the comparison in my brain. I look at it and I'm like, bro, I look at all the problems Star Wars has. Like the Emperor is running a whole. I'm like, bro, please let Picard have one conversation with Palpatine. We'll get this all sorted out. Like literally have Palpatine in his office having some Earl Grey tea. Let them talk, and you're good. You're good. Like he's literally just that guy, and people always like, "Yo, Palpatine will fucking," and he's like, he's not gonna do anything because if shit gets really crazy, maybe Q will come in and be like, "Man, you do a favor for me and a favor for you," some shit. Like who knows what? But like, I'm just like, like Picard to me is like such a superhero in the realm of like realism and realistic, but also on the supernatural aspect where I'm like, I would trust him having a conversation with the darkest Sith Lord that has ever existed. Like they can converse and figure something out.
You need that.
Where everyone
talk about Star Trek. Do you want to go, Kyle?
I was going to say you need that Patton Oswalt thing from Parks and Rec, where Thanos uses the reality stone from the gauntlet to merge realities between Star Wars and the Marvel universe. Like get all of that shit cooking together.
Yeah. When you say Star Trek is the Picard universe, and it is, but Star Trek is different than that too, because it is now the swashbuckling, skydiving, base jumping, gravity defying, motocross riding, UFC fighting show too. Like they're always like, oh, we've got a real problem down there in the mining colony. Is anyone good at base jumping and trampolines and motocross? Because there's a reason skill set that's going to solve this.
Well, I mean, all that got canceled, right? They're not making any more of those. And now it's about being as woke as possible.
Star Trek.
Yeah.
What am I missing? What's
Star Trek Discovery? There's 3 Star Trek shows in the air right now. Me and Taylor talked about this on PKM.
I don't know shit. Okay.
Yeah, there's 3 Star Trek shows on air right now.
Picard, Discovery, and Lower Decks.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. And Lower Decks is the best of them. It is animated.
Where are they?
Yeah, Lower Decks is anime like Family Guy on Star Wars vibes, kind of. And Picard is about Captain Picard, and a lot of people are choked because they've kind of like shat on the legacy that people expected of it.
Yeah.
Because
where do you find them?
CBS is where I watch Picard and.
But here's the thing: Discovery, I think that they're on mine. I think Discovery is like. See, I don't want to bash the movies Discovery. Because I'm still entertained, but it's nothing like Next Generation. You want to know what the closest show to Next Generation is? The Orville, which was a comedy show. The Orville on Fox is exactly like Next Generation, except it's funny. But it's the same costume designers, set designers. I was on that set. It's all the same. It's literally Next Generation, but written by and starring Seth MacFarlane.
What were you doing on the set?
It was like a thing where like they paid me to go and be like, yeah, the show's coming out. Look, I'm on set. Okay, bye. It's on Thursday. So it was like one of those things. But the show's amazing. It's literally, if you like Next Generation, it's right there. It's so good. Such a good show. But like Discovery, like they got to make it so interesting for people. They're trying to like they just try hard. Like the movies tried hard. But I also can't hate the movies because you know what got me into watching Next Generation was the first trailer for the first Star Trek movie came out where the kid is like in his dad's sports car and he's ripping past that future motorcycle. And then he jumps out of the car and the car goes off the cliff and crashes. And he's like, my name's James Tiberius Kirk. And I was like, oh, sick. J.J. Abrams. He's really good at getting people hyped about things. So like he got me so hyped about Lost, I watched till the end. So like I saw this and I was like, oh, this is sick. So I'm going to go watch Star Trek because I don't know shit about Star Trek. And I was like, and I should. As you know, as a cool ass big dick sci-fi nerd like myself, I should be up to date. And I started to watch Star Trek and I fucking hated it. I was like, this is so fucking dumb. I'm skipping to Next Generation. And I've gone back. I cannot watch Star Trek. I think Star Trek is so bad. I don't vibe with it one bit. But then I watched Next Generation and it was hard. And like we brought this up, Kyle, I think just when you were streaming or whenever when he got the beard. Once Riker got the beard, I was like, now we're going. Now the show is good.
But it was great. Deep Space Nine, have you seen it?
Yeah, I watched some Deep Space Nine. And I like it. It feels different. It's different, but it's the same. But it's different. Yep. It's so different, but it's so the same.
They got it right.
Yeah, and then Discovery is like it's like a new show. Like it's like people can love Star Trek Discovery and maybe just hate every other Star Trek show, and I wouldn't be surprised. Or there could be people that like Star Trek and are also like, yeah, I like Discovery also because it's Star Trek and it exists.
Does the cast follow the same like insanely diverse, equal men and women formula?
Well, it's like a lot of people that I see, like when the clown Discovery, they'll talk about the characters. There's like one, speaking of plot armor, like the main character of the show, she's like the sickest. She is like the sickest person. She's just like one of those people that are just super awesome and like you're never worried for her.
So sick as in she's fantastic.
Yeah, like sick, bro, like Korn,
yeah,
like 1999, like sick, the sickest. She's just like so. There's just people that are like aspects to the show where it's also like the concept is like high action, like whereas like Star Trek sometimes they'll be like, oh, someone comes over, which like Professor Exposition, and she's like, there's a planet down there where they have this thing, and the thing about this planet is you can't have they don't wear pants on the planet, and then this other moon over here they have all these pants and we don't know what we're going to do with the pants, and then you kind of stop and it's just 5 minutes into the episode, and now the exposition that they brought up, you're kind of like, oh damn, what would I do? Now I'm excited to see how Picard handles it, because to me this guy has established himself as this awesome dude that really makes the right decisions. And then you get Picard, where everyone's like, yeah, fuck that guy. Episode 1 was like, oh, fuck that guy. And you're like, what? Oh, well, I guess it's a show, so it has to be like, fuck that guy, because if he's the best, then we're like, what's the show? And I'm sometimes just like, can't we just have the sickest guy? Like, can't we just get that? Not like a new up and coming, but a person who has been established. And I don't get mad when they have like, strong female leads or anything like that. I'm totally cool with it. But like, I do like when my people are respected to an extent. Like, Luke Skywalker, when he was on that random planet in episode 7, I was like, I wonder why. And as things played out, I was like, okay. As the whole thing, I was like, oh, you guys didn't know what you were doing with it. But when I have my characters held to a high regard, it's okay if they're ass kickers. It's okay if they have the answers. It brings me to Halo. If I just talk about Halo for a second, I'll somehow tie it back to this. Okay, when I played Halo, my buddy was like, yo, what's so good about this game? And I was like, it's you. versus like 10,000 aliens, and it's just you. And like it kind of like applies to Doom also. You're just like, you're the guy. You fucking kill it. But not necessarily the newest Doom. There's no progression. You're not unlocking new techniques. There's no new skills. You're not in level 1 and you can't fight level 20 until you're level 20. You're ready to go. You have everything at your arsenal. You fucking kill it. Splinter Cell was like that too. Splinter Cell Blacklist. It's like you're saying, you didn't have to wait to be like, well, now that you leveled up, you can use this guy. No, you got every fucking super spy gadget. And I know I'm going to kick this level's ass. I know I'm going to kick it, but how I kick it is the game. And I like that. Like, it doesn't always have to be like this tale of progression, the hero's journey. Like, no, bro, he's the hero. It's established. Now let's put him in situations and see how he would handle it and make that interesting. It doesn't always have to be that same like that climb. That climb where, yeah, exactly. It's always got to be a comeback. No, it doesn't. He's the guy. He's the king. I came here to watch the king fucking kill it. I want to see Picard fucking just doing his thing. But instead, it's like, it's got to be a drag. You got to drag him back. That's the show.
What shows are like, does the guy just hit the ground running and he's awesome from the day you meet him? Miami Vice?
Miami Vice? What?
I went old school on you.
What year is it?
A good show? There must be a good show that we all like where it's like, yeah, that guy's like right off the bat, he's not fucking around. He's just gone right into it. I'm sure there are movies too. Like, you know what movie was like that? Dread. Fucking love the movie Dread.
Yeah.
Starts off, he's on his motorcycle. He's fucking speeding. He handles these guys, handles business. He gets into the building. The fucking fake judges come. He handles them. He does it all. Like, he fucking kills it. I love Dread. If Dread came out a year after it came out, it would have been just as hot as all the Marvel shit right now.
It's so fucking good. It's fucking good. It's one of my favorite movies. Like I don't own a ton of Blu-rays, but that's one of them where I was like, you know, I've rented this shit 3 times now. We're just gonna have to order the Blu-ray because we're gonna save money in the long run. Because I watch it all the fucking time. It looks so good.
Yeah, it is. I love it. It's amazing. And Cersei's in it.
Yeah, Cersei's in it. Carla Urban in it. So you got a Game of Thrones character and a Lord of the Rings character.
You hear that, you fat fucking dummies? Dread. You haven't seen it yet, you fat idiot? Put it on your list. There you go. Yeah,
it's really good. I love it. I like Carl Urban. He's in Star Trek too.
And yeah, that's right. And he didn't want to go into Star Wars, even though they offered him, because he didn't want to be in both. He said, I can't be in Star Trek and Star Wars.
What? That's far too much money and success. No thank you.
Well, I met him once at Comic-Con, and I was like, oh my God. I was like, I fucking love, there was a show called Almost Human where he was a cop with a guy, his partner was a cyborg, an android, incredible. It's the future, and his partner is a robot. He hates robots, kind of vibe, but it's great. There's only 6 episodes. It was incredible. And I was like, I love it. He's like, no way. Yeah, I just got canceled. I'm like, can we take a picture? He's like, yeah, sure. We take a picture, and I'm like, oh, Star Trek. Yeah, he's like, yeah, thanks. I'm like, and bro, I got to be honest with you. I saw Doom in theaters 3 times. And he was like, now you're lying. Give me your phone. I'm going to delete the picture. Totally joke. And I heard
Doom was awful.
I heard they're doing, yeah, I did. It was, but I just wanted to see that first person scene when I was stoned in like 16. And he's apparently, I think they're doing a Dread TV show on Amazon, by the way.
I hope so. I've heard those rumors. I'll help crowdfund that shit. If you start a Kickstarter or something, I'll throw a couple $100 in because I want it so bad. I'm a big fan of that shit, man. I really like it.
Mm-hmm. New topic?
Yeah. We can move around.
Zach, would you pull it up? This thing, you got to make the picture bigger. This was in the Aged Like Milk subreddit, and so they're doing a memorial for that guy whose picture is on the ground, and the guy on the far left murdered him.
Number 38 was the killer.
Number 38 was the killer, and he's just like the look on his face.
What happened?
And then the photographer was killed right after this picture was taken. Number 21 was the killer. look at 21. Oh my God.
So here's the deal. The dead guy was dating fucking whatever number 38's ex-girlfriend. So I guess he didn't like that she moved on to another teammate, and he murdered him. And a lot of these guys had their suspicions. They kind of knew.
Oh, they thought that it was him?
Some of them did, yeah.
Oh my
God. Like, they're all like mourning their teammate, but kind of knowing their other teammate killed him. And this picture, I don't know. I'm looking at all the faces. Number 21 knows. Number 21 knows this is a farce. That guy behind number 21 knows that number 21 knows.
He's scared. He's so scared of 21. He's like,
that's so wild, bro. This is crazy. It's like I feel like he's like sitting there and it's like I don't know. I'd be like, yeah, no, for real. I'm memorializing it from over here, though.
Right?
You guys
what team
back here?
What is this? The I see.
Miami Hurricanes.
Is the Hurricanes? Yeah, I got a friend who's like diehard Canes fan. Okay, I see the helmets now.
So. But yeah, I don't know. Is in the A's Like Milk subreddit, and looking at all the faces, I found it totally captivating. Knowing that guy on the left is now in prison for his murder, and what is he thinking in this pic? What he looks
Can
like
I have the flag?
Headlights.
It's so crazy. How did they what? I need to read something on this. Fucked up, bro.
There was
That's
a
crazy, and I can't believe
show.
He's sitting there with it in front of him, like right in front of him.
ESPN, I think, did a documentary on that guy's murder and how number 38 was the likely murderer. And then the police
the documentary even pointed that out?
Yeah, and the police reopened the cold case with
Sorry, this is old. This is 15 years ago. This is 2006, this picture.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. I thought this was last year picture. No, this came up 15 years of fucking stressing about being a murderer and it comes back. Oh my God.
Let's see what Zach posted here. Former Miami Hurricanes player Rashawn Jones arrested in 2006 killing of teammate Brian Petta. Let's see how many. Yeah. So nearly 15 years after the crime, 9 months after an year in what went down, the police reopened the cold case and they convicted this guy of murder. And that picture to me is just, I don't know. There's a lot of things going on. All those guys kind of knew dead dudes dating his ex-girlfriend. They kind of knew he was the murderer. They knew who the guy was. He probably knew he was capable of it. It's deep. It's a lot of shit going on in those heads.
That is crazy. Yeah.
Look at the face in the foreground on the far right. What is he thinking?
He's literally like these guys, some of them, if they think about it, are literally like that face on the far right looks like this is a farce.
Yeah,
he knows. He's like, bro, I can't believe that I directly across. It's like he's okay. I see it right now. He's almost smiling.
Yeah,
at how ridiculous it is, and it looks like 38 is almost looking at him and making sure no one's making weird faces, like snitches get stitches. How did he get killed? How did he kill him?
Oh, yeah. How was he murdered?
Shot in the head as soon as he got out of his SUV in front of his apartment complex 4 miles from the Miami campus.
Okay. Well, anyway,
this guy's my age. He turned 37. It was 1 week after his 37th birthday he got arrested. So he was 22. 22 when he did that. That's at 22 years old, you're not even sure if you want to start an OnlyFans, let alone.
You should really wait till you're 25 to do OnlyFans.
I'd like to see a picture of the girl that this was all over.
Yeah.
Like what if she's like this would kind of be funny if she was ugly, right?
Nah, you don't date 2 Miami Hurricanes if you're not smoking. Right?
That's
She's
true.
a smoke
That's
show,
true.
I bet. Yeah.
That's true. I don't know. This guy, maybe I can't. I don't know. Number 38 looks like a handsome fella, but maybe that's just a poorly made memorial flag. But
I'm 100% with you. Number 38 looks like a baller. Number
Well,
95
this
on the ground there has a weight problem.
Well, no, I clicked his the ESPN documentary for a second. He's fucking big. He's jacked.
yeah, she traded a wide receiver for a fullback or something.
And when you say that and you're like, how could she have a type? We know what her type is now. We very much know what
her type is. Definitely black football players.
Actually, I see the dead guy now in the article that Zach linked.
Better looking.
Way better than the airbrush picture. He's got it going on. Although he had gold lower front teeth.
If I ever die, don't cheap out on my flag, man. Come on, like either no flag or a good one, right?
Yeah.
It's a binary decision. Don't let Chiz be like, we found one for $9.99 if we'll give him a mention. Don't do that.
I started watching this guy's channel. You don't need to pull it up, but just so you guys have it for reference. This guy, Spencer Cornelia. I saw this video, the biggest reason NBA athletes go broke. This guy's channel is so funny. It's just a little different from other people, the way they do it. Like he just stands there and kind of breaks people down or breaks down their scam. That's how I got to him with scammers. I went on a scammer tip for a minute, and he just kind of pulls up like charlatans and fraudsters or whatever. But then he'll just kind of like go off. Lately, he's been going off a little bit more. And like this biggest reason NBA athletes go broke is such a funny video. It doesn't seem like he's making jokes, except their jokes happen constantly the entire time. And he's not like other creators, the vibe of him or whatever, but he's just sitting there and ripping it. And it's like he's breaking down this girl, and you're just like, damn, like she really made a fucking job. A career path was finding an athlete to put a baby in them. Like that's the career path. And like,
why did they go broke? What was it like? So I hope it's not dumb things. Like Allen Iverson used to be Timberlands. They're like a work boot, but they were super.
This guy pays millions of dollars every month to this person, to this girl, because he put a baby in her, and she's just a random Instagram girl.
I was saying Allen Iverson had, I think, 138 pairs of Timberlands in his closet. And then when he sold his house, he left them all there. But that's not like
that's $13,000, Woody.
It points out like a certain thing. Like I remember, like Master P every day would buy a new pair of Nikes, white like Air Force Ones, take them out of the box and wear them. And you're like, yeah, you could do that. 100 times 365. I calculate that you could do that. But that type of decision making permeates throughout everything in life. It's like that's what you do with the shoes. Imagine like cars and gas money or whatever. And some people roll with like huge entourages, like like some people like they want to bring all their boys with them. You know what I mean? And they do bring their boys, and like people end up on payrolls. And then they forget that they have someone on a payroll, and everything is just automatic, and the money comes out and it goes to things. And if you don't care to pick up your $13,000 of shoes to bring with you, you probably don't care about like the random $8,000 charge on your bill this month.
True. Now, I interrupted you. We were talking about the child support payments. Was that like one of the big common reasons? Or just
that was it.
Guy?
That was literally it. He was literally like
child support.
He was literally like just pointing out that it's like some people just have like lots of kids with different girls or whatever. And like this guy's like this, he's talking about a basketball player who's like in his early 20s and, nutted inside someone and has like a full on child now. He's 23 years old. And the reason why people he brought up in his video, he talks about is like, this girl was like all over Instagram being like, yo, like, here's how you get an athlete and here's what you do. And he does it in a funny way. He talks about how she scouts athletes. You got to go to a team and find a team with young players, but they can't already have a girlfriend or a baby. And they can't have like an older dude on the team who's like 26, 27 to be like, bro, trust me, she's fucking up. That's not the one. And like how she just perfectly chose someone and got a baby put inside of him, inside of her, and how much he pays now in child support is $200K a month.
Oh my goodness.
$200K a month. So this girl, like her job was to do that. And now you just like get child support and for being for getting cummed inside of. And when that's the plan, it's not like, oh, what happened? He took advantage. It was like that was a targeted maneuver. All I could think about is if I was a kid and I was NBA cum baby, Instagram model, when I'm 18, I'm suing my mom. 1,000,000%.
Oh, for taking all the child.
You got $200K a month because of me. I want to see everything you ever spent on me. And I'm fucking sue you for it. That's what I would do. 100%. I mean, I'm already Instagram model cum baby, and I came to existence because my mom was like, I'm going to get cummed in by a basketball player and I'm going to get money for my kid. I'd be like, no, we got money. We got money. Not just you. Me too, 100%. I come out.
Imagine how good your genetics would be if your mom's an Instagram hottie and your dad's a basketball player.
You're 6'9" with a fat ass.
Yeah, I don't know. If
Unless it's fake, it could be fake too. Could be fake too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would be like, yo, this is for both of us. $200K a month. Like, if I'm 18 and I'm seeing like fucking designer bags and shit around here, and I knew that you were driving this car or whatever, I'd be like, no, I want to be living rich life. I better be rich as the baby. I better be a rich baby.
Entitled to that. Like, can he win that suit? I don't know
how child support works. Maybe not, but in the USA, you could still take a crack at it.
Well, yeah, you could take a crack at it, but I just don't know. Like, I know that money's supposed to be for the kids. That's the intent.
But you don't have someone like her who is like, I got pregnant. I was targeting this. They never existed before. But the generation that comes up now will be like, look at all these Instagram posts my mom put up 20 years ago saying that she only had me with this guy so she can get paid. I didn't have the presence of a father my whole life because she chose a random dude. And yeah, I wouldn't exist anyways, but I want my money. And I just feel like it's like it would be the ultimate, like, it all just a huge circle now. And it's like, you don't deserve this. You didn't carry yourself in your tummy for 9 months. And it's like, yeah, well, you weren't with him when he was shooting at the gym. Now he's playing basketball. So I don't know. Best believe if I was a fucking Instagram model, baby, I'm fucking suing mom for sure. It's the move. And I'm saying all this because I hope this kid comes up. Young man, you ain't young anymore. You're watching PKA highlights that some other person uploaded 15 years after the PKA episode aired. You're checking the highlight now. Yeah, you get yours. Sue your mom. Do it.
Advice from Harley.
Seems like the money should be put in like a trust fund if it's for the kid, right? Like
100%.
There should be child support, like whatever that is. And I don't know. I kind of waver back and forth on what appropriate amounts of child support should be, because how expensive is it to raise a fucking kid? I mean, everybody's like, oh, it's so expensive, but it's not hundreds of thousands
a month.
It's not hundreds of thousands a month. Like it's not that much. We're talking about $1,000 a month or $2,000 a month. Okay, 5. Oh my goodness, that's a lot.
They definitely have to show where they spend it. It's true, because then you could. I'm sure people appeal it after the fact. Like you must appeal it and be like, bro, I'm not making that kind of money anymore.
$200,000 a month is silly. That's just silly.
Yeah, 1.2 million a year. It's solid cash. I wonder how taxes work with child support.
Yeah, I watched in that show, Mr. In Between. There's an episode where this guy's trying to hire him to kill this girl. He got pregnant, and he's like, "Well, what's the deal?" He's like, "She tricked me. Now she's saying that if I don't give her like $2 million, she's gonna like ruin my life, and she's gonna tell my wife and everything." And he's like, "Oh, that is terrible." And he like goes and talks to her, and he's like, "You're trying to rip Dave off for $2 million a year?" And she's like, "What? I just told him if he'd help me pay for diapers, I'd really appreciate it." He's like, "What? All right, this is bullshit." He like goes back to Dave. He's like, "Well, it turns out she only wanted you to help her pay for the diapers. He told me a big lie there, Dave." And this is like not having it. That's such a good fucking show. Check that out, Harley, if you haven't seen it. Mr. In Between. It's all over. It's only like 3 or 4 seasons. I will.
I'll check that out. Sounds good.
It's like an Australian hitman. He's hard fucking core.
He doesn't look hardcore, which
he doesn't look it
to me.
He's scary though.
Really, all 3 of us could beat up that actor.
Have you guys seen Barry?
Yeah,
Barry. It reminds me a little bit of Barry.
I love Barry. It's also Hitman
because it's a dark comedy too. Yeah. Barry's funny. Did Barry just get canceled, or did he quit, or like what happened?
I think it's just COVID delaying it. And by the way, I pulled up. Remember that guy, that football player?
Yeah.
So the night that he was shot, the guy who was the suspect that got arrested, he said he never left his house that night, but his cell phone places him outside the guy's apartment on that evening.
Well,
how do you not arrest him then, 15 years ago then? Why wait now?
Yeah.
Like, that's everything.
Yeah, that seems like kind of open
up, right? It's like you're literally there.
It was 15 years too.
And there was a strong sentiment amongst all the amongst all the players. Did I almost just die? Did I get the hiccups? That apparently there was a strong sentiment that he had something to do with it. I don't know how they didn't fucking arrest him then. That is so weird. and random to me.
Yeah, I'd never heard of that story before he linked it there. I guess I don't really follow that shit very much.
No,
I don't really follow sports that much anymore. I know my like the Atlanta Braves, our baseball team's doing pretty fucking well. We're leading our division right now out of nowhere. Might have to get into that a little bit. I do want to go to a game. I'm free in like 35 days. Let's see exactly what it is. Yeah, 35 days in 1 hour. I go free, so I'm going to go to Colorado. But I'd like to knock out a Braves game before I leave Atlanta.
Yeah, you have to take 1,000 milligrams.
I'm going to. Yeah, I'm going to.
That's like 2 weeks ago. People were like, "Yo, you see Kyle's transformation?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, I saw it this last week." Kyle has to take 1,000 milligrams of edibles. Like, okay, bro. I know.
That's too much, I'm told.
Oh, it's
a
too
lot.
much.
It is a lot. I literally said he is going to be sleeping.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it on the
100%.
show. I'm gonna do it on the show. That's what I said I'd do. So it's gonna be interesting. There's gonna be an episode of PKA. I guess it'll be like October. Yeah, Zach says I'm gonna get scared. Yeah,
You're gonna get scared.
Let me understand. You're gonna get scared because of it, or scared in anticipation?
No, because of what I was saying. When I get super high, you take so many edibles that you get scared. It's not even getting stoned anymore. It's getting scared because like you start to get paranoid about stuff. Like you take a lot, and that's when you're kind of like, I can't believe people are watching this.
October 7th.
Did I say anything bad?
October the 7th. That is fucking D-Day. Not literally. I think D-Day is like it's a different day. But it's gonna be.
D-Day, is that a thing already?
Yeah, it is already a thing.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be rough. I'm not looking forward to it, but it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting no matter what.
Wait, 10 years since Wings lost a 1v1?
When?
Yeah, that's
yesterday
was the 10-year anniversary.
Syndicate?
Yeah. Wow. Yesterday was the 10-year anniversary of Wings' 1v1.
I remember where I was.
Were you there?
No, I was in Seattle with White Boy eating seafood, looking for some weed.
Zach asked why I streamed that shit. I told him that he told me to right on the show, but in hindsight, I don't know that he did tell me to. It might have been my idea to stream it.
Yeah, but everybody knew
There's no way that shouldn't have
show.
been streamed. That had to be captured. It
Yeah,
had to be. It was such a
dude.
I and honestly, everything I know about this moment, by the way, I know from watching that documentary that dude made.
Yeah, Mr. Medic.
Like everything I know about this, like literally comes from that. Yeah. Wings is the only guy that I used to be like, yo, yeah, Woody doesn't like me. But that other guy, Wings, he hates me.
Wings was giving Syndicate a hard. He was insulting him all show long, and he was insulting him at multiplayer. And I didn't realize that Syndicate was really good at multiplayer. He was a multiplayer player before he was a zombies player, and he's really good right now. By the way, I sometimes catch his Twitch streams, but so he was just sort of putting him down, and then Wings said that he was better at zombies than Syndicate. Now, Syndicate was literally ranked first in the world, and he's telling him that he's not that good, that if he were to do it, he would be the best in the world. And not best on YouTube, mind you. Like there are zombies rankings, right? He's the best player at one point to have ever played the game. And Wings was, thought he'd be better. So at one point, they sort of decided they would play against each other. And I was the host. Like my Xbox was the host, so I could view it and stuff. And I knew that gave Wings a pretty significant advantage with the way latency works. All right. I'm in North Carolina. Wings is in South Carolina. Syndicate is in England. And, you know, that's just so Wings' shots all registered.
It's 4,000 miles versus 400 miles.
Right? He wins every tie. But, and then Wings set up the rules to be his advantage. If Wings is really good at something, it's long distance accurate guns where you have to, you know, only a pixel is showing from behind the barrel across the map. That's Wings' forte. He wasn't really good at rushing and beating you by meeting in the hallway. He was good at that long distance shot. So he does bog M16s across the map and red dots. He set up the whole kit. He determined what you had to use in the game. So he had every advantage. But Syndicate got into an early lead, and then because he got that early lead and there was a timer, Wings had to make bad decisions to, you know, push it because otherwise you just not engage and lose.
Anger works against you. in those. I don't care what anyone says. Anchor absolutely works against you in those.
And the clock, right? Like if I'm beating you, whatever, 5-3, I have every incentive to just disengage. I'm going to take a spot where you have to come at me, and otherwise I'll just win 5-3. Fine. That, I don't care what score I win with. So Wings had to push into Syndicate, and he kept getting beat. And in Syndicate's defense, he didn't hide very much. He was running around looking for action. It was a fair game, and Syndicate won.
He just ran the trash pile. He got on the trash pile. He ran it.
You know about the Man in the High Castle? You heard about that?
Yeah.
It's like a book, and then it's a show. It's like, what if Nazis won the war? What would the universe be right today if 10 years ago, like Wings 10-0 that 1v1? It's like I'm sitting here with him. He has like a 6-pack, and he's jacked, and he's like holding it down. You know what I mean?
Off the show.
That clip that exactly.
That dude. So Wings would tell you
an alternate reality
that losing that 1v1 was the thing, that people watched him for his gaming skill, and it deflated that balloon. I don't know if he still believes that, but I never did. They watched Wings. Everyone watched COD for the commentary mostly, and
the skill made you stand out, but it's not why people came back. It's never why people recurred.
Machinima once said, like, there's 3 pillars to this stool. There's production value, commentary, and gameplay. And you really only had to be strong in 2 out of the 3. And hardly anyone was strong at all 3 of the 3. But anyway, so Wings just had to be cool about the loss. If he was gracious, it would have been a non-story. But really, flipping out on me, flipping out on Syndicate, and then he tried to bribe Syndicate to purposely lose.
Oh, that's the best part. That was the part. The other part was not. That is the part. That's the part, because that's a whole other thing.
Really, I think the reaction.
That's the part that not that many people even know about.
When he called me the F slur, and I think that went over.
He's
really
right
poorly.
though.
Well, yeah, but he didn't know that. But, he called me an effing F slur. And or fucking F slur, I guess we could say one and not the other. And he just flipped out on Syndicate, and he was the sorest loser that's ever lost. And I think that's the big deal. The trying to bribe him, like Keemstar tried to get in it and be the center of the rematch or something. He was always attention whoring at the time. A lot of people didn't know that. Like, that happened on Twitter, and that wasn't the middle of the universe at the time. YouTube was, but it didn't help him.
Yeah, it's like I think, like, I was talking about Jake Paul earlier, and like what he does, like what it is that he's doing. Like, I'm not saying like I like Jake Paul. I'm a Jake Paul. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you can't knock at what he's doing. But I will tell you one thing: if you took Jake Paul and you put his brain into Wings today, right now, with everything that is going on and the attention that Wings does get, there is a way to leverage that and make success out of it. 100%. Because if people are that passionate, even if they fucking hate you, you have to turn it into something. And it's like, no disrespect to him, there is so much that he is like not doing right about it, and that compounds on itself and probably compounds on him mentally, and like that's hard to deal with for sure. People come in and they're just going to constantly hate on you, but you have to leverage that.
He just ignores his stream the whole fucking time. I see him live stream, and I'm like, oh, Wings is streaming. I want to watch his stream, and then it's as he's so. He doesn't give a fuck, or he can't be bothered to give a fuck or something, but it's almost like he intentionally puts on the worst show he can in his stream. And there's all this stuff happening in the chat that's like, blowing up and poking at him, and he just wants to not interact with everyone. And like people are supposed to watch him slumping in his chair playing an old game.
Ban that guy. Ban him. Like those are, I'm like, yo,
welcome to ban world.
Sometimes someone will say something and he'll be like, ban that guy. And I'm like, no, that's a low-key ambassador of your brand, and you didn't really like that. Like, that guy's valuable. Like, honestly, like I like people that get banned from his stream. I wish I had audience like that.
Yeah,
One band wings viewer
for money.
One band
mental health for money.
Yeah.
You think it's fun, but you probably wouldn't like it.
No, you're right. You're right. But like, you're already there. If you're already going to be there, already doing the hard part, putting yourself in the line of fire, then you got to maximize it. And like, one band stream viewer is worth like 10,000 viewers on TikTok. Like, that guy's out here engaging. He came here. He's got your notifications turned on, you know?
That's
and like,
true.
listen, you got like, if you have like 600 viewers because you never banned anyone, no one ever got banned in history, and they're all there like, fuck this motherfucker, blah, 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 and like quoting you and shit like that. And like, you're like, you just milk it and you just get to play the fucking bad guy like it's wrestling. People will come in that have never heard anything. They'll be like, what's going on here? Who is this guy? What is it? There would be like some fucking like score esports, like the most curious streamer that exists. And why does it? And like, whatever, there's absolutely a way to do it. And I'm not saying it's like easier than I would know how to do it. But
the heavyweight champion of douchebaggery wins the redemption.
But I'm just saying, I don't have the answer, but Jake Paul has the answer.
Kyle's once said this, and it registered is so true to me. He's like, Wings might be a streamer who pulls, I don't want to insult his numbers, but 500 to 700 people typically. I think that's rightish. He's like, but he is way more famous than that. He is as household a name as Shroud is, I would argue. Like, he just, his long history, all the people that have seen, people hear Wings of Redemption, and there are 100 million of them who are like, wow, what's that guy doing now?
My girlfriend knows who Wings is.
Yep. All of my girlfriends do, because I make them watch.
Yeah, but they like it. She likes it.
Yeah.
She likes it. She watches him and she likes it. And then I'm like, so what'd you think? She was like, this is funny. Let's get some Wendy's.
Chili, man.
Wendy's. I got craving for some of that chili.
Yeah, that's interesting. I hadn't really thought about him working it, leaning into.
Oh, I wish like he did, because I watch him like, please handle that guy, handle him better than ban him. There's a way. Like, there's a way. Like, even if he went on stream and came out in character doing something, if he came out like in a fucking like a suit and tie and a top hat and did some bit, people would be like,
I wanted to dress up as Wendy's chili.
Oh, he's the
It's literally
now, though, on Twitch. Did he get it? He didn't.
Yeah, something like that. I heard something like that.
Speaking of that, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I think we're going to kick it up at 5 p.m. It's been a minute because I've been waiting on my laptop, but I'm fucking psyched because UPS finally came through, and I got this motherfucker, so now I can run my stream off of this.
What are you going to play?
Probably COD Zombies if you want to join in. I'm psyched to get this thing going and do like a PC setup, because I got.
Will he be there?
Maybe it's up to him.
Tomorrow night? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
I got a ROG Strix Scar. So I've got a 3080 and a Ryzen 9 to run the stream off of. So I don't think we'll have any more issues. This is the cool.
Don't say that.
A little sign in here, a touch of Wi-Fi there, and we'll have your PC ready for all you need to do.
We'll do that later.
His laptop's talking to him.
Yo, fuck her.
That's Cortana. We'll deal with her later.
Yo, fuck
Do you
her
think Katana would go out with you?
Shut up.
Show Katana your shirtless pictures.
I think he said Cortana.
She's still going.
Cortana?
Like Halo. Isn't that it?
What am I saying?
Cortana?
She's already seen your pictures. They're online.
She got it.
Cortana.
Anyway,
what I said.
I think that's one of the nicer laptops of it. She's still fucking
It looked really thin and light.
off. Yeah, it is thin and light. I don't know.
I
pretty cool.
broke my laptop.
It looks like it's been cruising on testosterone for a year. That one.
Mhm.
I went on this trip. It's the Mid-Atlantic Backroad Discovery Route. It's like 1,300 miles of back roads on a motorcycle, mostly dirt roads. And even though I put my laptop like in a protective case, and then that is surrounded by other things, when I went to turn it on, it wouldn't turn on. So I went to the Apple store today, and they need to mail it off to get it fixed. $600, $700, kind of a bummer. But I bought another one, and I might keep it as a travel laptop. Or he was like, we do this all the time. We tell people to do it. Don't feel bad. Buy a laptop, use it. If you want to return it when yours is fixed, you can do that. There's no restock fee. It's like, okay. Or if you like it, you just keep it. So that's the plan.
How much time do they give you before you?
15 days. but the laptop will be fixed in like 5.
But this is as a MacBook that you're using here.
That's
right?
what I like in a laptop. Now,
Me
normally
too.
I'd argue like they're a little tougher, they're a little better built, but I just broke one, so it's hard.
No,
to
but I agree. My MacBooks are like, my PC laptops are like fucked. But like that first few months, I'm like, yo, this is sick. The PC but MacBooks, they keep going. But I would say honestly, I do that thing. I do the move with Costco all the time. So many things. I've gotten a TV and brought a TV home and like mounted it and used it for like 2.5 months and been like another one goes on sale and I'm like, okay, pack it up, bring it back, exchange it.
Yeah, I feel bad buying something with even the thought of returning it, right?
It's
Returning
Costco,
it is
bro.
something when
You
it
pay a
doesn't-
membership, bro. You pay a membership to Costco.
Fair. I
Every year
don't-
they take your money.
I was
Even if you don't
talking
get
about me
groceries.
with this MacBook though. Like I bought this thing, bought it with the idea that I might not keep it, and that's almost like a guilt thing. But the guy specifically like, we recommend people do that. Do it guilt free. It's okay. So it's okay, I guess. But
Something.
yeah. I think this time I'm gonna buy like a Pelican case.
My
for the
headset is dead.
laptop.
I can't
I'm
hear
sorry.
anything.
It's probably wireless. I'm waiting. He's probably plugging in. It'll work in a second. All right. Let's all. That's no. He'll be back in a second. Mic check. Mic check. No, he's still doing it. What do you think he's doing under there? Looking for the headset port. Anyway, I'll just tell the audience. So I got a new laptop. We're going to try it. I think I'm going to put it in a Pelican case so it's really bulletproof for these
Yeah,
motorcycle
it's Pelican
trips.
case. Smart.
Yeah.
Pelican cases are fucking expensive, by the way. Did you ever expect that?
No.
Me neither.
I love Pelican cases. I have a couple for guns and I have
them for
video
lights and
equipment.
stuff. Yeah, exactly.
And they're just, I feel like once my stuff is in that case, you can throw it down the stairs. Like they're great. But there's a couple things that are 4 times better and 10 times as much as they should be. And Pelican cases are one of those. Like it's like a Yeti, the cooler, right? It's the cooler you want. The Yeti, you know it'll be a good one. It'll keep your ice frozen for 5 days. It's crazy good. And every so often I'm like, you know what? I'm going to open up the wallet and get a good cooler. And then I see the $450 price tag and I don't buy it.
Mm-hmm.
That's Pelican cases are kind of like that.
Yeah. And everything with film equipment, every single thing. I remember I was like, oh, like way back when I first started filming, I was like, I'm going to get audio and we're going to have good audio. I'm going to get those like Sennheiser like devices. And I like went and I like was like, I'm going to get
wireless lav
4.
mics?
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to
Yeah.
get 4 of them. And I went and I like grabbed 4 of them. And the guy's like, oh yeah, these are the 4 mics. But for 4 mics, you need 4 receivers. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I go and I get the 4 receivers, and he's like, okay, so the mic is $800 and the receiver is $700. And I was like, $1,500 for the mic? And he's like, yep. And I'm like, okay, wait, I only want 2 microphones then. So I like put 2 back. I come back. I'm like, yeah, just these 2. He's like, all right. I'm like,
Muscle glasses, your new thing is not talking.
yeah, exactly. I'm like, I'm supposed to have a character who doesn't speak. And knowing me, I was wearing both mics, so I had a redundancy. So I'm like, okay, can I just question? I'm like, can I just like get these secondhand? You know where I can get these secondhand or whatever? And the guy was like, well, like, what do you mean? I was like, well, these are so expensive. I want to get some old ones. And he was like, dude, the ones that you are buying right now are the ones that people use today, and they have not changed in 30 years. And I'm like, why is it so expensive? He's like, because they're the best. And I'm like, these fucking lav mics are literally, they look like they're like 30 years old. Everything about them. They have like little clip flap and stuff. Like nothing about them is slick.
Yeah.
Exactly. He's like, they're just the best. And I was like, well, fuck, man.
What brand? I always use Sennheiser.
Yeah, same.
I think mine's Sony.
Yeah,
I've used Sony before too, but I worked on like productions where they use Sony's. But
Sony sucks. Sony sucks if you have a problem.
I can just see that Sennheiser logo.
Oh, if you have a problem with Sony, it just sucks to deal with them. They don't care. They don't care. And I was in Japan at the gym. Kyle, you're gonna love this story. So I'm like at the gym, and I get there, and there's like a girl working at the gym, And she's standing there. It's just like really quiet. It's early. And I'm like, oh, yeah, to go in. And she's like, oh, you're not from Japan. You need your passport. And I was like, oh, okay, look here. I have my wallet. It has my Medicare. Here's my Medicare. Same thing. She's like, no, you need a passport. And I was like, well, any ID works, right? She's like, no, just the passport. And I was like, what? I'm like, I pull up the website. I'm like, on the website, it has nothing about a passport. She goes, yeah, but I'm telling you, it needs a passport. And it's just like Japanese customer service. Like the customer is not always right. In fact, the customer is blocking the desk right now. Get out of the way so a new customer can come. And I'm all like, well, let me speak to the manager. She had the best answer. She goes, no. And I was like, well, are you the manager? She's like, no. I'm like, well, I'd like to talk to someone. And she was like, well, no. And I'm like, well, is anyone else here? She's like, I'm working at the desk now. And it was the most like, this is customer service here. It was not about me. Like, you know the fucking rules. You don't know the rules, too bad. And Sony was kind of like that on the phone. The one time I had an issue with a very expensive CD player I had way back in the day. They're like, yeah, you broke it. I was like, well, I didn't break it. It just doesn't work anymore. They're like, but when you got it, it worked. I'm like, yeah. And they're like, and then something happened and you broke it. I'm like, well, maybe on the inside something broke. Who knows? But then when I ended up going to get my passport, just side note, I went back to the place. I was like, hey, here's my passport. She goes, take your shirt off. And I was like, well, she's like, yeah, you have to take your shirt off. So I'm standing in the middle of the lobby there. I take my shirt off and she walks around me. She goes, okay, you can go. And I was like, what's that all about? She's like, you're not allowed any tattoos. And I was like, shit, that's crazy. Even if it's covered. But then I was working out and thinking about it. I was like, oh, maybe that's like a Yakuza thing. I take my shirt off and my back is plastered in tattoos.
Yeah. We've got a friend Vavity who he's in the military. He's based in Japan right now. And he's got a few tattoos on his arms, and they're exposed when he wears a shirt or whatever. And he was talking about like what a fucking novelty he is on like Tinder there as like a good looking like white dude who's fit, all tatted up. Like he's a fucking like there are no others. Like he's the one. He's that one good looking white guy with tats and like a leader bike. Pretty sure he's doing pretty well over there.
Yeah, I did terrible. They wouldn't look at me. They didn't look at me. They didn't look at me. And I think they thought it was rude to look at me. No, I'm huge, and I had a huge beard, and like it's not even like I was fat. Like I was in pretty decent shape when I was there. It's just they thought it would be rude to look at me, like something was wrong with how I look.
That's like you were deformed.
Exactly. They were being polite.
The same way they would treat an elephant man.
They were exactly. They were being polite. They're like, oh no, this part of his head sticks out too much, and he's got so much hair.
Yeah.
And like his neck is so wider than his head, and his eyes are so close and deep in his head. Don't look at him. Don't look at him, or some shit like that. So they weren't.
They're like, Fukushima, yeah.
Harley, you said the beard hurt you with women, and that's why you shaved it. You said, I'll quote you. You said it was pussy repellent. And you're like, guys love it. Guys see that beard, they think it's the coolest thing. Like, yeah, neat.
Yeah, it did. That also was like a long time ago, right?
Yeah,
a while back. That things have changed a little bit, but what did happen was the beard brought, when I first grew a crazy beard, it brought us a different type of girl out of the woodwork. It was a girl that like never spoke to me, but like I grew the beard, and then all of a sudden it's like girls with piercings and tattoos and like a slit in their tongue are like, yo, and I'm like, hey, like I don't know what it is, but like they're just like hey. I gave off of I gave off a vibe that unintentionally.
They just give you that look, and they're like, "Hell, Satan," and they're hot, so you're just like, "Hell, Satan."
Hail him. Hail him. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's the same thing about getting fit, right? Like there's a certain, Woody and I have talked about this, like not every girl likes a vascular dick root. Okay. like I remember when I was cutting, I was like a month and a half into cutting, and I was showing Derek some progress pictures. And I was like, these Adonis lines are kind of ridiculous, man. He's like, oh, just wait. There's going to be veins crawling up them in a month or two. And I was like, I don't know, man. And sure enough, like a month or two, there's like veins crawling up my dick root. And I'm just like, I don't know if everybody likes this, man. I know I don't.
I think some girls don't want to feel like unhealthy or fat, or they want to be the fitter one. And they see you and they're like, oh, I'm being judged on my belly. Like with me, if I'm slamming a piece, so my girlfriend doesn't hear me. If I'm slamming a piece into a girl and like my gut's shaking and my tits are bouncing, she's not covering her belly because she thinks it's moving too much. I am the gross one. But if I was fit and I was like, dish, 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 she would be like, my skin is moving so much. Just
See, I've said that, Harley, in different ways. And like, I think that sometimes a girl won't choose the hottest guy because she just doesn't want to do that much work to be his equivalent. Right. You know, like Kyle spends a lot of time in the gym. Maybe, you know, some girls like, I don't want to spend fucking 6 days a week in the gym.
Yeah.
So
and the chicks that do spend, the chicks that do spend that as much time as I do in the gym are so vapid anyway. Like I've been working out more in the daytime, and there's this really cute Asian chick who's always in there, and she must do something on Instagram because she's always got her like boyfriend like filming her working out, and she always wears like they're like bicycle shorts or something, like yoga shorts with exposed midriff and like a yoga like sports bra thing. Everything is like skin tight and as thin as a fucking micron. So you just really cupping her pussy. Just lots of fucking gooch showing and camel toe showing, and she's just working out so goddamn hard. She's a real butterface though. And he's over there fucking like getting all the angles on his fucking iPhone. And I'm just like, God, what a hassle she must be to like deal with. Like, I bet he's got to edit that shit when he gets home. I bet he's over there on a fucking iMac,
adding
fucking dragging
shadows to her fucking labia. So
yeah, like this looks like a fucking hassle. Like I don't care if a chick is like super into the gym or not. I just like pretty girls. I've never had like a body type I even cared about. Everybody, I get that question on Twitch a lot. Oddly, they're like, their tits or ass, and I'm like, I've never seen one who only had one. Like I didn't know it was a binary. I've never met a chick with an ass that did not have tits or tits that just didn't have an ass. But I guess if we had to pick between one, it would be ass. I think it would be ass. Like if it was literally like one of them gets blown off in the war, then I want to keep the ass, I think.
Yeah, up until that's how I was 13 onwards. Up until 13 though, I was like boobies, brah.
I like tits.
You can't suck on the ass. And then at 14, I was like, yes, you can. You could suck on the ass.
You can suck on an ass. Yes, you can.
I've always had a trick answer. Flat tummy. Flat tummy. If a girl's a flat tummy, everything else is good enough.
Oh, yeah, that's smart.
If I can't see the individual vertebrae, I'm out. I want to see vertebrae in that back. That's very important. I also like it if I can see like the individual bones in her forearm. I need that. That's why I'm messaging that corpse you guys linked earlier.
I was just looking
every time I've stepped away, it's not to piss, it's to masturbate again. It's again.
Coney.
Yes, I've came 8 times tonight just looking at that poor young lady who I hope gets
the boxes.
I shouldn't joke like that. I hope she gets help. She clearly has a mental illness. Good luck to you, Eugenia.
Right.
Good luck to you, Eugenia. All jokes aside, I maybe try some fitness. The cum counter is up to 8. Thanks, Zach. Up to 8.
The cum counter up during his apology.
Up during the apology. God damn it. Welcome to PKA. We probably wrap it up there. I got stuff to do this evening. It's still early. Let's see. Check.
He's got to go to the gym and come.
I am going to go to the gym and come.
Number 9.
I'm going to go to the gym and come too. Then.
All right. Harley, thanks as always for coming on. What's your Twitch? Your Harley's Twitch is Harley Plays.
That's
hopefully,
right.
Hopefully, me, him, and
you guys will see me when I stream with Kyle and Woody.
Yeah. And mine is FPS Kyle. Go and follow me. Follow Harley. You'll get a notification tomorrow, probably around 5 p.m. Eastern time is when I'm going to hop on. I'm going to play some zombies, hopefully in like a decent frame rate and resolution now that I've spent all this goddamn money. I also got a new mixer, so I'm hoping we get rid of any hissing in my goddamn mic. I've spent a bunch of money this week, so I hope it's worth it. But see you guys tomorrow.
All right. PKA.